weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back.
We're fine.
Oh my God! It's drowning!
Wow. World's Deadliest Weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida, pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude! We gotta get out of here! Mason, get away from the windows now!
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick.
I thought I was gonna burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
It's crazy! It's crazy! Come on!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Flash flood's right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Everybody take cover! Now!
Coming up in this episode.
Oh my God.
A record-breaking twister rips the heart out of an American city.
Oh my God, look at that damage.
I just got scared. Just kind of started crying. I just couldn't believe I didn't know where I was.
A freak South African storm causes super tanker carnage.
Get underneath! Get underneath! You're gonna hit the crania!
And flash floods plunge a daredevil down a 30-foot Hawaiian waterfall.
The force of the water is pushing me down to the bottom. Your body just switches into a survival mode.
April 27, 2011, Tuscaloosa in Alabama, USA.
We are under the greatest risk possible for strong to violent tornadoes. Tuscaloosa, we're in the bullseye.
It's tornado season, and this city was reverberating to the wail of sirens, putting college student Ryan Chandler on red alert.
The weather was supposed to be getting bad. They had been warning about it for the days leading up until the 27th. I knew that there was a storm coming. The police were driving around with their loudspeakers and their sirens going, telling everyone to get inside. They really amped up the warning system.
Keep straight, keep straight. Yes, keep straight.
Rather than heed these warnings, Ryan went storm chasing with his college buddy Nate Hewitt.
We can come up behind it later.
Neither had ever seen a tornado before.
I've always wanted to see one, so literally just a bucket list. Focus was finding a tornado. Up until the point we actually saw it, I was still skeptical in the back of my mind. So my expectations were very low.
There it is. Yes, that it is.
All of the shock of seeing it was mind-blowing.
That thing is massive. Holy mama.
In front of them was a gigantic EF4 tornado.
Jesus.
The second highest rated twister on the Fujita scale.
Oh my God.
Spawned by what meteorologists call rare perfect storm conditions.
If we weren't just being a couple of dumb college kids, we probably wouldn't have been in the position that we were in.
It's crossing the interstate right where we were.
Having gawped at this awesome spectacle, it dawned on the guys they might be in the line of fire.
It's not going left or right, it's only getting bigger. And it hit me that it's coming right at us.
Oh my God.
You could see the swirl. Something that big, twisting like that is just unreal.
God damn it.
It was just this unbelievably huge force.
Chandler, do not go back that way. Nate, film it.
It was just something out of a movie. It was apocalyptic. It was incomprehensible.
We need to go that way.
No,
Chandler, God damn it, go back.
We're fine.
I'm not kidding. We don't know if this thing can change directions. We're not experts.
At 1.5 miles wide and with winds of 190 miles per hour, this monster twister was chewing up everything in its path.
And after we backed up, you could see the storm.
You can see debris in the air.
And as you continue to stare at it, you realize that those aren't little pieces of wood. Those are 2x4s from people's homes. Those are roofs. Those are trees.
Oh my God.
But the reality of it was people's lives that were being swirled around.
That thing is destroying everything.
There are dozens of houses, dozens of friends' properties, dozens of memories being wiped off the map with this storm.
Never in my life will I see this again.
Oh my God.
We didn't realize that we were kind of capturing history almost.
3 miles away, close to the center of Tuscaloosa, lifelong resident Brad Lawrence and mate Josh were on tenterhooks.
Oh my God, dude. We heard about the tornado, and as I saw it coming towards us, I was watching a tree off out in the distance. As soon as that tree disappeared, I knew the tornado was coming our way.
Might want to go down to the basement, you think?
Finally disappeared. I was like, yeah, now it's time to go downstairs. It was just like this wall of like white and gray coming directly at us. It was just this monster. It was unfathomable. It was unstoppable. The whole ground began to shake like this, just this rumbling, like a train coming directly at us. It seemed to be coming from everywhere. So our ears began to pop. We were so close to the center of it, and there was so much force outside, it was pulling the air out of the house.
Oh, dude. This is nuts, man.
It was like an explosion. It was like somebody unleashed Godzilla on your town. You just really hoped you got through the next 7 seconds of your life.
Later, we'll see what happens as Brad's house takes a direct hit.
Oh, it's right there.
And as the mega tornado decimates Tuscaloosa, the casualties overwhelm the city's hospital.
There was multiple casualties, multiple injuries, and total destruction.
As we've seen, tornadoes are among the most violent storms on Earth, with the ability to destroy anything in their path. No two tornadoes are the same. So, on World's Deadliest Weather, we bring you some of the strangest, most twisted twisters. Sinabung volcano in Indonesia is spewing a pyroclastic flow. Even more rare are the tornadoes following in its wake. These incredible whirlwinds of gas and fire can swirl up to 1 mile high. Scientists believe they follow the tornado principles of hot and cold air colliding, forming a funnel. Water spouts, as their names suggest, are tornadoes that form over water. There are two types, fair weather and tornadic. The latter shares the same destructive force as its land-based cousin, able to whip up humans, animals, and even small boats. When a large water spout makes landfall, as in this one in Green Turtle Cay in the Bahamas, it is destructive and frightening. It's certainly got these guys' knickers in a twist.
Forget it! Back right here!
Another rare tornado can be spawned by wildfires. They occur when intense heat and turbulent wind combine to form whirling eddies of air. These tighten into a tornado-like structure that sucks in burning debris and combustible gases. It gives a deadly twist to the phrase, towering inferno. Finally, at a distance, this looks more like your classic twister on a hot, humid day in Russia. But on closer inspection, it's in fact a column of swarming mosquitoes. Nobody understands why they do this, but it generally happens after a huge mozzie hatch-off. This may not be a deadly tornado, but it's one that will bite back. "10th of October 2017. The port of Durban in South Africa was being lashed by a sudden, violent storm.
Oh, this whole thing is collapsed here.
Witnessing his home city being ripped apart was media officer Andreas Mathios.
The city was under emergency lockdown, and the wind was battering this building, and it was blowing these massive glass panels from the top of the building into the road below. This horizontal volume of water was lashing the city. It was just crazy, absolutely crazy.
While it was crazy in the city center, down at the port, pandemonium had broken loose. 100-mile-per-hour gusts had snapped the mooring lines of 4 ships, leaving them drifting dangerously out of control.
Yeah, that's crazy.
On board the 1,000-foot Inez, one of the world's biggest container vessels, head of security, Warren Gillett, was in full crisis mode.
Could have surfed the waves, that's how big they were. The wind itself was tremendous. It was like a typhoon, basically. I've never felt anything like that before. The vessel I was on, the Inez, its forward mooring lines were the first to go. And the wind then swung the vessel almost 180 degrees around. Our aft mooring lines then snapped. It then drove us across the port itself. There was a French naval vessel there. We almost actually took their helicopter out, so that was pretty scary in itself. It was just, it was pandemonium.
Having narrowly avoided the French vessel, the Inez then went on a collision course with a Chinese container ship stuck on a sandbank.
The Chinese vessel, it's got 3 onboard cranes of its own. So when the vessel impacted with us, the cranes impacted our superstructure as well as our containers on deck.
Get underneath. You're gonna hit the crane here.
You're unsure on what the outcome is going to be once the actual vessels collide. Although we weren't going that fast, it's not just a bang, it's a continuous push, shove, scraping and breaking and things falling. So I shouted at everyone to get indoors. A lot of them were frightened, were afraid of what was going to happen next. Definitely it was kicking off big time.
As the ships were playing a terrifying naval version of dodgem cars, the Inez finally managed to fire up her engines.
To get the engine started on a vessel of the size of, say, the Inez, you're looking at anything from 15 to 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. You can't just put into high gear and get the hell out of Dodge, unfortunately. We put them into reverse to obviously pull us away from all the other vessels, and that's when we reversed into the coal terminal, which is at the entrance of the harbour itself. Basically ran aground there, blocking up the harbour mouth. And that's where they lost the rudder.
By this time, media man Andreas had made his way quayside to film the disaster.
We've got a ship that is basically got stuck. The wind conditions are absolutely treacherous. So when I came across this massive ship, standing transverse in the harbour mouth, and as I looked up, I saw, hang on a second, what is this? There's this massive hole in the back of the ship, and it looked fresh. And I could actually see into the insides of the ship. And the tugboats, they were going left and right and jostling for position and shoving and pulling. A ship of this magnitude was at the mercy of the waves and the wind.
We were wedged in the harbour mouth and we couldn't go anywhere. So we just had to sit and wait until the wind started dying down.
The storm of 2017 entered Durban folklore. 14 people died and hundreds were left homeless. Damages ran up to $40 million. As for the stricken Inez, eventually she was freed from the harbour mouth and has since undergone extensive repairs.
The captain himself, he was rattled, really rattled. I don't think he had experienced anything like that himself. I don't think anyone on any of the vessels had experienced that kind of pandemonium. When Mother Nature strikes, I mean, you had her mercy. I definitely hope it's a once in a lifetime event.
When Mother Nature vents her fury with powerful winds, she often turns our man-made objects into deadly missiles. Hurricane winds are sweeping through southeast Ukraine. This woman runs the gauntlet in her parking bay. And gets a shattering blow from this flying window. You could say it's frame, set and match to Mother Nature. Staying in Russia, or should that be Ukraine? In the disputed Crimea region, strong gales whip off the Black Sea. Although this looks like a perfect weather day, wind can be an invisible assassin. Out of the sky blue, timber. Luckily for these motorists, these desiccated silver birch shatter on impact. But they still make a mess of the car's front grille. In Krasnodar, these pedestrians look safe enough in this spacious boulevard. But the trees swaying in the background give a clue to the strength of the gale. Incredibly, these people survive the closest of shaves, as this roof miraculously misses them. In the United States, this dog owner's lightning reflexes save him from one of Mother Nature's deadly projectiles. Weakened tree branches blown down in the wind are known as deadfall, for good reason. As this log spears down, it misses his head by inches. Now the dog will have to wait for its walk, as his owner probably needs a lie down in a nice dark room. When we are in our modern cars, it's easy to feel a sense of security, with crumple zones, airbags, and a whole host of other safety features. But our car designers hadn't reckoned with a wily Mother Nature and her attacks on high. Luckily, no one was seriously hurt, as this is a fine example of advertising really connecting. Still to come. A skier gets swallowed up by a lethal crevasse in the Swiss Alps.
Bounced off these ledges. Pretty much thought the worst.
And raging Hawaiian flash floods threaten to drown a group of friends.
I look around to find everyone else is scrambling. Everyone's in a panic.
Oh my God, dude.
As we saw earlier, back in 2011, the city of Tuscaloosa in Alabama was literally being blown to smithereens.
Yes, that it is.
By one of America's biggest and most powerful tornadoes.
Go to the back, I'm not kidding.
As it bore its devastating path towards the center of town, resident Brad Lawrence and friend Josh had seconds to save their lives.
We're gonna have to get out of here, dude. This house could collapse, dude. Dude, there's no way to get. Where are you gonna go?
I always had a plan in case of a tornado. I was gonna take all the couch cushions off of the couch and throw them down into the stairwell we had. We were gonna get underneath them, and hopefully that was gonna shield us from all the glass.
This is nuts, man.
Yeah, let's get downstairs.
Trees were flying around and hitting the house, glass was breaking out, chunks of the house were being ripped off. It seemed like an eternity, but it really only lasted 7 seconds or so. We just really didn't have any time to freak out.
Oh my God, look at all these trees. Dude, our porch is gone.
Brad and Josh miraculously escaped with only a few bruises and minor cuts, but his house fared less well.
When we finally came back upstairs, the first thing I saw was my broken kitchen window and the porch no longer attached to the house.
Dude, there's a hole in the roof. There are holes in the roof.
There were just trees. There were just so many trees. There were trees lying everywhere.
As Brad's house was protected in a hollow, it escaped catastrophic damage. But when he reached higher ground, the scene defied belief.
It was just flat. Everything was gone. All of the houses were gone. All that was left was foundations, and some of those foundations were turned up sideways. It was like some movie set. It was surreal. It was just utter devastation. I got lost. I got lost in my hometown. I couldn't find any landmarks to help me figure out where I was at. I just got scared. I just had to pull over, and I just kind of started crying. I just couldn't believe I didn't know where I was.
Moments after the twister swiped Brad, it made a beeline for the city hospital. Nurse Sharon Oakley was on duty in the emergency room.
We were taking care of a 2-year-old on a ventilator. Our director opened the door and said, "Prepare yourselves. Get ready. There's a huge tornado headed toward us. It's less than a mile away. So just get ready." You could see the darkness, and then you could see the debris everywhere. It was probably the most frightened that either one of us had ever been in our life, because we didn't know if this was going to be the end. We laid over this little girl and protected her, because that's what we do. We just held on until the tornado passed. It was eerily, strangely quiet for the few minutes right after. Dr. Crawford kind of called all the staff together and said a huge tornado has destroyed a big part of Tuscaloosa. We will be having multiple casualties, we'll be having many fatalities. And he just said, get ready, because it's gonna be a long night.
Oh my God, look at that damage.
Novice storm chasers Nate Hewitt and Ryan Chandler had been one of the first people to see the tornado. Now they were witnessing its savage brutality.
Where are you planning on going right now? Look at that. Oh my God, look at that damage.
It was really surreal. It was just something out of a movie. It was apocalyptic. It was just incomprehensible.
Look at this. Oh my God.
How quickly everything went from normal to a disaster. So we just kind of stop. That's when the lady jumps in the car.
Come on. Get in. Come on.
Oh my God, my dog.
You okay? Hey, are people okay?
And she's understandably distraught, and she's screaming for her dog. Dog died.
Oh my God, my dog dead. Oh my God.
And that's when Ryan kind of points out, hey, there's a ton of people that need our help. And we just leave her in the car and try to go help some people.
The deadly twister had spared nothing and no one. Over at the hospital, Sharon was being swamped by the sheer volume of casualties.
You had people bringing in casualties on headboards, on doors. You know, these people were severely injured. They were mangled, extremities were broken, and had impaled objects. I remember just sitting there thinking, you know, that's someone's best friend, that's someone's child there. You know, it pulls at your heartstrings. You do what you do at that time, and you get it managed, and then you fall apart later, you know. If I think of a war zone, that's the closest I've ever gotten to one.
The 27th of April 2011 will forever be burned into Tuscaloosa's psyche. There were 65 fatalities and over 1,000 injuries. It ripped the heart out of the city, but not its soul.
Immediately after, and then the days and weeks and even months following, didn't matter what color you were, what you believed in, where you came from, or how much money you had. Everybody helped out everybody, and it wasn't even a question. And that was what made me the most proud of Tuscaloosa itself, but Alabama as a whole, because support came in from everywhere.
As for Nate's buddy Ryan, the whole harrowing experience and helping the town get back on its feet proved life-changing.
My aunt actually suggested, she was like, you know, why don't you become a firefighter? I knew that that was my calling. I think the tornado showed me that being there for people and helping your community and wanting to have a way to give back was what I was really supposed to do with my life.
The idyllic island of Maui in Hawaii, a place where vacationers soak up the sun and escape the cares of the world. Back in August 2015, diving instructor Sean Steininger took some friends on an adventure to a stunning 30-foot waterfall. But it was one that had a horrific twist in its tail.
The day started sunny, bright, no problems. Me and my friends were in a camper. They were there on vacation, gonna have a nice, fun day. Along the way, we stopped as we were walking up towards the hike, towards the stream. A little bit of sprinkle, not much you would have thought of. It wasn't a huge downpour or anything, maybe 20 minutes, and then that stopped. So we get to the waterfall, everyone gets in their swim trunks. Me and my friend AJ, we climb up. Then I want to go up higher where I know there's a jump. You can go over the side of the waterfall. My friends have their cameras, their drone out, so I decide to wade out into the middle of the waterfall there.
Unbeknownst to Sean, the earlier rain shower had set off a deadly chain reaction. A network of streams were funneling water into the main river, creating a deadly flash flood.
I'm just kind of acting like a general doofus up there for the camera. I start to wade back across. The water was knee high. I think that's a little bit strange, but no big deal. I keep holding on to the rocks, working my way over slowly. The water is pushing harder and it's coming higher, but it's just getting faster, faster, rising higher and higher. More water is pushing on me. It's almost to my neck at this point. It keeps coming up. It goes into my face and it's pushing so hard, I know I'm going over. Directly below me is a big step of water, big chunks of boulders, basically. Black, brown water throws me over the edge. I hit my ankle on one rock. I'm starting to twirl in the air. Then I hit the deep water below. The force of the water is pushing me down to the bottom. It's just twirling me like I'm in a washing machine almost. It's almost like your body just switches into a survival mode. You're gonna need to swim. You're gonna need to get your head above water. It was almost just real basic tunnel vision. Then it just kind of spits me out of the side. And I'm on the surface, just amazed at everything that just happened.
Sean's training and calm head as a dive instructor had played a crucial part in his survival. But immediately he and his friends were plunged into an even greater catastrophe. The raging floodwaters threatened to wash them over another, bigger, 100-foot waterfall.
I look around to find everyone else is scrambling. Everyone's in a panic. That's when I started to realize this is a much bigger problem than me just flying off the top of it. So we're basically trapped in this bowl, in this valley. The way we crossed over to get to the waterfall is now closed off because of the sheer amount of water pumping down. I'm still full adrenaline surge. A guy and his wife who had followed us up, she basically became deer in the headlights when she was trying to get back over the stream. He had to push her onto the other side, and that pushed him into the water, and he went down so fast he had almost got swept off the bigger waterfall.
Eventually, Sean and his friends just managed to scramble to safety and alert helicopter rescue to evacuate them from the remote spot. But having only just scraped through alive, it proved a sobering lesson.
Kind of complete relief that this intense, crazy thing is over. There's a lot to take in a very short amount of time. Honestly, I just had to laugh. It was just such a ridiculous thing that had just happened. We're all safe, alive. Maybe I got a busted foot, but that seems to have been the worst of it. The first thing I did when we all got back in the van was apologize. Said, sorry I nearly killed you, everyone. Hope to make it up to you.
While we spend millions and millions getting the most accurate, up-to-date forecast to warn against deadly weather, the poor old animals are largely left to fend for themselves. In the flooded woods of Victoria, Australia,
little buddy.
a fluffy koala is left stuck up a gum tree. Luckily, besotted students come to its rescue. It shows it pays to be cute to get a free pass in the animal kingdom.
Come on, little guy, out you get.
On terra firma, the koala trots off without a thank you. Now that's what I call barefaced cheek. Staying in Australia, this python is seeking shade from roasting temperatures.
Had a couple of carpet pythons here, one smaller than this, so they've probably been mating. The female seems to have taken off, but the male's still sitting here. So I'm just going to see what mood he's going to be in.
These carpet pythons can get cross if their siesta is disturbed, so best it's handled with care.
Beautiful. There we are. Now Durian's the place. Oh look, he wants to go into the bag. Look at that. I mean, that is textbook.
That's one impressive way to charm a snake.
Didn't even have to do it. Well, I'll take him over to the biosphere now, but there you are.
If only all of life was that easy, eh?
It's not just pythons that are able to rescue themselves. In Brazil, this man decides to save one of this moggie's 9 lives. But it's all in vain. Goes to prove you can never herd cats. Cyclone Debbie is battering Queensland in Australia. It's Mother Nature at her most fierce. Any arachnophobes, look away now. Spiders are swarming to take refuge on this man's leg. Creepy. Sharks have a reputation of being the ocean's ruthless, cold-blooded killers. It's an unfair myth that we're going to rectify right here on World's Deadliest Weather. After a storm on the coast of Florida, this shark, on first glance, seems to be harassing this diver. But it transpires it's got a hook in its belly, which this guy removes. To show its gratitude, our so-called vicious predator nuzzles the diver in a sharky thank you. Saas-Fee Resort in the Swiss Alps. On a beautiful November day in 2016, Jamie Mulner and brother Jack were skiing a notorious glacier, pockmarked with lethal crevasses, some hundreds of feet deep.
There's one face, it's steep-ish, and there's a line of crevasses which run along the bottom.
Be careful and stay in the tracks.
Generally, crevasses are pretty lethal. More often than not, you're not going to come out in a good way.
Each year, around 100 skiers die in the European Alps, many swallowed up by deadly crevasses. What makes these yawning holes especially lethal is they can be hidden under a thin layer of snow.
Just stay in the tracks, yeah? So there's crevasses at the bottom.
I knew at that time that there was one channel that has no crevasses on it, so that was my aim. I was riding a bit in the tracks and then I kind of moved left a little bit to try and get some fresh snow. You start to see that, oh, there's a hole. Then I sort of realised I'm not really in the safe zone, so I start trying to turn right pretty much as hard as I can, and that made me fall, and I kind of like flipped over backwards. and I couldn't really see anything. And then I kind of was bounced off these ledges. As I knew that I was falling in there, I pretty much thought the worst. How's this gonna end? Am I gonna end up stuck, trapped? Or am I just gonna break my neck, or am I just gonna break my back, or whatever?
Jack, I'm in a crevasse.
A short distance away, Jamie's brother was watching in disbelief.
He was just coming down, and then we just saw him sort of just turn and dropped into it. There was like a split second of sort of like you don't really know what's happening, so that was probably the most worrying part of it.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm quite far down.
Miraculously, despite tumbling 60 feet, Jamie survived injury-free, but he was by no means out of danger.
I was still a little bit worried because I wasn't 100% sure if the part that I was on was completely solid or whether that was maybe a snow bridge and that could fall and then I could fall further. Crevasses, you either have V-shaped crevasses, so they get narrower as you go into them, and I think the biggest fear is to get wedged, and as you melt the ice around you with your heat, you go further down into the crevasse. So it's a pretty grim death.
Yeah, I can move. I'm in like loads of room.
Luckily the one that I went into is an A-shaped one, and I landed on the soft snow.
I don't think I'm gonna fall any further. I'm okay, I'm just, I'm gonna need quite a lot of help to get out. Loads of snow just came in, it was pretty horrible. Okay, mate. Yeah, I'll just stay still, I think.
For the next 2 hours, Jamie was forced to wait in his icy tomb for the mountain rescue service to arrive.
I think I should just hang the skis up, to be honest.
With time on his hands, he just chilled out in the Glacier Chiller.
Obviously, I wanted to be up as soon as possible. Quite sort of alone down there, there's no noise at all. It's kind of beautiful down there. It's a weird world. I was playing music from my phone, so just sort of listening to some nice music. I did have the thought of like, is this really stupid if I run my phone out of battery from listening to music and then the radio breaks? This is stupid. It would be worrying if he was like down there and injured and then it's like a race against time, it's cold down there and stuff. It's really just a matter of waiting for a rescue team to come.
Eventually, when they did arrive, Jamie's extraction from the bowels of the crevasse was mercifully straightforward.
All I did was lower the rope down, I clipped onto it, and then these guys just pulled me up. I got to the top, like I'm completely uninjured. Paramedic have looked at me like, okay, that doesn't happen very often. I couldn't have gone any better, really.
Thank you so much, though, guys.
Having survived his harrowing brush with death, these days, when Jamie hits the slopes, he's understandably a little less cavalier.
It's like, really just try and exercise more caution now. My view of sort of skiing and taking note of where things are and just sort of riding more cautiously has definitely increased. I guess what's changed is that I really don't want to go into one again. I feel like you don't get that lucky twice.
Driving is the most hazardous occupation most of us do. Throw snow and ice into the mix, and it's Carmageddon. In wintry Montana, USA, this 18-wheeler truck goes into a death slide. And crashes down a 50-foot embankment. the truck may be totaled. But at least the windscreen wipers are still working. In Magnitogorsk, Russia, you need to have your wits about you, as a crash can come from any direction, and in the most unexpected ways. Swerving or stopping in these conditions is virtually impossible, enabling this car-turned bowling ball to score a direct strike. In the Crimea region, you would think people are fairly practiced at coping with adverse conditions. But this lot haven't fitted their winter tires, meaning even gentle inclines can set off a disastrous chain reaction. As the rubberneckers gather for a good gulp, they almost get crushed. To prove that was no fluke, another vehicle joins the party. When visibility is down to a few meters and the road's caked in a thick layer of snow, overtaking is inadvisable. And this shows why. Amazingly, everyone in these car crash clips lived to tell the tale. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature flex her mighty muscles. We've seen how vulnerable we are. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back.
We're fine.
Oh my God! It's drowning!
Wow. World's deadliest weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida, pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse. It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude! We gotta get out of here! Mason, get away from the windows now!
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick.
I thought I was going to burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
It's crazy! It's crazy!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Flash right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Everybody take cover! Now!
Coming up in this episode.
Get away from the windows now!
A U.S. monster hurricane brings a once-in-a-thousand-year deluge.
Please help us! People is drowning!
Flash floods rip apart a small Cornish community.
Was going over the seawall. It looked like Niagara Falls.
And skydivers somehow survive as weather tricks them into a mid-air collision.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
Texas, 25th of August, 2017. Offshore in the Gulf of Mexico, Harvey, a massive hurricane with winds of over 100 miles per hour, was barreling towards the U.S. coast.
Harvey continues to strengthen and is now a Category 1 hurricane.
12 years after the total devastation from Hurricane Katrina, America braced itself for a battering from hell.
Hurricane Harvey expected to bring a life-threatening heavy rainfall event across south central Texas.
Even the wildlife was taking cover.
Guys, this Cooper hawk has sought refuge in my cab here, and he looks like he's scared.
Hey.
So he just flew in?
Waiting in the deserted coastal town of Rockport, where Harvey was due to strike first, was storm chaser Josh Morganman.
Hurricane Harvey is coming! And I gotta get inside because it's getting crazy now.
For this extreme weather junkie, bigger is better.
I have great respect for the power of hurricanes. I've been in so many, probably 35 or 40, and even so, when I get inside one, I still have that feeling of just awe and wonderment. And I still find it scary. When I first left for Texas to chase Harvey, I was totally skeptical. It had been over 10 years since the U.S. had gotten a really strong hurricane, but something in me told me to chase it. And when I got to Texas, it was like the storm just sprang to life.
Earlier, the Rockport mayor had told everyone to leave town or mark themselves with their social security number to be identified if dead.
Like a lot of towns along the U.S. Gulf Coast, Rockport is very vulnerable. It's just barely above sea level. And if a big hurricane would hit the town at the wrong angle, it could send a massive storm surge through the whole place, wipe it out. This was a dangerous situation.
As Harvey's powerful core homed in on Rockport, it was upgraded to Category 4, the second highest hurricane category, capable of obliterating concrete structures.
So I found this brand new corporate hotel, big old building made of solid concrete, and I thought to myself, this will be a good place to ride out this hurricane. This will be safe. I was wrong. The hurricane's violent inner core, the inner ring, we call it the eye wall, came with darkness, and the wind started to blow like nuts. Debris was flying through the air. If that piece of tin hit you, it could take your head right off. The whole building just started to shake and vibrate and tremble from the force of the gusts. And what I thought had been a very solid building suddenly didn't feel so solid. Then we just heard this like tremendous crash, and then there was this feeling of a draft, like wind had gotten in the building and ceiling tiles were falling. And what that meant was that the wind had ripped the building open.
I took care of all of y'all. Stay here when I ask you to stay here, please.
Despite the hotel being hurricane-proof, Harvey had torn away the east-facing wall.
So kind of a serious situation. The building is having structural damage. The stairway is separating from the rest of the hotel, and people are very concerned. The question was, is the building gonna stay up through this?
Trapped, facing imminent danger outside an inn, Harvey sprung another nasty surprise.
Harvey was a very interesting hurricane structurally. On the boundary between the eye wall and the calm eye were what we call embedded mesovortices, and that's just a fancy term for these violent little whirlwinds. And these things are small but dangerous. It's like a tremendous gust, a hammer hitting the building, and also because it's a tiny area of intense low pressure, you feel it popping in your ears. It literally almost hurts. And Harvey was loaded with these things.
Having been pulverized by 130-mile-per-hour winds, Harvey suddenly switched off. The center, or eye of the hurricane, is eerily calm. This gave Josh a chance to inspect the carnage.
There's reports of collapsed houses, cars flipped. This is a really bad hurricane, and we're only halfway through it.
As the back of the hurricane rolled over, Josh endured another hour's battering before Harvey finally released its lethal grip. The next morning, it was like a giant wrecking ball had attacked Rockport.
The outside of the hotel was smashed up so badly it looked like a dollhouse. A whole wall had just blown away so you could see inside. You could see all the rooms and the stairs. It was crazy. So I drove around town afterward and it was a sorry sight. Just roofs ripped off of houses, buildings collapsed. It was like someone had just dropped a stick of dynamite on Rockport. Harvey was a rude awakening.
Next, though, in Harvey's crosshairs was the city of Houston. And while the hurricane dissipated to a tropical storm, it had a deadly sting in its tail. Later, we'll see how Harvey devastated America's fourth largest metropolitan area, unleashing a year's worth of rain in under a week.
Oh my God!
Hurricanes are the most powerful and deadly storms on Earth. An average one releases the equivalent energy of 10,000 nuclear bombs. And if that isn't enough to blow your mind, they can cause some pretty strange, even freakish events. Hurricanes derive their strength from extremely low barometric pressure. At the center of these storms, there is the eye wall, a band of extreme weather next to the calm eye. The sudden pressure change from one to the other is literally eye-popping for fish.
Hey guys, I want to show you some nasty stuff from Hurricane Irma. Check out that fish. That fish. Whoa, 1, 2, 3, 4 dead fish. Wow, look at that.
You could say it's a hurricane, eye for an eye. When Hurricane Irma swept through the Caribbean, she demonstrated her awesome power by sucking the Bahama beaches dry. In the center of the hurricane, where there is extreme low pressure, air is sucked up which pulls trillions of gallons of seawater with it, changing the shape of the ocean. In a few days' time, the sea balances out and the water returns. The big casualty to the sucked dry syndrome is sea life. As Irma approaches Florida, manatees are left stranded. These half-ton creatures are known as sea cows, as they are slow-moving, love to graze on water grasses and algae, and have a tendency to be eaten by other creatures. This means the poor, docile manatees are now a threatened species. So, all the more important, these caring rescuers are keeping this one alive. The British Isles, thanks to its relatively northerly position, rarely sees hurricanes. But in 2017, Ophelia passed close by. Not only were coastlines battered by high winds and big waves, Ophelia also brought spooky, apocalyptic red skies. As the hurricane tracked north up the Atlantic, it dragged dust from the Sahara. As this dust enters the high atmosphere, it causes blue light to scatter, leaving longer wavelength red light to shine through. giving the UK a brief glimpse of life on Mars. July 2017, Coverack, Cornwall. The pretty harbour village on the southwest tip of England was basking in the summer's sunshine. But then, local resident Peter Wood noticed a dramatic change in conditions.
There was very heavy rain, and then we realised that there was a bit of a waterfall started coming down our garden steps. I thought, well, this is pretty exceptional. The only other time I can remember rain like that, I was in the Peruvian jungle.
Within 40 minutes, a flash flood was threatening to cut off Coverack.
We are now in incredibly flooded roads. Oh, slow down, slow down. We are driving in a river.
They're stopping.
Oh, we are now stuck.
This is the road down into Coverack, and I'm told that the road had been closed by the fire service.
Down by the quayside, Marshall Dagger was frantically trying to prevent the floodwaters entering his old mill gift shop.
He was there trying to brush water away from the front of the shop. Eventually, other people joined in. So then Marshall started getting some boards to try and divert the water into the sea.
But soon, Marshall realised he was fighting a losing battle.
As the rain got heavier, I then got concerned that we might have a problem. The water rose to about 5 foot high. It was going over the seawall. It looked like Niagara Falls.
To make matters even worse, the group was suddenly assaulted by lethal, giant hailstones.
They were the biggest hailstones I've seen in my life. They were as big as ping pong balls, and they hurt.
Cut and bruised, they were forced to abandon Marshall's shop to the flood. Further up the village, an elderly couple were trapped in their home that was rapidly filling with water. The raging torrent was surrounding their property. Their only hope of rescue was by the HM Coast Guard.
Well, that particular day, it was very sunny. When we got the call, and they said, you've got a job with people stranded upstairs attic in Coverack due to flooding. So, flooding in Coverack, it's sunny.
But when winch operator Ian Copley and winchman Niall Hansen arrived, the scene was desperate, as the elderly couple frantically signalled for help.
We saw the little hands coming out the window, and with winch down into position, I could see through a very tight little space that there was a couple inside the house. It was a matter of, am I going to be able to get them out? To do that, I was going to have to remove the dormer window.
But removing this skylight proved fiendishly difficult, as Niall was buffeted by gusting 30-knot winds.
Just a couple of feet either side that they're moving at the top is me moving up and down 4 feet next to a window that I'm trying to move off. So we kind of fought with that a little while. I realised that I wasn't going to be able to get this window out.
To get these people out quick is our concern. Water is very destructive, and you don't know if this water's got into the foundations of the building, and if it has, it can quite quickly crumble the walls.
It just turns what's an almost normal situation into something that would be just catastrophic.
With every second now critical, the crew targeted a window on the opposite side. While it promised easier access, a sudden jolt could send everyone crashing through a glass conservatory below.
I've got to convince a mature couple to come through that front window with me. As quickly as possible, we were able to winch clear of the building, over the river, and then into an adjoining field, and I knew the fire crews were waiting.
Thankfully, no one lost their life in the Coverack floods. The storm only lasted an hour and a half, but there was extensive damage to infrastructure and around 50 properties, including Marshall's old mill gift shop.
It was really only the following morning when we got into the shop, it hit me. It was utter devastation. It was a sad sight.
The tight-knit Coverack community leapt into action. In just a fortnight, they rallied round to help Marshall strip out and restore his shop to its former glory.
The response of the village was magnificent. The community spirit was fantastic. It made us all realise what we had in Coverack.
We all know that floods can bring endless misery via disrupted lives and damaged property.
A lot of damage done here, isn't there?
But some hardy souls view every black rain cloud with a silver lining. These Houston residents' senses are clearly scrambled by Hurricane Harvey's floods as they hitch a tube and a wakeboard to their truck.
Hey, Robert!
They even manage on-the-spot refreshments.
Saturday's for the boys! Hey, one for the boys! Oh, shit!
But best leave it to the bar boys. Meanwhile, this priest is looking for divine inspiration following Harvey's deluge as he tinkles the ivories in his flooded living room. I imagine the most appropriate score for his predicament is Handel's water music. At least he's got a ready-made excuse for any bum notes.
I'm gonna have to tune this one.
Across the pond in the UK, the British are no strangers to rain and floods.
Correct, so you can do it. Lean against the wall if you have to, they're not stinging nettles. Well, those are. Wash your feet.
But when tackling a submerged Thames River pathway, this intrepid cyclist is taken completely unawares. To add insult to injured pride, he kills his phone in the process. Flapping it in the wind ain't gonna help. Over in Thailand, they're a bit more creative. These likely lads fashion their towing craft from what looks like a builder's pallet. In 2017, tropical cyclone Kanun turned this district into a disaster zone. And to avoid their own disaster, this isn't advisable. Hawaii, famous for its giant Pacific rollers and world-class surfing. But when a heavy downpour hits the island's Waimar Valley, the locals have a special trick.
Oh, yeah. Get in there.
They dig a ditch in the sandbar to release the floodwaters, creating a static wave. Ingenious. No tiring paddle to catch a wave, no sharks, and continuous surfing, as long as you can stay on the roller coaster. Still to come, an extremely rare weather phenomenon blitzes an exclusive beach resort.
This is totally unexpected. And that's when all hell broke loose.
And a mid-air collision sparks a mass fight for survival. Earlier, we saw the incredible savage force as Category 4 Hurricane Harvey made landfall in Texas, USA. Next in the firing line was Houston. Despite Harvey being downgraded to a tropical storm, authorities warned the 6.5 million residents to evacuate and escape unprecedented flooding.
We need help. We need help right now. They got a whole family out there in the water. Y'all can't see them, but they over there.
But these pleas fell on deaf ears as some battened down hatches, hoping to survive everything Mother Nature could throw at them.
Please help us. People is drowning.
Harvey became a once-in-a-thousand-year flood. A staggering 27 trillion gallons of rain fell, enough to fill over 40 million Olympic-sized swimming pools.
Oh my God. Just stay calm.
Around a third of Houston was completely submerged. In places, water was up to 12 feet deep.
Now look at her.
Oh my God.
Already one of America's biggest natural disasters, a massive relief effort kicked in with police, Air Coast Guard, and military mobilized to save thousands of stranded residents. "300 miles away, in St. Joe, Texas, former firefighter Derek Morse was looking on in horror.
We were watching on the news, people on top of their homes, miles and miles of houses flooded. It was terrible.
Derek's a die-in-the-wool petrolhead. He regularly gets together with fellow enthusiasts to indulge in their passion, monster trucks.
Since I was a child, I've loved big trucks. I've got 4 trucks myself, and I love driving them.
Unable to stand by and watch the suffering in Houston, Derek struck on a brainwave.
I put a post on Facebook saying, hey guys, we're going down south to help, and we'd appreciate anyone that could take off work to help us. At noon the next day, we left our property. There were 20 to 25 people and 10 to 12 trucks. We had construction workers, military, firefighters, off-duty police officers. We literally had all walks of life. They all had one goal and one mission, and that was to help people down south.
As Derek and his motley crew launched their rescue effort, their monster trucks were ideally equipped. With powerful 6-liter engines and whopping 50-inch off-road tires.
Hey, what's up? How you doing? I'm out here just saving everybody.
How long have you guys been in here for? 5 days straight.
One incident in particular, we heard a woman screaming, and she had several children, and they'd been there several days without food or water.
Come on. Yeah, y'all come on. Put them kids on your shoulder.
We tried to make them smile, laugh, and feel safe, and then we took them to safety, shelter, and to get food. There were literally so many people in need.
While Derek was mopping up the humanitarian crisis, another emergency was brewing. Pets.
Diamond, come on, girl. You see her? Come on. Get up. Hey, girl, come here. Come on.
In their scramble to leave, some owners had to abandon their animals,
Oh my God. That's not nice for a kitten.
leaving them at the mercy of the floodwaters.
You got her? Yeah.
For charity worker Jess Cochran, it was a race against time.
My first thoughts when I hear a Category 5 storm hitting is that every moment counts. When they're waiting on us to get there, they're suffering. Totally desperate for someone to help them. But there's nothing that you can do but just jump in and start working.
For 10 days straight, Jess toiled from dawn to dusk, saving hundreds of animals. The most poignant being a call to rescue 2 dogs on the brink of death.
We reached the house and the doors were locked, so we had to kick in the door. Once we were inside, the house was very dark.
I need a flashlight.
I really need a flashlight.
The water was up to our chests.
It's okay.
We were able to find a small chihuahua sitting on a bookshelf.
Yeah. Let me try and get him with the little leash.
Use a leash?
Yeah, I can get him with a leash.
Okay.
Buddy? You okay? Hey, guy, what you doing?
Maybe he likes you.
The dog was really terrified and absolutely soaked and just shaking.
Oh, you're fine. Where's your friend?
We were surprised to not see the second dog on the bookshelf as well. We saw him on a couch cushion floating in the water on the other side of the room.
Okay, I got this one. We got that one? Okay, let's go.
The fact that these dogs were still alive was amazing.
He was floating on a mat.
We rescued approximately 200 animals, dogs, cats, chickens, and even an armadillo.
As Jess was performing her valiant pet rescue, across town, monster truck maestro Derek has found himself rescuing the rescuers.
When we were driving through the city completely underwater, we came upon a military truck that was abandoned. We saw they were stranded and we knew we had the equipment to assist them, so we assisted.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're pulling.
It was very heavy. It was an 18 to 20,000 pound truck.
Back up! Back up!
The biggest danger in pulling something heavy like this out is the tow strap breaking. It could literally take off an arm, a leg, or cut someone in half.
We're pulling and that snaps. Pull you.
We tried to keep bystanders back, which wasn't easy. To us, this was nothing out of the norm. We do this all the time, but to them, it was pretty big. We were just happy to help.
Estimates put the Harvey cleanup bill at a mind-boggling $180 billion and rising, and could top Hurricane Katrina as America's costliest natural disaster. 88 people died, over 200,000 homes were damaged, up to 1 million cars destroyed, and the sheer weight of the floodwaters depressed the Earth's crust, causing Houston to sink by 2 centimeters. Thankfully, that has since rebounded. But amid this national tragedy, there were numerous selfless acts, and Derek's was recognized by someone who needs no introduction.
I got a call thanking us for our help, and they asked if we had time to meet the President and the First Lady. I didn't have any clothes. I borrowed boots and a belt from a friend, bought pants, shirt, and a hat.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
I really watched my P's and Q's.
Yeah, let's get a grouper. Come on. Yes. Get in here. Come on.
Will you just make room for the First Lady?
If she must.
It was a very touching, humbling experience. One of the best things I've ever been a part of.
Because, you know, she's great, but you may never see the picture.
Santa Barbara, Sunday, 3rd of September, 2017. Leonard Diaz was enjoying some family downtime at this popular beach resort in Southern California.
It's known as the sunny part of the state. It's a beach community and it's beautiful weather there. So there were many, many people who were there enjoying themselves.
But in a matter of minutes, everyone's enjoyment turned to terror due to a freak weather phenomenon.
Out of nowhere, it started to rain.
Everybody's going nuts because it's raining at the beach. I've never seen it rain this hard at the beach. It's pouring.
And then the rain started to fall harder and harder.
Holy moly. Oh, thank you. Very careful.
And the winds picked up, and there must have been about a dozen large commercial-sized umbrellas that were just lifted up into the air.
Oh, no. Oh, look at that.
Looking back, it was actually a beautiful sight to see these swirly umbrellas all flying and dancing in the air. But in the moment, it causes intense fear. You can feel a crescendo as people panic because you can get a sense that this is totally unexpected. And that's when all hell broke loose.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Leonard and his fellow beachgoers were in the midst of a microburst. A sudden, short, sharp storm with extreme tornado-like winds.
The microburst was a total of a couple of minutes, but it was long enough to really cause panic in people. The winds were probably over 100 miles per hour. You're at the beach, there is quite literally no cover at all. Nowhere to run, people running to each other, of course there's screaming families and kids. People were holding on to each other, we just didn't know what to do.
1 block away from the beach is the Santa Barbara Funk Zone, an area populated by bars and cafes.
Look at that garbage can!
This also bore the full brunt of the microburst's devastating power.
It was an incredible sight on my way home to see the damage from the microburst. There were trees that had fallen on vehicles, some had fallen on buildings, and some were just blocking traffic. There was trash everywhere. The damage was pretty extensive. It probably cost millions of dollars in damages to the city of Santa Barbara.
Having been given this shock initiation to microbursts, these days, Leonard ventures to the beach a little bit wiser to the awesome power of the elements.
It's really remarkable that something that lasted such a short period of time caused so much damage. An event like this does give me new appreciation for Mother Nature. At one moment it could be beautiful, and in the next moment horrendous. It was the scariest few minutes of my life.
Microbursts are powerful, localized columns of wind that occur when cooled air drops rapidly from the base of a thunderstorm. As this air hits the ground, it rapidly fans out at speeds of up to 100 miles per hour.
Wow, here comes the hail. Oh dear.
As shown by this microburst in Brisbane, Australia.
Whoa, look at the size of that!
Spewing golf ball-sized hail and violent winds.
Wow, look at that over there. Look at that wind.
As the name suggests, microbursts are short-lived,
Got someone coming in for shelter.
ranging from a few seconds to a few minutes.
Some of those stones were bigger than golf balls. Yeah.
And only affects a small area of less than 2.5 miles.
Oh my God.
Look at that wind out there. Just come in this direction too.
With their sudden ferocity, microbursts are often mistaken for tornadoes.
There's a microburst right there.
They are in fact more common, with approximately 10 for every twister.
Birds are not happy with that. Look at all these birds. Birds are definitely not happy with that. Holy moly. Thousands of them. Oh, yeah, that's one way to put it. Holy crap.
The family caught up in this mega microburst in Arizona, USA, reckon winds were 118 miles per hour.
This way! Over here! Mason, get away from the windows now! Get away! Stay here! She'll be okay. She'll be okay.
Combined with killer hail, it's not looking good for their poor pooch, trapped outside.
Find Marley. Where is she? She's scared.
Luckily, Hero Dad braves the elements to rescue it.
The hail is huge.
Microbursts can either be wet or dry, depending on humidity. This dry one is causing all sorts of trouble, as this plane attempts a particularly nerve-shredding landing on the Portuguese island of Madeira. It's thought microburst deadly downdrafts have been responsible for as many as 20 major airline accidents, resulting in over 500 deaths. But as this weather phenomenon was a mystery until recently, many of these were mistakenly blamed on pilot error. Even with today's advanced technology, detecting microbursts is notoriously difficult, as they're sudden and small. Caught unawares is this resident of Ocean City in New Jersey, when conditions went from being a bit drizzly and breezy to full-on mayhem within a minute. As winds reach tornado levels, for this camera guy, it's a wrap. Superior Airfield in Wisconsin, USA. On a crisp November evening in 2017, Amy and Chad Ebling, one of 9 skydivers in 2 aircraft, were preparing for a mass parachute.
This was one of those jumps where you would have a little bit more risk and adrenaline. Those were my favorite jumps.
Skydiving is known as an extreme sport loaded with danger. It's heavily dependent on the weather, and that day couldn't be nicer for Mike Robinson.
Weather is critical for skydiving. We had just perfect weather. We had a blue sky, we had light winds. It couldn't have been a better day to make a skydive.
But sometimes, even a benign Mother Nature can be dangerous. She can lull you into a false sense of security. And if you take your eye off the ball at 12,000 feet, the result can be catastrophic.
Bang. Can you just imagine a couple cars hitting head-on on the highway? That's what it sounded like to us. And then our wing broke off the airplane. Just blew up on fire. I was looking at that thing, oh my God. At that point, everybody's pretty well on their own to save their own lives.
When the crash happened, Amy was in the doorway of the trail plane.
It happened so quickly and so smoothly. It was really odd. It's almost like 2 magnets coming at each other. We took them out. The explosion was very hot. I mean, it was right in front of our faces.
Once the impact happened, I could say horrified, and I could say nervous, I could say scared, but I don't think it does it justice. It was very surreal.
I remember seeing the plane hit Sarah, and she just kind of fell away. I remember instantly thinking, like, I just watched her die. I grabbed the side of the plane and thrust myself out. There was fire everywhere, there was metal debris everywhere, I'd gotten smashed in the mouth. It was like you were entering a war field almost, with shrapnel and debris and fire and people and parts everywhere.
Bang in the middle of this carnage, Mike could scarcely believe his eyes.
I saw this big fireball right above my head, probably 5 feet away. I was falling in free fall quite a bit faster than that wing was. So the concern is, when I open my parachute, I'm going to slow way down. So my goal is to get as far away from the crash impact site as possible, so when that wing comes back down, I'm not going to be there to get hit by it.
While all the skydivers were fighting for survival, the pilot in the wingless plane was in a death dive.
It's mind-blowing to watch your airplane. It's just a missile going straight to the ground, and wondering, has that pilot got any chance to live?
In the nick of time, he escaped and pulled his emergency parachute.
If he wouldn't have gotten out of the airplane when he did, he would have probably been dead 15 seconds later. It hit into a gravel parking lot so hard that the engine buried itself 4 feet into the ground.
The second pilot, despite losing engine power, successfully made a controlled landing. As for the rest of the skydivers, apart from a few bumps and bruises, they all came through their horrific ordeal alive.
Immediately upon landing, I couldn't wrap my head around what I had just witnessed. The fact that I had lived through the impossible was so overwhelming that, like, I doubled over and I just started crying.
To put their miraculous escape into perspective, a fortnight before their crash, a scarily identical incident in Belgium resulted in all 11 skydivers dying.
So it is a miracle that 11 of us got through that and survived. It's also a miracle that nobody on the ground was hurt or injured. So we formed a company called Miracle 11 as a nonprofit. So far, from our videos, we've raised over $32,000, where we are able to provide some financial assistance to people who really need it, because we would feel bad profiting from this terrible experience.
And the heartwarming gestures didn't stop there. 9 months to the day after their crash, Amy and Chad got married. Naturally, they sealed their union mid-skydive.
We've been married for 3.5 years. We've been able to thrive ever since, and it's inspired me to live more passionately. We don't want to just exist through life, we want to live life.
I think it's maybe want to not neglect passions and dreams. It's made me realize mortality more than anything.
You're really taking the jump. Nice jump.
They say lightning doesn't strike twice. And they're right. Around the world, lightning strikes on average 100 times a second. In Hanam-si, South Korea, a motorist is carefully avoiding this pedestrian in a dark parking lot. A bolt from the heavens misses him by a matter of feet. Shocked and with singed eyebrows, the man eventually continues on his way. Elsewhere in Moscow, Russia, thunderclaps are rumbling around this motorist. You would imagine he's fairly safe, as the car's metal frame should direct lightning to the ground. But this devious bolt takes out a street light. And it narrowly misses, crashing through his windscreen. Now, judging by the puffs of smoke, he needs to avoid another form of electrocution: fallen power lines. In the Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, this couple's snorkeling is cut short by a thunderstorm. Undeterred, they pose for a romantic selfie and get the fright of their lives. Budding weather reporter Hannah reckons she's got the forecast taped, but luckily for her, she survives this deadly weather surprise attack.
It's Fox 5 and I'd like to report a light, sunny day today with light showers.
Next, we have a face-off between man-made fireworks and Mother Nature's lightning. To begin with, they're pretty evenly matched. Fireworks' gaudy glitter, offset by lightning's magnificent cloud illuminations. But after a while, Mother Nature gets tired of this pretentious upstart and delivers a knockout blow. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature rage uncontrollably. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
Oh my God!
The weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back. You're fine. Oh my God! He went drowning!
Wow. World's deadliest weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida, pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude! We gotta get out of here! Mason, get away from the windows now!
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick. I thought I was gonna burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
Crazy! It's crazy! Come on!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Flash flood's right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Coming up in this episode. 2 devastating earthquakes wreak untold carnage on Mexico.
There's a lot of yelling. People were very hysterical. It's all very scary right now.
A storm chaser gets gobbled up by the world's biggest twister.
I'm here, where are you, where are you? 4 minutes and 20 seconds, I'm trying to work out how exactly I'm gonna die.
And an adrenaline junkie rides into the teeth of one of Britain's biggest storms.
Eleanor looked like it was going to be as bigger and bad as they come.
Mexico, 7th September 2017. In Tuxtla Gutierrez, the Miss Earth beauty pageant was in full swing, celebrating glamour with going green.
Transmitiendo la semifinal del Miss Earth México 2017.
For contestant Karen Bustos, it quickly became a night she'll never forget.
Nosotros nos encontrábamos en la semifinal de qué es lo que está pasando, de todo. Y de hecho estaban a punto de hacer a mencionar las premiaciones cuando precisamente sucedió.
A massive 8.1 magnitude earthquake had just struck off Mexico's Pacific coast, the country's biggest in a century.
De tan fuerte que estaba el temblor, me pegaba en la espalda el vidrio de tanto que se movía. Todo se empieza a mover, se empiezan a caer vasos, se empiezan a caer lámparas. Y llorando, y luego volteabas y veías a chicas pues desmayadas. O sea, es algo impresionante. Diciendo, corran, corran, se va a caer esto.
With the hotel building under severe stress, the beauty queens were ordered to evacuate immediately down 9 flights of stairs.
Nos quitamos los tacones, corrimos con nuestras colas del vestido, cargándolas porque pesaban muchísimo, bajar rápido y que no sucediera nada más. Llegamos y todos estábamos afuera del hotel. Una de las niñas sí se convulsionó de tan impresión, de todo eso. Pues fue algo impresionante de ver.
98 people died during that fateful night, with the government declaring a state of emergency. In respect, Miss Earth Mexico canceled their final show and declared Karen the champion.
Pues fue una experiencia muy grande que te deja en shock. La naturaleza, muchas de las personas o de la humanidad piensan que la naturaleza nos pertenece a nosotros y es al contrario.
As Mexico reeled from that catastrophe, just 12 days later, on the 32nd anniversary of the infamous 1985 Mexico City earthquake that killed thousands, the place was once again plunged into terror by a 7.1 magnitude earthquake. Clinging on for dear life, in their 11th floor apartment block was brother and sister Gerardo and Tanya Eichelman.
Estuvimos ahora sí que ahí batallando Tan y yo, gritando, nadie nos escuchaba, no se escuchaba nada, se escuchaban puros golpes, se escuchaba cómo la tierra crujía. A ver, yo también, y yo le decía, es que no manches, nunca me había tocado algo así. Y luego se escuchó el concreto como un... como si la pared estuviera estrujándose. Tira un edificio y el sonido del concreto chocando con el concreto y cómo empezar a escuchar. Tania estaba gritando mucho: ángeles de mi guarda, por favor, ángeles de mi guarda, cuídanme, protéjanme. Y al ver que el edificio se empezaba a cuartear, yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida. O sea, yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
Later, we'll see what happens to Gerardo and Tanya as they're taken right to the brink. We show the utter devastation wreaked on Mexico City by the killer quake.
I just ran out of a gym and I saw an entire building collapse.
And a frantic relief effort attempting to pull scores of people out under tons of rubble.
Los pobres niños estaban apanicados, eran unos gritos desgarradores.
Vete, mi niño, sale. Ya, mi niño, ya no llores, mi niño.
When it comes to deadly natural disasters, earthquakes are right up there as one of the worst culprits. They kill around 8,000 people every year. $185 died in this 2011 earthquake in Christchurch, New Zealand. Measured at 6.3 on the Richter scale, the fault line was shallow and relatively close to the city, resulting in incredibly destructive shaking. A stronger 7.1 earthquake a year earlier was deeper and had no casualties. There are more earthquakes in the northern than southern hemisphere, but the South American country of Chile is particularly prone, as it sits on a junction of 3 tectonic plates.
Sí, tranquila, ven, siéntate, siéntate, ven para acá. Tranquila.
It's these rubbing together that trigger seismic events.
Va a pasar.
In 2010, a massive 8.8 earthquake moved the city of Concepcion 10 feet to the west. It also fractionally shortened Earth's day by changing the rotation of the planet. Border crossings are stressful enough, but when you throw in a violent 7.8 magnitude earthquake, the only crossing is to the good Lord. The hills in Tibet have really come alive to the sound of Earth tearing apart and cascading boulders. But thankfully our man-made objects are made of sterner stuff, so these people have nothing worse than the fright of their lives. Predicting earthquakes is notoriously difficult, but when it comes to being caught unawares, nothing beats this guy in Chile.
Estoy en el baño ahí, pueden ver. Se mueven las cositas. Terremoto. Yo estoy en el baño haciendo una caquita.
Even in his precarious position, he still gives a running commentary.
Algo normal en Chile. Uno viene a cagar y tiembla.
Looking on the bright side, it's one sure way to loosen the bowels.
¿Ya paró?
On the flat plains near El Reno, bang in the middle of Tornado Alley, the biggest twister of all time struck in 2013. And by a twist of fate, Australian storm chaser Daniel Shaw wound up trapped in the middle of it.
I chased storms in America for 3 months every single year, and 31st of May 2013 was just meant to be just another ordinary day. As the day progressed, we knew the conditions were ripe for a major storm. It was ready to explode, and when it did finally go, it went up like a rocket.
The El Reno twister, at 2.6 miles, was the widest tornado ever recorded, the width of Manhattan.
Oh my God!
More dangerous, it came rain-wrapped, the rainfall acting like a shroud, making it incredibly hard to track.
Directly in front of us?
Myself and my colleague Greg Ansell went after the initial storm, but then it started to evolve. It got bigger, it changed dynamics. And the wall clouds, the features that would be tornadic, were in places where it really shouldn't be. And it took a few cycles for the storm to actually develop into one mega storm. The El Reno tornado was like a multi-headed beast. I guess you could say it was dancing in the field. It became multi-vortex almost immediately.
Confirming multi-vortex wedge, extremely dangerous. Tracking path will be towards El Reno.
Not only was this an ugly, multi-headed beast sprouting many funnels, it was unpredictable, willfully changing direction.
I knew the storm was to the south of me. We knew the speed, we knew the direction.
It's tracking south. Oh God.
We had no idea the storm had overtaken us, violently changed direction north, and was sitting waiting for us to drive into it.
I'm here, where are you? There's lots of wind here, buddy.
And as we're driving into it, we're really driving to our deaths.
The mega twister had laid its evil trap, and poor old Daniel was the unsuspecting bait, about to get the shock of his life.
I think 6 seconds after I realised something is not right, that's when the semi-trailer hit me. That moment of impact was without a doubt one of the most terrifying moments of my life. And in a moment of calmness but almost panic as well, I did make the decision to pull forward just in case it flips. And what happens? It flips. And if I didn't make that split-second decision, I would have been crushed to death. That was the start. What happened next was the most terrifying 4.5 minutes of my life.
Daniel's Jeep and this 40-ton truck were now in the clutches of the twister. Blasting winds of up to 295 miles per hour, it was capable of whisking his Jeep into the air like a speck of dust.
It was like being in a dishwasher. The wind speeds inside this tornado were so great. It's nothing like I've ever experienced before. So I'm thinking, just wait it out, stay calm, it's gonna go away soon. Well, the fact is it wasn't gonna go away. It was sitting on top of me. It had no intention of leaving where I was. And for 4 minutes and 20 seconds, I'm trying to work out how exactly I'm gonna die. 4 minutes and 20 seconds of working out how you're gonna die is a long time. I guess you could say I'm fortunate in the way that truck hit me. The fact that it was there, I was able to park my car into its canopy and use it as a buffer. It was my savior. It was my only protection. If it wasn't there, I'm certain that sub-vortice, when it hit, it would have taken my car and thrown me. This thing lasted a lifetime. I thought it was gone, it came back. I thought it was gone, it came back. Because the tornado reversed back over me a couple of times, it just never stopped. But when it finally started to dissipate, I could breathe a sigh of relief. The most welcoming thing I ever saw was the blue and red light flashing behind me to realise, you know what? I think I've actually made it out.
Incredibly, fate allowed the truck driver and Daniel to escape unharmed. Go. But 4 other storm chasers weren't as lucky, losing their lives to this gargantuan freak of nature. In all, 8 people died. There were 151 casualties and an estimated $40 million of damages.
What made the El Reno tornado so different is the size. It was gigantic. It was a series of tornadoes hidden within themselves. It did things no other tornado has ever done before. And for this to be a record-breaking tornado, the mammoth of all tornadoes, just proves how unpredictable Mother Nature can be. This thing was the devil.
When our mighty Mother Nature vents her fury, us mere mortals react in a variety of ways.
Woo! This is a hurricane, baby! Ha, ha!
This mailman in Pennsylvania isn't going to let a violent storm get in the way of his delivery service.
My car's being pushed! Woo! I gotta deliver mail, son!
As 80 miles per hour winds batter his mail van, it's in danger of flipping over.
Literally, my back end lifted up.
I gotta deliver the mail!
This is a fine example of defiance in the face of extreme adversity. This woman is watching the tail end of Hurricane Irma tear into a tree in her backyard.
Oh my God, I can't even believe it. This ground is lifting up and down. This giant tree. Holy sh... Holy... That's terrifying, anybody watching.
This is a classic case of overreaction.
I think I'm gonna start crying. Oh my God. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Even her child agrees.
It's not even that bad.
Shh.
While over in Jacksonville, Florida,
Goddamn rain is coming down.
this man's reaction to Irma felling a tree can only be described as extremely excitable.
You can see the tree right behind me just blew out the railing, and then the spark came down like that and hit right in this soft. They just knocked that whole thing off kilter like that.
This guy in Los Angeles is marveling at a heavy rainstorm.
Ooh, it's gonna be coming down for a while now, boy.
It all feels pretty uneventful until... The only way you can describe his reaction is stunned. The power of this twister has literally removed his power of speech. Still to come, one of the world's most active volcanoes blows its top.
My mate was running, and I've started running too.
And an extreme kite surfer takes on a gale force storm.
It's like a battle you have. It's like you're fighting this storm.
Like earthquakes, volcanoes are found on Earth's fault lines, weak spots that allow them to vent their fury. In the Central American country Guatemala, the Motagua Fault has spawned 29 of these fiery monsters. Just the place for adventure traveler New Zealand's Steve Rice.
If you go to a crazier destination, you meet more interesting and crazier travellers. Everyone's saying go to Guatemala, go to Guatemala. And I thought, well, maybe I should go check this Guatemala out. And somehow I was looking on videos, and it was a guy standing on this rim of this volcano, and I'm thinking, I'm going to go and do that.
The volcano Steve stumbled across was Santiaguito, famous for its clockwork-like eruptions.
Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow.
I'm observing the volcano, right? Because I want to go up it. And it erupts every 20 or 30 minutes on cue. Because it's erupting every 20, 30 minutes, it's releasing pressure, and it's predictable. And I'm thinking, it's safe. I mean, I'm not a volcanologist. There's an odd chance you could perish.
In February 2016, Steve turned his dream into a reality, joining a motley crew on an expedition up Santiaguito.
One guy was French. The other guy was a Belgian guy. He didn't have a jumper, so he's put on a sleeping bag, and he's just walking around the mountain with his sleeping bag on, you know, because he's trying to keep warm. The trekking is a little bit tricky, and when you're climbing up through these old extinct craters, then you just, these big plants, they're all covered in ash because of all the ash coming off this volcano. Once you get close, there's no plant growth whatsoever. It was just like barren, like a moonscape.
Can you hear anything? No, can't hear nothing. Can't see nothing. Can't hear nothing.
And there's just huge rocks, and these rocks have been thrown out of a volcano somewhere, and they're stacked all around the place, you know, and there's ash on everything. Yeah, there was something scary about that volcano. It was covered in mist. And you can hear rocks creaking like the ground's moving. And we camped there in the evening. It was pretty good. You could hear the mountain rumble.
That evening, a bit like a grumpy giant with indigestion, the volcano spewed forth, giving Steve a taste of its awe-inspiring power.
Wow. I felt it. I contacted my family and I said, if I die, I said, you know, so-and-so can have my truck. I mean, I did think I could die.
The next morning, as Steve closed in on the crater's summit, the signs this was a highly volatile volcano grew ever more alarming.
The whole mountain, there's vents everywhere and there's steam coming out. That's actually the only time I was sort of nervous. You know, the ground can blow up underneath you. When I just walked over the rim, it was kind of spooky. It sounds like a jet airplane. It just makes this whirring sound, but the sound's changing all the time because of pressure.
As Steve peered into this primordial seething pit,
I'm scared, but I'm excited at the same time.
Santiaguito spontaneously woke up.
Shit, Daddy, I've made.
I just remember it all happened pretty quickly. The ash cloud, it is actually really high. The ash cloud is really big. I was almost like standing there going, wow.
Oh my golly gosh.
And I turned around and my mate was running. And I've started running too.
Like rocks. Oh.
And I sort of got out of there at the right time.
Having had Santiaguito blow up in his face, bizarrely, it's encouraged Steve to return.
That was a special moment for us. We survived. We made it.
And celebrate the crater in his own distinctly weird way.
I'd go back to film it again better. I'd go up with some real cool camera equipment and, you know, make it really dramatic. I could just do cartwheels around the rim while I'm waiting for it to erupt.
We all know a deadly byproduct of volcanoes is lava, superheated molten rock. Somewhere under the rainbow, in Hawaii, one of the most volcanically active places on the planet, this fiery river oozes from a lava tube. Bright orange indicates temperatures at 1,000 degrees Celsius plus, while dark red is a comparatively cool 700. But even this will destroy anything in its path. Although under a vivid rainbow, it's also breathtakingly beautiful. When this superheated molten rock meets cold water, the effect is spectacular. As Hawaii is an island archipelago in the middle of the Pacific, this sight is not uncommon. Depending on viscosity, lava can flow at any speed up to 40 miles per hour. As this lava waterfall strikes the ocean, the water flash boils into clouds of steam. A ready-made ocean hot tub, courtesy of Mother Nature. Sound travels at just over 1,000 feet a second, but it's positively sluggish compared to the speed of light. As proved by this volcano blowing its top in Papua New Guinea. You can see the shock waves rippling through the sky before the sonic boom hits.
Watch out for the shock, it's coming. Holy smoking Toledos.
This man is living proof that lava can fry brain cells at a distance.
We're in the middle of some sort of, I think this is planet Mars. I'm not too sure. But guys, what we're going to be doing today is we are going to be putting this in some molten lava, straight up lava, and we're going to see if it survives, guys.
Yes, you heard right. He's curious to see if his very expensive smartphone will withstand 1,000-degree lava.
Let's go ahead and see what happens, guys.
Well, guys, I can tell you for free, it can't. Sure enough, within seconds, it's toast.
Oh, 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 it's on fire, it's on fire. Yeah, that thing is pretty much done for you guys now.
No kidding.
Oh, okay, look at that battery though. Dude, this thing's so hot.
January 3rd, 2018. Storm Eleanor was battering Britain, threatening lives and causing widespread destruction. Whilst everyone was running for shelter, in Portsmouth, on England's south coast, Sam Light was preparing to risk all for the ultimate thrill.
I've been kitesurfing now for 14 years, and I've been professional for 10 years. I definitely consider myself a storm chaser because I look out for those storms brewing the Atlantic coming into the UK, and I'll make sure I'm there to ride them as they come in. There had been lots of weather warnings, you know, talks about 80-mile-an-hour winds hitting the coast, massive storm surges and waves. And Eleanor looked like it was going to be as bigger and bad as they comes. And that just gives me butterflies in my stomach, like it gets me excited.
As Sam got ready to set off for Hailing Island, a popular kitesurfing spot, conditions were more than living up to their billing. With waves 6 feet high and gusts up to 100 miles per hour.
There's a certain window that would be the best time to ride. Generally in strong winds and storms, you get the biggest waves at high tide, and I want to go out in the biggest winds and the biggest waves. So it's right on the edge of the limit. This was definitely one of the biggest storms I've seen in the UK, about as windy as it gets. Every year people push the limits more and more, and a few people just push the limits too far. 2 people had to be put in an induced coma for a week because they hit the water so hard that they passed out and were unconscious and had so much water in their lungs that they were literally seconds away from dying. That really brought it home for me.
As Sam reached Hailing Island, the place was deserted. Understandably, no one thought it wise to risk their neck.
There were massive, massive waves coming at the beach. Woo! You could barely even walk to the beach, let alone go kitesurfing in it. People do look at you like you're crazy. There were really, really strong winds, but gusty winds, so it was kind of pot luck as to whether you'd get the timing right with the wind and the waves. You're at the mercy of the elements. You've got big waves and big winds, especially in storms. It's like a battle you have. It's like you're fighting this storm. When it gets that windy, the wind is so cyclonic, so there's massive variations between the gusts and the lulls. It'll go from 30 knots to 60 knots, which affects the kite hugely, so it can suddenly pull you across a beach, or it can fall out the sky. Massive variances, so you have to be really, really careful.
But gale-force blustery winds weren't the biggest threat. As it was the height of winter, any mishap in freezing 7 degrees Celsius seawater could lead to the deadly cycle of hyperventilation, then hypothermia within minutes.
In Storm Eleanor, the temperature of the water was the most dangerous thing to me, because if something broke and there's so much water moving around that I wouldn't be able to swim back to the beach. So I would actually stay fairly close to the beach the whole time, doing my jumps and stuff, but then that does add another degree of risk, because jumping near the beach is also dangerous because you don't want to land on the beach. It's all about sort of finding that balance.
Staying in this safer zone, though, had one further punishing challenge. It meant tackling the crashing breakers near the shoreline.
The waves were recorded at about 2 meters, and yeah, that's about as big a waves as we get here. There's a lot of different variables that can go wrong, you know, with the waves and the wind, the gust, the controlling the kite. And if you get one of those slightly wrong, then you know, the water turns to concrete. And when you're falling from 20 meters, as soon as, you go unconscious, then you don't have much chance of surviving. I had a few waves and a few gusts that came through that were just right, and I was jumping really, really big. But I had one in particular where I caught the top of the wave and the lip just broke and it actually sent me much, much higher than usual, and I had to sort of regain control in the air. But I still did have a crash landing. Maybe I don't have enough appreciation for Mother Nature, hence why I was out in those conditions. And I think it's that feeling of like the adrenaline and just conquering the storm gets me out there every time, and I just love it.
When gale-force winds meet our wild oceans, things can turn pretty ugly fast. This car ferry on the US-Canada border is plowing through white-flagged giant waves. You definitely don't want to be parked at the front. This woman can only watch on helplessly as her vehicle gets an impromptu car wash. The only problem is this seawater one corrodes and plays havoc with the electrics. When the ocean boils under storm-force winds, spare a thought for those poor souls trapped on an oil rig. 60-foot wind-streaked waves are rocking this platform like a cradle. Not that anyone on board's getting any sleep, due to seasickness and pure, naked fear. Staying with riders of the storm, while most people batten down hatches in the face of force 10 winds, this guy gleefully heads out on his windsurfer. But it's worth all the effort, as he practically goes into orbit. The biggest jumps would clear some houses. Although fall wrong from those heights, it could bring tears to your eyes. This kayaker sets out for a paddle on an ominous, stormy-looking day. And sure enough, fork lightning signals a dangerous storm. 3 miles from land, he literally has to paddle for his life. Not only is he battling 70-mile-per-hour winds, but his kayak sensors are flashing up vicious 15 feet a second rip currents. There's a well-known saying about creeks and paddles, and this guy is right up it. But he survives by the skin of his teeth. Earlier, we saw how in 2017, 2 catastrophic earthquakes struck Mexico days apart. Although the second quake was weaker, at 7.1 magnitude, it was far deadlier, as the epicenter was just outside Mexico City, one of the world's largest conurbations. American traveler Henry Edrovo was caught up in the mass panic.
Stepped outside, and my first reaction was just to stand still, and I really froze. I didn't know exactly what to do. I'm in Condesa neighborhood in Mexico City, and I just ran out of a gym and I saw an entire building collapse. It's right here in front of me. It was surreal. It was like something out of a movie. It was very scary. There was a lot of loud noise, but I can still hear the screaming in the background. It was a terrible sound. There was a lot of yelling. People were very hysterical. It's all very scary right now. People are pointing out that there's tall buildings and that they're trying to get away from them right now. There's a tall building behind me right now and everyone doesn't want to stand next to it. After I felt like I was in a secure area, the first thing that just crossed my mind was maybe I should do something, maybe I can help. I'm gonna try to get into that building that collapsed. Maybe there's something I can do to help.
But when Henry got there, he was met by a far more sinister, life-threatening danger.
They're mentioning there's a gas leak. The pipes in which all the gas run through are not underground. Many of them are above ground. And so that's why it was much more likely for there to be a gas leak. There's a lot of really bad smoke coming this way. Everyone's moving away from it. It was just chaos. Some people were running down the left side of the street, other people were running down the right side. Just panic in the air.
A few blocks away, an even more distressing emergency was emerging. A school had collapsed with pupils and teachers inside, in scenes viewers might find harrowing. Charity worker Roberto Torres was one of the first people to arrive.
Escucho el ruido horrible cuando se derrumba un edificio y aparte veo la nube de humo. De repente escucho una explosión, como que el gas sale a mayor presión y entonces comienzo yo como loco a gritar.
El gas se está escapando, rápido. El gas se está escapando, saca a todos. Se está escapando el gas.
En eso escucho gritar.
Se quedó mucha gente abajo. Se quedó gente abajo. Está gritando. A ver, asómense por ahí porque están gritando por ahí. A ver, gríteles.
Lloridos de niños en el hueco.
¡Ey! ¡Aquí hay niños! ¡Ayuden! ¡Aquí hay niños! Y están gritando.
Tengan cuidado.
¡Ayude a alguien! Que entre alguien chiquito, que entre y lo saque, aquí hay niños.
Yo puedo entrar.
Los niños perfectamente los vi amontonados. Imagínense 7, 8 niños llorando horriblemente. Los pobres niños estaban apanicados, eran unos gritos desgarradores.
Vente para ahí, vente por ahí.
Y les decíamos, vengan, caminen, los inducíamos para que caminaran hacia nosotros, porque ahí había una rendija por donde los teníamos que sacar.
Aquí, mira. Pero por aquí, ¿cuántos hay? Aquí, mi amor, Tranquilo, espérate, mi amor, vente.
Los niños al vernos, pues vieron luz, iban caminando y iban saliendo.
Sácala por allá. Ven, mi amor, vete, mi niño. Sale. Ya, mi niño, ya no llores, mi niño.
Cuando ya veo que sacamos entre 6 niños o 7 niños,
grítale al otro, ya había otro.
Veo que la maestra comienza a entrar pánico de que se habían quedado atorados 2 niños, entonces yo les comienzo.
While Roberto wrestled with how to free the 2 school kids. At their high-rise apartment block, brother and sister Gerardo and Tanya Eichelman were struggling to recover from the fright of their lives.
Al terminar el temblor, yo pensé que la Ciudad de México se había venido abajo. Nos dijo... Yo sabía que podía haber una réplica ahí. Entonces le dije a Tania, vámonos en friega para abajo. Todos los departamentos íbamos bajando y cada piso tenía un daño diferente.
Vámonos, Edgar.
Estaba angustiado, bueno, yo estaba angustiadísimo por dije, ¿cuánta gente no perdió la vida en esto? Me sentía yo como un suertudo, como con mucha suerte de haber salido bien del edificio. La verdad, fueron emociones que no quiero volver a repetir nunca en mi vida. Fueron muy fuertes y me marcaron.
Meanwhile, at the collapsed school, one of the trapped school kids had been rescued, but the other was pinned down, unable to move.
Al ver que nadie se metía, en mi desesperación me brinco y le digo a un muchacho, ten mi teléfono, le doy mi teléfono, me brinco, me meto por el hueco y bajo y como a pecho tierra me comienzo a meter. Yo jamás, de los jamases, me había metido a un derrumbe ni a una cueva así. Cuando él siente mi mano, entonces sí, se viene conmigo.
Espérate, mi amor, espérate.
Through this selfless act, Roberto saved the remaining child and afterwards was hailed for his bravery.
Me dicen uno, oye, eres un héroe y todo. Pues yo ayudé por un instinto. Yo ayudé porque yo creo que cualquier ser humano tiene que ayudar.
Sadly, 19 children and 6 adults died in this primary school tragedy. In all, the catastrophic Mexico City earthquake claimed 363 lives, prompting President Enrique Peña Nieto to call for 3 days of national mourning. It was one of the most heartbreaking chapters in the country's history, and one people like Roberto still struggles with.
Pues se murieron sus niños. Y la verdad es que a mí me mató eso. Cada que voy a la oficina veo a las mamás como hincadas están todavía rezándole a sus pequeños. Todavía me duelen, esos papás todavía me duelen.
In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature's awesome power. Up close and personal. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back. You're fine.
Oh my God! It's drowning!
Wow. World's deadliest weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
one of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida. O sea, yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude. We gotta get out of here. Mason, get away from the windows now!
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick.
I thought I was gonna burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
Crazy! It's crazy!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Fly's right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Everybody take cover!
Coming up in this episode. A surprise twister obliterates a small provincial town in Uruguay.
No aguantaba que el techo se movía, que el vitrón se movía. Me tiré de...
Y que sea lo que ellos quieran.
One man single-handedly takes on California's biggest ever wildfire to save his neighborhood.
I've always respected Mother Nature. I've never understood its power until I went through this.
And a daring volcanologist becomes the first person to reach the world's largest lava lake.
One breath of that, you're dead.
Am I close enough to you?
Uruguay, the tiny South American country, is not considered a hotspot for natural disasters. But on the 15th of April 2016, residents of the city of Dolores spotted a tornado heading straight at them. Many had never seen one before. At the time, radio DJ Freddie Planchon was in the middle of his afternoon radio show.
Ese día, en un día, por ejemplo, en la tarde, hizo mucho calor. Nosotros sentíamos, la gente generalmente, y nosotros también sentíamos como que había mucha presión. Siempre escuché un sonido de viento creciente. Yo siento el golpe constante de chapa, de palos, de cosas que se mueven. Como veía que todo se empezaba a romper, que seguramente no aguantaba, que el techo se movía, que el vitrón se movía, me tiré de... Mi primer reacción es cubrirme. Llego debajo de la mesa que me tiro. Siento detrás mío el vitrón que se rompe, de decenas de partículas de ladrillo que pegan contra las paredes, las puertas que se mueven fuerte, que se golpean y los vidrios que se destruyen, todos los vidrios alrededor. El tragaluz se rompe, cae sobre la mesa, pega incluso un ladrillo muy grande que queda muy cerca mío. Era realmente sorprendente.
The bewildered Dolores residents were being smashed by an EF3 tornado, the third most powerful rated twister, with wind speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. And this malevolent beast was hitting the bullseye, the town square where Pablo Rodrigo Aristarba was a sitting duck.
Paré ahí en la plaza central y se empezó a sentir tipo un ruido. Y miro para atrás y veía cositas volando. En el primer momento pensé que eran pájaros, no sé, papeles. Y ahí en un un ratito, menos de un minuto, siento que se empieza cada vez más rápido el viento, más viento, se empieza a romper las ramas de los árboles, empieza todo a picar de la camioneta. Y ahí fue cuando caí, que era fea la cosa, venía feo. Tipo me tapo y quedo de casualidad con el teléfono filmando, así me tapo la cabeza. Estallaron todos los vidrios ahí, se empezaron a desgajar todos los árboles y se movía para todos lados así. Pero lo peor era ese pino grande que tenía miedo, decía no se me caiga arriba. Cayó ahí la punta de la camioneta. Y esos segundos dentro de la camioneta fue como, para mí fue como 3 horas, yo que sé, una cosa que no termina nunca, que pedía por favor que termine. Después el silencio al final. Nada. Y ver todo destrozado. Y era todo un desastre, había árboles, motos tiradas por todos lados, autos dando vuelta, miraba para el lado donde había pasado y se había dejado un surco, vamos a decir, en el medio de la ciudad.
In seconds, the pretty Dolores town centre had turned into one of utter devastation. As the twister bore a deadly path to the outskirts, warehouse worker Luis Bichalba was outside, oblivious of what was about to hit him.
¿No se lo llevará Amazoni? ¿Sabe qué favor nos devuelve?
Estaba trabajando normalmente, un día muy pesado, que bromeábamos, ¿viste? Porque no teníamos ni idea de lo que era. No veíamos, estaba atrás de... En realidad el tornado vino atrás de unos galpones y nosotros no lo veíamos.
Later, Lewis's warehouse takes a direct hit from a twister unleashing unimaginable violence and fury.
Y que sea lo que ellos quieran.
And the town of Dolores faces up to its worst ever catastrophe.
Cuando salgo del edificio me encuentro con la imagen de la ciudad en estado de guerra.
Within Mother Nature's well-stocked armory of deadly weather, the scariest is undoubtedly the tornado. And nowhere on Earth has more than the good old US of A. 3 out of every 4 of the world's twisters touch down there. In Rockledge, Florida, with an incoming twister, this woman is tempting fate in her flimsy lean-to. Tornadoes are rated from 0 to 5 on the Fujita scale. And although this is the weakest, EF0, she just dodges a bullet. Unsurprisingly, we stay in US Tornado Central. This time in Madison, Wisconsin, as this guy heads into something truly evil.
Oh my God! There's a tornado by me! So you can see the damage that it just caused.
Luckily for him, the only twist is to his knickers. If he had left home 1 minute earlier, they might need changing right now. You don't have to be in America to have a close encounter in a car. In Archangel, Russia, this couple are quietly minding their business as they head home. Virtually out of thin air, a large twister swipes past them. Judging by the damage to roofs, trees, and power lines, this could be EF3 rated, with winds over 150 miles per hour. Time to beat a hasty retreat. On average, Europe gets hit by 300 tornadoes a year, and in southern Spain, this one is going for maximum effect, picking on a field of plastic greenhouses. Soon the sky is oddly beautiful, filled with twirling streamers. Not that the farmer sees it that way, as his greenhouses and crops go up the funnel.
Tornado!
Finally, we're back to the USA, and this time ground zero, that is Tornado Alley. The vast southern prairies produce hot updrafts that fuel multi-twister attacks. And these storm chasers can't get enough of them. The problem is, when you're in the breeding ground for tornadoes, another one can pop up from nowhere and take you out.
I think I just almost peed my pants.
With hot, dry summers, every year California deals with the constant menace of wildfires. But in 2017, they were off the scale. Over 9,000 burnt over 1.3 million acres of land, an area larger than the entire Grand Canyon. And on December the 4th, the states of Ventura and Santa Barbara fell victim to one blaze that became the largest in California's history. In the small town, Ojai, it caught attorney Trevor Quirk by surprise.
I received a call from my neighbor, who is 93 years old. They said, "Trevor, do you know there's a fire?" I went outside my front door and I could see a glow coming from over the mountain, so I knew that we had a problem. So I put my wife and the kids in the car. I told her I was going to follow her down the mountain, and I never did. The winds were pretty bad, 50, 60 mile an hour winds. You know, we had a lot of dead trees because we had been in a drought. It literally was the perfect storm for a fire. There was fire on all sides of my property. My 93-year-old neighbor is on his tractor in my driveway. I get onto my tractor and we start cutting line. That is where you remove fuel from the earth so that when the fire reaches up to that certain point, it has nothing left to burn. I cut line around my property the rest of that day, all into the night. You have to put on goggles. You have red sparks literally flying by you because the winds are pushing the fire. It works unless you have these crazy wind events where it just blows right over the line, or you have these trees collapsing, reigniting and starting new fires again.
It's spotted down there, Justin, look at it.
You know, fire creates its own energy. This fire was 10 to 14 day event.
Throughout that fortnight, Trevor toiled round the clock to fashion burn breaks. At one point, going 2 days straight with no sleep as he tried to save his neighborhood.
I was super focused. My goal was to save my home, to save my neighbors' homes.
All right, time to do some work.
We had shovels and saws in the back of my truck. We were clearing the road, and you just do things that you don't normally do. We literally saved 3 of our neighbors' homes. If we weren't there, they wouldn't have a home.
Fighting alongside numerous selfless heroes like Trevor was the full force of the emergency services, including over 20 aircraft and 8,000 personnel. As the blaze spread to 13 miles, even they were taken to breaking point. In the end, the Thomas Fire, as it became known, burned for a month. It destroyed over 1,000 houses, claimed 40 lives, and caused an estimated $200 million of damage. But for one-man firefighting machine Trevor, it did at least have a happy ending.
There were times up here on this mountain where I thought I was not going to make it. I thought I was going to burn alive. I told my wife I was going to follow her down the mountain, and I didn't follow her. So there was a moment where I thought I would never see her again. You never know how good something is until it's gone. And to have it back in your arms again it's hard to describe. I've always respected Mother Nature. I've never understood its power until I went through this.
When the camera gets switched on, some people can't help but show off. But Mother Nature has a nasty habit of bringing these poseurs down to earth with a bump. This guy, fixated on capturing his skiing skills, is showing scant regard for safety. The only issue with filming is it cuts both ways. It also records those more humiliating moments when things go tragically wrong. In just a few seconds, he goes from hero to big time zero. This Australian hula hoop dancer feels only a magnificent ocean backdrop is worthy of her skills. What could be more natural than performing with the elements? But those elements have little time for boasters. And they deliver a knockout blow. Luckily, all that was damaged was her pride. Beach holiday checklist. Turquoise water? Check. Sun hat? Check. Inflatable pink flamingo? Check. This mum trying to be down with the kids seems like a disaster waiting to happen. After a decidedly uncertain entry,
Get in, Mum! It's good! Get in! Get in! What's it doing?
it's finally touchdown. Emboldened, she tries a few fancy moves. Before it all goes to pot. Maybe stick to sunbathing from now on, love. In Wisconsin, US, it's approaching winter. Not that it's cooling this stag's ardor. Feeling particularly virile, he spies a pretty-looking doe and pulls his best moves.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, it's ornamental. I bet that's given him the right hump. In Colorado, this frosty Tarzan is foolishly showing off to his mates. But as we all know, pride comes before a fall. All that was bruised was his ego. Still to come.
God keep us safe.
A group of climbers unexpectedly get snared by a raging canyon flash flood.
I was just hoping that this wasn't going to be our end.
And a daredevil risks his life to be first to the world's most spectacular lava lake.
There's nothing to describe it. It's like looking into the sun.
Earlier, we saw the devastating power of tornadoes as an EF3 ripped a deadly path through the center of Uruguayan town Dolores, leaving total carnage in its wake. As it reached the outskirts, it was lining up a group of warehouse workers, including Luis Bichalba, as its next unsuspecting targets.
Había muchas nubes. Y de repente esas nubes como que se empezaron a juntar de un lado y de otro, nubes oscuras y blancas, y empezamos a filmar.
¿No se lo llevará Amazoni? ¿Sabes qué favor nos devuelve?
Que bromeamos, ¿viste? Porque no teníamos ni idea de lo que era.
Ahí viene yo.
Y nos metimos dentro de la oficina, tipo una garita policial, ¿viste? De fibra de vidrio o plástica. Y empezamos a tener la puerta porque sabíamos que se venía brava. Y ese ruido no te olvidas más. El ruido ese, el zumbido, parece un avión. Eso no te olvidas más. Y se empezó a mover todo, se empezó a romper los vidrios, se empezó a mover mucho la oficina y nos tiramos al suelo. No sé si giraba, estábamos moviéndonos, como que nos sacudía, nos giraba. Estábamos con el capataz en el suelo y nos abrazamos. Que sea lo que ellos quieran. Y cuando estábamos en el suelo se voló toda la oficina, se llevó los escritorios de adentro, se llevó los muebles, se llevó todo. Quedamos nosotros dos en el suelo nada más. A nosotros no nos llevó. Y miramos a la derecha, que ahí había 7 galpones. Estaban todos en el suelo, no quedaba nada. Todos en el suelo. Y adentro había 12, 13 personas trabajando. Lo primero que pensaba es que estaban muertos. Y empezaron a salir. Empezó a salir un compañero, empezó a salir otro, les empezamos a ayudar. Y hasta que salieron todos. Quedó todo hecho pedazos.
The Twister's irresistible power had demolished everything in its path. Earlier, radio DJ Freddie Planchen's studio was destroyed during a broadcast. Now he was wandering around the center of Dolores in a daze.
Cuando salgo del edificio me encuentro con la imagen de la ciudad en estado de guerra. Mucha gente que estaba sorprendida, quietita en su lugar, sin saber lo que le pasaba. ¿Estás bien? ¿Estás bien? Tranquila. Todo el mundo estuvo como congelado inmediatamente después del tornado. ¿Qué es lo que estaba pasando? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando? ¿Qué nos pasa? Eso era la primera sensación que uno tiene al encontrarse con todo eso. Por la calle viendo todos los edificios destruidos, autos dando vuelta, cables por todas partes, el sonido de las alarmas, árboles caídos. Y mi hijo más chico que me decía, papá, ¿qué le pasó a nuestra ciudad? ¿Qué le pasó a nuestra ciudad?
Tragically, 4 people lost their lives to the Dolores Twister. Over 200 were injured and more than 400 buildings destroyed. As the voice of the people, Freddie would go on to be crucial in helping this devastated community get back on its feet.
la radio pasó a ser muy necesaria y fue muy necesaria en la semana siguiente como para la asistencia, para el socorro. La radio fue el principal medio de comunicación que incluso utilizaron las propias autoridades para poder mantener la cohesión social. Y lo que uno aprende es a preocuparse de cosas realmente importantes y a entender que irte es cuestión de un instante.
Zion National Park in the U.S. state of Utah. Zion can mean heavenly kingdom, and for adventurer Eric Hansen, this sandstone desert wilderness more than lives up to that description.
I still consider Zion National Park to be essentially my favorite place on earth. To me, it feels like a holy place. It's sandstone, and it's a very colorful environment, basically rich reds and oranges and yellows. And the unique thing about sandstone as well is that it erodes, really unique to any other rock structures. Basically, the canyons erode vertically, and so that's what makes this area, this landscape, particularly unique and particularly attractive for canyoneers.
In 2013, Eric was working as a wilderness guide, specializing in canyoneering. In this extreme sport, climbers descend canyons using ropes to rappel down sheer drop-offs. What sets Zion apart is its narrow ravines called slot canyons. And king of them all is Behunin.
It starts up at about 8,000 feet, and you drop in, and then the canyon really starts very quickly and narrows up. You basically have a large series of drops. It's a narrow, long, and beautiful slot canyon.
On August 25th, Eric was climbing down Behunin with friends and his brother, a novice canyoneer, when conditions suddenly took a turn for the worse.
It was the end of August, and August in the Southwest is monsoon season. It's the most dangerous time of year to be canyoneering. The point at which stuff really started going wrong was actually about 8, maybe even 9 hours into our day. So we were basically at the last 5 to 10% of the canyon, and a light rain begins as that happens. Basically, to end Behunin Canyon, you have a 300-foot drop. So I rappelled first, and I see the water is starting to accumulate as it's now raining harder and harder, and then starts to flash flood, while my brother is actually 150 feet in the air.
Holy cow, holy cow, here it comes.
And it literally blows out of the canyon just right next to him. When my brother comes down, he's visibly shaken up.
Are you all right, Dave? I'm fine.
Eric, my friend, who's the last one of us to come down, the big concern is that before he's on the rope, he could get washed right off that ledge that he'd been stationed at to his death right in front of us.
Come down!
So we were quite ecstatic when we saw him get on the rope and come down, because you can see the water coming down on top of him. This is where everything changes really fast. 1 minute, it seemed like we were going to get out of there. We were all excited. Eric makes it down. And within just a matter of moments, a wall of water comes down on top of us, and we just have to take cover.
Come under here. I don't want you to come down.
Is that actually cut off our escape route? So we have to hide under this boulder that's leaning out just a few feet. And that's taking the force of this 300-foot waterfall that's coming down on top of us. And at this point, we can hear rocks coming down. We can hear the thud of things hitting. It just continued to build and grow and get more and more violent. The whole time we were literally about 30 feet from safety, and we just couldn't get there. There was nothing that we could do other than wait it out. One of the things that I distinctly remember about that first wave of water was the smell of the water. It actually smelled like death. And that was because it's carrying with it all of this rotting debris that had been sitting in this canyon. And I was just hoping that this wasn't an ominous sign that this was going to be our end.
God keep us safe. Nothing will hit us. We will not drown. We will not be swept away. We will be perfectly safe in Jesus' name.
And after about 45 minutes or so, I started to notice that my speech was slowing down. I was getting less coordinated. I was having trouble moving. The early stages of hypothermia were setting in.
This is absolutely insane.
We're trying to figure out our plan. We do notice after about an hour, maybe hour 15, that the water starts to let up just a little bit. So we start moving, eventually able to make it across and get it to safety. And then just like that, we're on the other side and had made it out and we're alive. We didn't kind of know what to do.
That weather break was their savior, as a freezing night in Behunum would almost certainly have spelt disaster. It was to prove a massive learning curve for Eric.
I'm glad that I went through that near-death experience. That was a powerful moment for me in my personal growth. It gave me a proper sense of nature, of just its raw power and how quickly it can change. If you get on the wrong side of Mother Nature, you're powerless.
One of the most common extreme weather expressions is it's biblical. Well, in tribute to this, behold, as we give you our best biblical blockbusters. Furnace Creek, Death Valley, California. Officially the hottest place on Earth, with a record 56.7 degrees Celsius. So spare a thought for this lunatic, who's competing in his own private Death Valley Challenge.
3, 2, 1, go.
Today it's a mere 54 degrees, and John Rice is trying to run a sub 7-minute mile.
Oh no. Oh, we lost his mask. Here we go.
The most obvious danger is heat stroke, and that can kill. Although his friends pose more of a risk.
Oh, don't run over him. Oh my God, I don't want to. It's okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
There you go, the world's hottest mile. This is Dhaka, the capital of Bangladesh. The reason for this blood flood is rather grisly. For the Eid religious festival, livestock is sacrificed, turning the streets crimson. In Iowa, USA, this character, who looks like he's from an Asterix comic with braids and helmet, has cocktails rudely interrupted by a whirling twister outside his mobile home.
Dude, look at this thing. That's a camper. That's Chris's camper.
It spilt their drinks all over the floor, proving the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. This guy in Quebec, Canada, is some kind of prophet, setting up his camera to capture heaven's burning arrows of lightning. As the rain lashes down and skies rumble ominously, he even yells to warn his friend of the peril.
T'as-tu vu ça? C'est malade!
And sure enough, Just after he reaches sanctuary, a mighty bolt strikes down with great vengeance and furious anger. A few seconds earlier, he will have met his maker. When it comes to Mother Nature unleashing her full fury, nothing beats an active volcano.
You wouldn't believe how hot that was.
One man with a frankly unhealthy obsession is New Zealander Jeff Mackley.
What is my job? Professional idiot. So I'm in fine stead for climbing the volcanoes. I was hooked ever since I was a small boy. Could ask my teachers at primary school. Paper mache volcano, fire. I was hooked.
Although there are around 1,500 active volcanoes worldwide, Jeff is besotted by one in particular. The Marram lava lake on the South Pacific island of Ambrin.
My need to go to Ambrin basically started with my need to see more lava up close. And I'd heard that there was a lake of molten lava. With that, the quest was on to get to the bottom. You know, people climb Mount Everest. My pinnacle was to be the first person down there. And that took about another 10 years and probably about $1 million out of my own pocket. It was an obsession.
The reason it took so long and cost so much was the volcano's microclimate is particularly hostile.
What do you think of the prospect of another night?
Can I swear?
All that hot gas comes out of the volcano, mixes with warm, humid, unstable air, and all hell breaks loose.
Oh, Phil, it's Jeff here. Things have deteriorated majorly, so we'll need extracting out of here ASAP.
Basically, it's everything up there's trying to kill you and wreck your equipment. I'd say it's probably a little bit like being on another planet.
We've been totally hammered during the night. We're kind of wanting to get the hell out of here.
We're talking about an absolute hardcore perseverance. Perseverance to the bitter end.
After a decade trying to be first to reach Marram's fiery cauldron, that never-say-die attitude finally paid off.
2012 was a year of success, basically, but it was a hard-won success. Terrible, terrible weather. I think we were there for 38 days of torrential rain, people going insane. We finally had a clear day. We'd set the ropes all the way to the bottom. Descent day is a big deal because it's a big cliff. 1,200 feet is a long way. You could put the world's tallest building in there. One mistake and you're dead. The best part about this is on the way down, it's all gravity. It's the unpredictability, the things you can't stop. Your rope might dislodge a rock, and that will be the thing that kills you. There might be an earthquake while you're on the cliff, or a severe storm and a flash flood. A mud flow of hell comes down the cliff. Trying to clear rocks. It's no joke. It's a life and death undertaking. Oh, this is not good.
We're about 150 metres above the lava lake, and as you can see, we've come a long way, and it's mind-boggling. And there's the goal down there.
After taking Jeff the best part of a day to descend Marham's crater, the prize at the bottom far exceeded expectations. He was so blinded by the spectacle, he shunned his personal safety.
Hurry up, I want to look at it.
Said, I'm going to the edge for real, no heat suit, just doing it. Film, don't stop.
5 meters. 2 meters. Oh my God. Oh, good Jesus.
The best achievement of my life.
As you can imagine, it's incredible. Am I close enough to the edge?
The heat is phenomenal.
I can't go any closer.
The heat is like nothing you'll ever experience.
I'm getting the suntan.
But only a few seconds perched above this natural 1,000 degrees Celsius furnace was threatening to cook Jeff alive. Before succumbing to heat and deadly gases, he donned his protective heat suit.
It's technically called a proximity suit. It allows you to get to very close proximity to something hot. What you've got to keep out is the superheated air, sulfur dioxide. If you breathe in one breath of that, you're dead.
What does it look like? It looks like all of my wildest dreams into one moment.
I remember that moment like it was yesterday. The best achievement of my life.
Even with the heat suit on, it's like being in an oven. There's nothing. There's nothing to describe it. Nothing on earth. It's like looking into the sun.
This is the most intense, amazing thing I've ever done. And you realise how totally insignificant you are in the face of such awesome power.
There are some brave or foolhardy souls out there who get their kicks from risking all and laughing in the face of Mother Nature. I call them certifiable loons, others daredevils. Kicking off our madcap mavericks is this bunch in Les Deux Alpes ski resort in France. They're about to compete in the Mountain of Hell race, a wintry downhill blast from 11,000 feet, taking on all obstacles in the Alps armory. While the packed-down pistes offer a smooth run, the cyclists are reaching speeds of up to 65 miles per hour. Then, as they get below the snow line, things really get tasty. Slippery scree is followed by rock, all at breakneck speeds. And if you venture off course, it gets painful. Just when the lactic burn is at its worst, they throw in a couple of jumps. And providing you're still in one piece, the torture mercifully ends around half an hour later. Downhill of a different kind, and equally dangerous is this pair of crazy kids. Shunning the conventional slopes for urban snowboarding. One mistake and hospital beckons. Although it's a handy way to do an express paper delivery. Not to be outdone is this guy on his snowmobile. You need some serious horsepower to navigate these fences. Look, Mom, no hands. And probably not a lot of sense either. Back to the bikes. And on a gusty day in Brazil, this man thought it was a good idea to cross his local river the daring, unconventional way. Not content with this precarious swerving ascent, he pushes his luck with a wheelie. And just for good measure, he does it all over again. Really dangerous, of course. And lucky it wasn't a bridge too far. This man is called Tim Howell. Sensible name, not a sensible fella. He's with his equally unsensible girlfriend for an afternoon ski jaunt.
The rocks are in line. Okay, I'm going. See you down there.
Yeah.
Boom.
Straight off a 500-foot cliff. It's enough to take your breath away. Luckily, they do have enough sense to pack a parachute.
Yeah!
Almost sickeningly, this man with balls of steel executes the perfect touchdown. And he's good looking as well.
Yeah!
In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature go ballistic. We've seen how helpless we can be.
I think I just almost peed my pants.
We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back.
We're fine.
Oh my God! It's drowning!
Wow. World's Deadliest Weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida. Pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude! We gotta get out of here! Mason, get away from the windows now!
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick.
I thought I was going to burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
It's crazy! It's crazy! Come on!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Flash right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I have never in my life experienced anything like that.
Everybody take cover! Now!
Coming up in this episode, South Africa is hit by a double whammy of storms and raging fire.
It just combusted, it just exploded. The whole nation just caught fire.
A violent earthquake rocks New Zealand and spreads terror.
Such a big earthquake, I was not expecting to get out of that alive.
Oh my God.
And a journalist turns into the story during a catastrophic mudslide.
That's when the flash floodwaters hit me, and it boom, right in my face.
Cape Town, South Africa, June 7th, 2017. Warnings of an exceptional storm heading for the coast have been reported over the last couple of days. It promised to be a lead story for journalist Aaron Hyman.
Our job doesn't really bring us into contact with extreme weather at all in South Africa. We were expecting it to be the mother of all storms. They were talking about 12-meter swells in the sea. They were talking about 120-kilometer winds. We could just see something big coming. You could feel it.
Cape storm that we've all been waiting for has made landfall.
As the wind started building up its intensity and we started getting reports of trees collapsing, my neighborhood's power went out.
We've had reports, many structures destroyed, roofs ripped off, no localized flooding as yet.
We were getting all sorts of reports about destruction along the coast, and we thought, well, let's go to the breakwater near the waterfront. And you could basically just see the swell growing and growing.
Oh, this is going to be a biggie.
By the time we got there, it was just pounding the coast. The sea foamed, and these huge waves, these foam waves were crashing over and like pushing cars to the side of the road. We saw at least 2 accidents where people just like kind of meandered or drove into each other because they were mesmerized by the storm.
As you can see, the coast is being battered by waves. So far, we have about 8 fatalities confirmed in the Western Cape. Communities all along the coast are left homeless.
It was a once-in-a-century storm kind of thing. Cape Town is quite a large, flat place except for the mountains. There was a lot of flooding reported in the township. I had to move them because they were underwater. And if I recall, it was hundreds, if not thousands of people.
Around 800 homes were washed out from the floods. But for a city that's regularly buffeted by strong winds, none compared to those seen during the 40th annual Cape Town Cycle Tour. Londoner Tashia Pillay flew straight into this tempest.
I'm in love with cycling, so I've done loads of cycle races, competitive cycling, triathlons. I was incredibly fit and incredibly strong, and my plan was to absolutely smash it at the Cape Town Cycle Tour. So I was so excited. My sister and her husband had flown down from Johannesburg, so they'd come to watch me race. I was just on top of the world, really, and really wanted to get a good time. Day before, we got an email from the organizers saying that there were strong winds expected. We still thought we'd do the race. So the plan was to meet friends at 6:15. One of my friends and I drove to the race, and as we were driving, you could feel the car swaying in the wind. It's only when we got to the start did we realize the severity of the wind. Tried to take our bikes out the boot, and the bike just flew in the air.
Wow, this is the start of the Cape Town Cycle. The most horrendous wind.
That's when we saw people with their bikes just being almost like blown off the road. I had never in my life experienced anything like that. It almost felt like you were in some sort of hurricane. The wind was so strong and everyone was standing by the sides of the buildings. Just trying to walk across the road and you were literally just almost blown off the road. And then I realized There is no way in hell I was getting on a bike and doing any cycling. You would have been killed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Cape Town cycle tour has been stopped.
It's just horrendous. We can barely walk, so no chance we're going to be cycling today. I've come all the way from London to do it, so I'm kind of disappointed, but rather be safe.
Later, the Cape Storm takes an unexpected twist with devastating consequences.
With the massive strong winds and these perfect dry conditions, the storm, instead of bringing water to Cape Town, it brought fire. It just combusted, it just exploded.
It became one of the worst natural disasters in South Africa's history.
All you see was orange, the fire and the heat. If you get stuck there, you're gonna get caught in fire.
When it comes to deadly weather phenomena, the poor old storm gets downplayed. According to meteorological guidelines, a storm is only generated when sustained winds reach between 55 and 63 miles per hour, which is force 10 on the Beaufort scale. As is the case in Serbia, as these guys nervously watch an evil-looking front move in. As winds start to shake trees violently, they take to heel and run for shelter. Which is a wise decision. As winds tear down branches and threaten to blow the house down, it proves no storm in a teacup. Staying in the Balkans, in Romania, when a storm brews, it doesn't do things by half measures. In 1 hour, it went from warm and sunny to this. Thunderstorm clouds can bubble up to an astonishing 20,000 feet. And this one's loaded with hail, which makes driving particularly nerve-wracking. Sensibly, everyone pulls over, as this is one time it definitely pays not to ride out a storm. In Vietnam, storms can literally take people's breath away, and their motorcycles. When winds reach 64 to 73 miles per hour, it's termed a violent storm. Beyond that, it's a hurricane. And this one's definitely heading towards that territory. One storm rider ignores his fallen comrades and cries of alarm as he bravely takes on the tempest. But alas, he's forced to abandon his precious wheels to the bike graveyard and get the hell out of Dodge. Over in Las Vegas, USA, the summer weather is generally extremely hot and stable. But when a storm breaks, it's a proper Vegas showstopper. With winds raging at 70 miles per hour, the trash cans are blowing around like confetti. Driving in these conditions can only be described as one hell of a gamble. Finally, the British are used to a good blow. When Eileen, the fifth storm of the 2017-18 season, battered her shores. Gusts of up to 100 miles per hour wreaked havoc and left tens of thousands of homes without power. But for Irish footballer Ian O'Connor, it proves the perfect opportunity to showcase his boomerang goal kick. A perfect execution. New Zealand, the land of the long white cloud and ring of fire, derived from its position on a seismically volatile fault line. Each year, this tiny nation shudders from a staggering 15,000 earthquakes. At midnight on the 14th of November 2016, student Michael Spratt was with mates in a Wellington City apartment when the earth began to move.
I was in the bathroom and the hand towel that was on the sink started swaying, and I had no idea what it was. And in my head, I actually did think that I was hallucinating.
Oh my God, guys.
In the kitchen, we had a light that was suspended, so it was on a wire, so that's, of course, going to be the first thing that you see to move. As I was recording, I was running as fast as I possibly could to the door, but because it was midnight, the door was locked, and I couldn't unlock the door because of how much we were moving.
Michael was caught in a 7.8 magnitude earthquake, the biggest to strike Wellington in 161 years.
People describe them in New Zealand as a train coming through your front living room. I just can't believe how noisy it is.
Oh.
Just hearing every single window possible crack. It doesn't compare to any other sound I've heard. This was such a big earthquake, I did think that the building was just going to completely fall down. I was not expecting to get out of that alive.
The earthquake rumbled for almost 10 terrifying minutes, ransacking Michael's apartment.
Every single joint in the apartment had split. The lines going up and down the walls were just everywhere. The bedroom was a mess. There was 2 lamps on either side of the bed. When we went back in, they were at this wall, so they'd literally been thrown about 4 or 5 meters this way. In the kitchen, the fridge was moved out. The TV was flung about 2 meters from where it should be, and the French dresser that just completely went across the room.
The TV's okay, but the whole French dresser's just smashed to bits.
I wanted to talk to my dad, my mum, my sister, my grandma, and my phone actually died when I was outside, and I just broke down in tears. I thought it was centred in Wellington, but then when we realised that it was actually in a different island, it was about 100, 200 kilometres away from us, I was like, there's going to be nothing left down there.
The epicentre of the massive quake was located in New Zealand's South Island, near the coastal town Kaikoura.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
There, Jackson Lidgard was shaken awake by the sheer force of it.
When I woke up, everything was shaking, really. And then it got even bigger, so we ran outside, and then it got even bigger again. It did feel kind of like the world was ripping itself apart. All you could hear was just rocks rolling around in the hills.
It was such a mind-blowing experience. The next morning, Jackson decided to survey his transformed neighbourhood.
When I left and went onto the highway, I was intrigued to see what was out there, and it was an exciting but also scary adventure. There was rocks along the coastline there that were sitting on the road that were the size of probably like a small-sized truck. Huge piles of dirt covering the road. I think I counted 4 or 5 major slips. Meters and meters high, huge boulders just strewn across the road. It was just crazy in some spots, you couldn't even see where the road used to go. At one point there was a divot in the road that was probably half my body height from where a rock had bounced. There was points where I walked across the railway line that went down off where the road used to be, lay across the beach and then back up, but all the sleepers and rail was all still attached. So it was like a bridge for me to walk around the slip. And also I found one train tunnel that had snapped in half, which was probably the scariest moment of the trip, because I was in the middle of a train tunnel and all of a sudden there's a big pile of rubble and wires hanging down. So I climbed over that and ran out the rest of the tunnel.
Incredibly, the 2016 earthquake shunted parts of Kaikoura's coastline up by almost 20 feet. wrecking an offshore reef and decimating marine species. As for Jackson, witnessing the power of Mother Nature up close and personal has been life-changing.
Earthquakes now feel you're a lot more scary. You'll be sitting somewhere, even like in the library, and the floor will shake just by someone walking past, and it'll make you just kind of tense up and start evaluating whether it's going to turn into a big shake and whether you have to run.
As we all know, when wild, Mother Nature can be merciless, sparing nothing and no one, old and young.
Straight on down. Go for it. Come on.
In Idaho, US, after a heavy snowfall, this pair are enjoying some special father and son time.
Nice. Hit the jump. Hit it. Hit it. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
The kid successfully negotiates the jump, but a more sinister trap is ready to gobble him up.
Ethan! You okay? Ethan!
Even the lightest powder snow is incredibly dense, and survival rates plummet after 50 minutes being buried.
It's okay, it's okay. Here we go, here we go. Here we go. I got you. Where's your glove? Where's your glove? Where's your glove? Okay. You okay? Okay, okay. Okay. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Be safe, be safe.
It's an important lesson that even fluffy snow can't be taken for granted.
I've had a near-death experience.
Yeah.
Next, extreme heat in Colorado has affected this girl's judgment. As a dangerous dive goes painfully wrong. This took place in Paradise Cove, but for her, it will feel like hell. Incredibly, she's expected to make a full recovery. If you think that's shocking, this 12-year-old boy in Argentina is putting himself in peril as thunder rumbles ominously around him. Apart from a massive fright, he was okay, but all the house's electrical appliances were fried. On a blustery day in Lyndhurst, Ohio, this young girl's eagerness to get home and out of the wind almost spells disaster. This is a swing door on steroids. But what's more impressive, despite the door catapulting open, she clings onto Mum's cell phone.
Oh my God.
These lads have just moved from Texas to New England and are reveling in a new treat, snow.
Oh my God.
Straight away, they make a rookie mistake of targeting the terrace drop-offs. Despite the crash landing and Mum's obvious concern, it doesn't put them off until...
Oh my God! Oh my God! You took out a plane, bro! Oh my God!
That'll teach him not to beat about the bush.
You took out the bush! You killed him!
Still to come, a powerful cyclone traps a volcanologist for 3 days next to a combustible volcano.
This place is just hell. Gas-filled hell.
And a journalist is taken on a frightening crash course by a raging torrent of mud.
And all that was going through my head was, Christ, I better hang on.
Earlier, we saw how in 2017, Cape Town was besieged by the mother of all storms.
We've had reports, many structures destroyed, roofs ripped off. Communities all along the coast are left homeless.
But there was one hope for silver lining in the dark clouds. Cape Town was in the midst of its worst ever drought, with water expected to run out in May 2018. But rather than relieving this, the storm sparked something far worse. Reporter Aaron Hyman was on call for the escalating catastrophe.
This was actually the first storm for the rain season, and it came very late. People were hoping a lot of wind, big swells, surely we're going to get a lot of rain. It turned out to be very little rain with the massive strong winds and these perfect dry conditions. The storm, instead of bringing water to Cape Town, it brought fire.
Whipped up by 70 miles per hour winds, it quickly became South Africa's worst ever inferno. Consuming an area of 100 square miles around the town of Knysna, 300 miles east of Cape Town.
It just combusted, it just exploded. The whole Knysna just caught fire.
Caught up in this apocalyptic firestorm was Knysna resident Romeo Dutoit, one of thousands facing life or death emergencies.
I remember the morning when I left with my dad. We were driving down the road, like just leaving the house. And my dad was driving, so his phone rang. So it's my mom phoning. And she said, the fire is here. There's a fire, like literally it's on our property. Like, you guys need to get here now. And my mom was like crying and screaming and trying to find the cats. I've never had a phone call like that. When you hear someone like screaming like that, like a life's about to end. And we were pretty far from home, but we had to drive through town to get to where we live on the mountain. And I saw the smoke. And it's starting to get like dark because of the smoke. And I told my dad, listen here, if you're not gonna drive fast now, I will kick you out of this truck and I will drive. Like, you better move. On the way towards our house, they started blocking off the roads.
By the turn of there, it's all blocked off again. It's completely under fire.
And I remember getting to the front of the roadblock. And then the cop was like, stop, stop, stop. He's like, you can't go. You can see what it looks like. My mom is right there. I'm going. All you see was orange, the fire and the heat. You could feel. I remember feeling the heat, like in the truck. Like it's literally like if you get stuck there, you're gonna get caught in fire. So when we stopped in front of our driveway and we just hooted, like 2 seconds later, I see my mom running out of the one door with like the one catting like a bag, like pushed her in. I don't know how we made it back down. You can't see anything, it's just fire. More people running out of their houses, screaming for help. I went and helped them, like getting sheep out of their properties. It was just crazy, 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 crazy. We sat at the safe spot for like 4 hours, like just watching everything. Eventually, like the fire started dying around the area where we live. So my dad said, come, let's quickly go check. Maybe we can see our house from the side, if it burned down or not. And I remember like running up, like, and all of a sudden I see once again the property, and there's the house. It's actually standing.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
I mean, a lot of places around us burned down. All around us, our neighbor's house, the people next to us, right next to our property, it was a little village. There was 12 houses on there, all 12 of them, boom, just gone.
In all, there were over 20 major fires across the Cape region that raged for 4 days. 10,000 people were displaced. Over 1,000 homes destroyed. Inevitably, the people who could least afford it were the worst affected.
The places that were the most vulnerable were these informal communities which have been there for centuries. The fire just decimated their buildings. There was nothing they could do. in the midst of this kind of post-apocalyptic environment where a lot of people essentially came down from the hill where they've lost their houses and were now homeless. They were coming to seek aid. They were evacuated because the fire had basically surrounded them. It was tragic for them. They lost a lot and they don't have a lot to lose. To them, it's a disaster of unimaginable proportion.
In the end, it took 1,000 firefighters, 78 fire engines, and 6 military helicopters to bring the Cape Inferno under control. The eventual cleanup bill costing over $300 million.
I think the Cape Storm will probably be remembered as the biggest relief effort in South African history. You still have smoldering trees, you still have a massive cleanup effort, you still have many people who are destitute. It was absolutely devastating. It was massive.
In the South Pacific lies the remote island of Ambrim, home to a world-famous active volcano. In February 2017, volcanologist Chris Horsley was planning a month-long expedition there.
I run and manage expeditions that access volcanoes. I probably led more descents into a volcano than anyone else on the planet. So it's really crazy for a 26-year-old to be able to do that.
On this particular trip, Chris was guiding some amateur enthusiasts. But as it was off-season, there was an element of danger.
We had some private clients who wanted to come along to see the volcano. There's nothing on the planet like this. It's beautiful rainforest that leads up to this black, barren landscape. And as you look over the edge, there's a drop of 400 meters to the world's most active lava lake, and it's just churning away.
Oh yeah, wow.
There's a place that you want to go and see magma, the core of the Earth, like a porthole into the planet. We did know that this is a kind of bad season to be going to the top of a volcano in the South Pacific. I mean, it's cyclone season, so it had its risks from the start. But we're always optimists, and we hope for the best, and we went for it.
So we made it to Marham Summit. We just got the stuff carried up today by some porters.
We managed to get to the volcano, and it all went pretty smoothly. And we set up for a month-long expedition. But we started to hear a little rumble in the background, and we realized that there was a storm.
Keeping their safety in mind, the clients were evacuated to the bottom of the mountain, while Chris remained to look after all the gear.
I've got one tent, and I'm spending the night up here alone with some very high winds.
I was optimistic, and I thought, well, as long as I've got food and water and a shelter, we can get through this. It'll be okay. I mean, I've been up there in severe conditions before. We had little indication about what was actually moving in, and strangely, it was 2 weather systems that were moving past each side of the island, and it was supposed to remove all the cloud, and we were going to have a weather window. It actually worked in an opposite effect and really gave us a rough ride. Little did I know it was a 4-day storm moving in with a north wind direction, so that means there's a full gas cloud of a volcano pushed over a camp. And that brings acid rain.
As the storm rolled in, it whipped up winds of almost 100 miles per hour. More deadly were clouds of sulfur that rots both lungs and equipment.
This place is just hell. Gas-filled hell.
Trapped in this hellhole, Chris's life depended on his canvas tent holding out against the storm.
So I've started to pack up my things into my emergency bag. Knife, head torch, whistle.
When the storm didn't move, and it progressively got worse and worse, and there was 2 meters visibility outside, Lightning strikes grounding all around, which is pretty scary, especially if you're in a tent on your own on a summit. There's little things that really mean the world to you right there. I mean, shelter, food and water. These things are your life. And for me, it was my tent.
I've got a protective cover on my tent, but it could rip through that.
Without the tent, most certainly, it would have been over for me.
I've got these 2 drums in here. These are full of our ropes and radio supplies, but they're actually anchoring the tent to the ground. If it wasn't for them, this tent would take off.
I mean, that was my lifeline. That was all I had at that time.
Okay, this is starting to get bad. It's flipped a 20-litre water container off the edge of my tent, and now it's starting to rip the cover apart. So I'm just gonna have to go outside and fix it.
You can really dwell on a bad situation. There's nothing to distract me from it. Just being stuck in the elements by yourself, you learn a lot about yourself and what you can deal with. My method is not to think about it whatsoever and pretend that it's not happening, and then it all seems to be fine.
But after 3 long days and nights being battered by the elements, Chris began to crack.
I'm on top of a volcano, on my own.
On your own in a tent, you do start to realise how weird you are.
I think that was an owl.
Thinking about the weirdest of things.
Either that or a flying fox.
And also overthinking certain situations, and your mind becomes your own worst enemy.
After over 70 hours of the worst physical and mental hammering of his life, the tropical cyclone finally dissipated.
So today has been our first clear day in a while.
It was kind of this mad dart to get off that mountain as soon as I possibly could.
So we've started our retreat down the volcano.
The sense of relief to just get down, it was like, right, a cup of coffee, kind of a proper bed, a stretcher, and that was a really welcome feeling. There's very few places on this planet that you can see nature at its most aggressive. Having that much thrown at me and dealing with it essentially by myself in a tent, it taught me a lot. I think this was just another element that's made me appreciate this volcano even more.
Sometimes the weather is so weird and unfathomable, we're left scratching our heads in wonderment. So we're going to get all Sherlock Holmes on the weather and unravel some of nature's biggest mysteries. In Russia, this man is left totally bemused by this strange UFO-like glowing orb hovering on the horizon. In fact, this is an extremely rare phenomenon called ball lightning. Scientists believe this is from leftover energy ions that are swept into a dense ball after a lightning strike. Whatever, it's certainly electrifying. In the desert landscape in Turkmenistan, the temperatures can reach a scorching 50 degrees Celsius. Hotter still is this freakish crater with a fire seemingly burning out of thin air. This blazing hole, known as the door to hell, was created in 1971 when a natural gas field collapsed into an underground cavern. It was set alight to prevent the spread of eggy-smelling methane gas. No wonder he's groaning. While in Kentucky, USA, is this the latest crackpot invention from the Deep South? A lawn waterbed? Sadly, for all you lounge lizards, it's not. Instead, it's the result of intense 2-hour rainfall infiltrating the ground, causing a turf blister. And, a bit like a human blister when you pop it, putrid liquid pours out. This truly surreal sight on the frozen Liao River in northeast China was captured by a drone. It's triggered when the edges begin to melt. Instead of water dropping straight down, it twists, creating a vertical vortex, a bit like the spiral down a plug hole. As the disc rotates, the ice grinds into a perfect circle. But be warned, even fun ice merry-go-rounds can be deadly.
It's like a circle of rainbow in the sky. I hope it does a full circle.
Finally, no video trickery has been used to display this inverted rainbow spotted in Buffalo, New York. It literally appears to be flouting the laws of science and nature. But to understand this, one must look beyond rainbows. In fact, this is a meteorological phenomenon called circumzenithal, a fancy word for sunlight refracting through ice crystal. And with that, our weather cases are cracked. Well done, Sherlock. Holmes, my dear fellow, it's elemental. Colorado Springs, a city nestled at the foot of the Rockies mountain range. It's midsummer 2013, and in the nearby foothills, local journalist John Stroyer was checking out a possible news lead.
Normal day at work, and all of a sudden we got word that there was a flash flood warning, and so I started driving up there to go take a look and see if I could get any footage. I was on Highway 24 just barely west of Manitou Springs, and there was basically a traffic jam. A lot of cars were just stopped in the middle of the road, and I thought there might have been rockfall or something blocking the highway. So I pulled off to the side of the road to get my camera, and had no warning. That's when the flash floodwaters hit me, and boom, right in my face.
John was the unwitting victim of a deadly trap. A year earlier, the massive Waldo Canyon wildfire had burnt vast swathes of mountainside. These scarred, baked earth slopes allowed rainfall to run off unchecked, accumulating into the devastating flash flood now threatening his life.
When the water hit, it literally picked my car up, turned it 180 degrees around.
Oh my God.
And it just started sweeping me back down the hill.
Oh my God.
It was very, very muddy, full of branches and debris. I was in some kind of shock, and all that was going through my head was, Christ, I better hang on.
Oh my God.
Out of sheer stupid instinct, one of the things I started doing was trying to actually steer, which is obviously just ludicrous because it's not like a car is going to be able to steer while it's floating in water. There's a cliffside, bounced off that a couple of times. That was probably the biggest physical danger that I was in.
Oh my God. Wow.
Felt like forever. Felt like it was going on forever.
My car is totaled. My car just got totaled.
The car finally came to rest just literally on the side of the road on a bed of dirt and sediment. It was a really intense experience.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
I think I sat in my car for maybe half an hour, roughly. Eventually just rolled down the window and climbed out onto the roof. At that point, then it was just a complete mess because of all the debris and rocks and logs and branches and wrecked cars that were blocking the highways.
Ironically for newshound John, who was chasing a story, he was about to become the story.
I tweeted out a photo of my car, like sitting on the side of the road, wrecked. I didn't expect to start getting interview requests, but as soon as I set that tweet out, they started pouring in almost immediately.
It turned into John's 15 minutes of fame, with star turns on CNN, Fox News, and the Weather Channel.
This idiotic incident of me getting caught in a flash flood has gotten me far more attention than any of the really, in my opinion, excellent work I've done as a journalist. It cracks me up that this video of me wrecking my car is going to be one of the things that I'm most well known for.
We all know that sometimes when we take on Mother Nature at her own game, we can make a bit of a fool of ourselves. So, in recognition of this, World's Deadliest Weather is staging its very own Olympics bloopers. First up is this crew from France competing in sailing. As they approach this bridge, they've got their ropes and themselves in a right tangle. That's one way to shiver your timbers. These able seamen are a worthy entry into our Bloopers Hall of Fame. Next, we head off to the diving arena for this well-built chap sporting a mankini.
This is how you really do a summer dive.
Oh my God.
With a sight like that, I'm not surprised the baby's bawling its eyes out. Just missing out on a medal place is this reckless guy. In Hawaii, he's taking on giant 15-foot rollers capable of pounding him to a pulp. Winded and dazed, his foolishness is only compounded by the obvious warning. Our bronze medalist comes in high diving. An inch out, and he would be carted off on the blood wagon. But fair play, he pulls off this high-degree difficulty dive. But it does cost him the power of speech.
Leave it! Leave it! Leave it, mina damer och herrar!
Romping home in silver place is this man competing in ski jumping.
Are you okay?
Rumor has it, this is Eddie the Eagle, planning a comeback. Our undisputed gold medalist comes in the new Olympic sport of golf. Even if you've never picked up a golf club, you can see this is plain crazy. And sure enough, he's rewarded by a chilling hole-in-one. Our worthy champion. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature snarl with fury. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one. weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back. You're fine.
Oh my God! It's drowning!
Wow. World's Deadliest Weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida. Pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude! We gotta get out of here! Mason, get away from the windows now!
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick. I thought I was gonna burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
Crazy! It's crazy! Come on!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Flash right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Everybody take cover! Now!
Coming up in this episode, a monster hurricane blasts a Caribbean island paradise into smithereens.
Rain started to come down like biblical rain, and the wind just went nuclear.
Out in the wilderness, raging rapids engulf a novice hiker. And baseball-sized hailstones turn a family home into a battlefield.
Boom, boom, boom. Every time the hail hit, it was crazy.
Puerto Rico, Caribbean, September 2017. Just as the island was breathing a sigh of relief at a near miss with Category 5 Hurricane Irma, 12 days later, another monster hurricane called Maria loomed on the horizon. And this one was set to score a bullseye. Downtown in the capital, San Juan, student Laura Marrero was preparing for Armageddon.
Jesus, Mom. Why do you have so many plants?
This time we're getting directly hit by the thing. Like, the eye is gonna go right over us. It just went from Category 1 to Category 5, like this. I have to get some last-minute groceries for whatever outcome we go through. It was more stressful because there wasn't very much supplies left after Hurricane Irma. You know, everything got sold out. All right, so I just got the groceries and they literally just closed everything and they're like escorting people out of this little parking lot. There's like not a single wind. If you look at the trees, they're like almost perfectly still, which is obviously unusual. I'm not gonna lie, I am nervous.
While Laura was fearing the worst, in the eastern coastal resort of Humacao, where Maria was due to make landfall, storm chaser Josh Morgaman was in a high state of anticipation.
As a storm chaser, the curiosity side, it always just edges out the fear by just a hair, and that's why I go for it. That's why I chase. And once in a while when I go on a chase, I have this feeling, this one's gonna be big. And Maria was saying that to me. There was just this sense of something's coming. I chose a 4-story solid concrete hotel that I felt would protect me and that would stay up in those violent hurricane winds. Just in the last half hour or so, the wind started to get kind of a real tug to it. Branches are coming off the trees, and the communications are starting to get dicey. You know, when I look on the radar, I can see we're just gonna get much worse from here.
As Josh braced himself for a full-on battering, 35 miles away, on the outskirts of San Juan, Laura was at home with her mum, watching conditions steadily deteriorate.
Whoa. The wind is blowing against my window right now, and like it just keeps getting worse and worse, and it's really scary. Now I can't sleep because of these gasps.
I was freaked out. I was trying to fall back asleep, but I couldn't.
Wow.
Every 30 seconds, a big whoosh would come towards my window, and I was like startled by it. I was like, I don't know what to do. And that's where I grabbed my camera and I started recording. Because the more I kept documenting the whole development of the storm, the better I felt, because I distracted myself from what was going on.
By now, the hurricane's eye wall, the band with the most destructive winds, was sweeping over the island. Even though Maria had dissipated to Category 4, she still brought life-threatening 155-mile-per-hour winds.
We went downstairs, and when we opened the doors, like, all this rain and all this wind was like hitting the door. I was freaked out. Mom had to scream because it was really noisy outside. Whoa. My mom, she was very afraid. She's very religious, so she was holding a rosary like this, like the whole time. Any little wind, any little gap, she's like freaking out. The winds and the water were gonna come in the house, we're gonna have total loss, we're gonna have to evacuate.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Something just fell on the roof. It just was like a big boom.
I just tried to like block it out, because if I let my mom's fear get into me,
It's okay.
I wasn't gonna be able to, get through it.
Oh my gosh.
Later, as Hurricane Maria winds herself up to full fury, storm chaser Josh has to rescue a family in dire trouble.
The whole building was vibrating. The windows were rattling like crazy. And I realized we were in trouble.
And Laura sees her once beautiful island transformed into apocalyptic hell.
Oh my God. This storm had no mercy.
A stealthy, invisible weapon in Mother Nature's armory is wind. When warm air rises, the pressure on Earth's surface is low. As cold air sinks, the pressure is high. It's the flow of air from one to the other that causes wind. In the Philippines, Typhoon Jelawat is the strongest cyclone of the 2012 season, with winds up to 160 miles per hour. Too much for this car that's tossed around like a rag doll. A rare instance of air deploying airbags. While over at Nanchang International Airport in China, the only liftoff should be by planes. But as strong winds huff and puff, they blow the roof off. Miraculously, everyone survived this assault. But for Terminal 2's steel awning, it proved terminal. If our cars and buildings can't withstand the strongest winds, how are us mere mortals expected to cope? Badly, as it turns out. In Russia, Siberian blasts hurtle shoppers headlong into a big snowdrift. Just to prove that's no fluke, the wily wind snares another hapless victim. Finally, this extreme force of nature can even invert nature itself, as demonstrated by this waterfall, or should I say water rise, in Norway. The irresistible power of wind forcing cascading water upwards. Gravity defying spookiness. Experienced hiker Chase Davidson loves nothing better than heading off-grid on the best trails nature can offer.
I just really like the freedom and being away from civilization. Being in the mountains, you don't have people around you and you just hear like the birds chirping and you never know what you're gonna come across when you're hiking.
Back in June 2017, Chase planned a trip to the Canadian Rockies, a rugged area of savage beauty near the city of Calgary. Invited along was best friend Corey Shuker for his first taste of wilderness adventure.
It was a beautiful day, like the sun was shining, just me and my friend, like about to have a great time.
Me and Corey, we just made it out to the Lake of the Hanging Glacier Recreation Trail in British Columbia. Boom. Here we go, overnight, 9K one way. Got all our gear, expecting to get there in a few hours.
I just remember like walking through one part and I looked over Chase's shoulder and all I seen was like a bear like hop and turn around and I seen his little tail like just wiggling away.
Just came across our first wildlife, but there is a boot. I like seeing the boot next to the bear. Actually, they're facing off each other. Hopefully, everyone's all right in that situation.
It was not a little bear, it was a really big bear, and like I was like shocked and I was like, oh my god, I just seen a bear.
While the presence of grizzlies hungry from hibernation was intimidating, a bigger threat was melting snow and ice.
All right, so we came to our first stream here. So it's a small one.
They were warned to be especially careful of Hell Roaring Creek that had swollen into dangerous rapids.
We're doing this!
When I got to Hell Roaring Creek, I could hear a lot of rapids like right next to me as we were walking up the trail.
The speed of the water, it was fast for sure. We thought that the bridge was going to be in place to cross over. My initial reaction was like, no way, we're not going to be able to do this. And that's when we noticed a small anodized steel going across with the rope already attached.
You okay? It's going slow.
Both of us debated whether it's worth risking it, and Corey was confident that he could do it.
All right, buddy.
The water temperatures were just barely above freezing. Within seconds, your feet were numb. Each step you took, although you felt that you had grip, you could feel it pushing into the bottom of your feet and having to lean your weight against the rope that's over top of the falls.
Hey! Corey!
As I see Chase got across, I felt a lot more at ease and I was like, okay, Chase got across, I definitely got this. Like, I know I could get across.
One step at a time!
One thing I didn't mention to him was how to put your weight on a rope when crossing something like that, and also the distortion that you get in your head when you have water rushing one way on the bridge and you're walking straight.
I start walking and I'm looking down, trying to watch my feet where I'm walking, and then I kind of like catch slack on the one side of the rope. And all I could think in my head was like, don't fall to the left, because if I fall to the left, I'm obviously going down those rapids. rapids are so strong, it sucked me right to the bridge. And as soon as I hit the bridge, it like kind of knocked the wind out of me. I could hear like all of this water like rushing through my ears, and all I could think is like, I need to hang on.
I was able to get my hand on Corey's, but the rapids were just too strong. I thought I was losing like my best friend at that moment.
Corey, got this. Got it. Pull. Pull, buddy. Pull. Pull. Use it. Use all your strength. Come on. Come on. Come on.
The water was freezing cold.
Get on there.
Took my breath away.
What? Come on. Come on.
I got so scared, but all I could think was like, oh my God, I need to get through this. I just hung on for my life.
Help. Come on. Come on. Come on. What? It's not. On what? Hang on me.
And until I tried to move forward, I realized that I can't move forward. I'm stuck.
Help me. Help me.
Eventually, like, my one leg is like starting to fall back in the water as I'm trying to pull myself forward and tell Chase to pull me because I don't know what I'm stuck on. I had 2 bungee cords hooked up to my sleeping bag, and that actually got hooked on the piece of steel, and I couldn't physically pull myself all the way forward. Chase had to reach over and unhook the extension cord, unhook my backpack because I couldn't even slide out of my backpack, and he had to pull me to safety.
Once I loosened the backpack, he started sliding back in again, and that was another pretty emotional part of the experience.
You're on the ropes around you, the ropes around you.
Don't do that. I want to go home.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
All I could think was like, oh my God. And like, I was just in shock. Like, I couldn't believe what happened.
Okay. Okay. I got you. I got you. Okay.
I gave him the biggest hug, and I'm pretty sure I told him like how much I love him.
Breathe, buddy, breathe.
If it wasn't for him, I don't know if I'd be here today.
Let's get out there. Go out there. Okay? Go, buddy.
He saved my life.
As both were heavily traumatized, they decided to turn back and head home. The only snag, that meant recrossing the lethal girder.
Wait, listen to me, listen. You have to push that one that way.
The biggest thing I've learned from this experience was don't assume that you know everyone's skill level. Always, no matter what, when you're out with people on the trail, make sure that everyone's on the same mindset.
Nice and easy, nice and easy. There you go.
That it changed me like in a more of a positive way to like look at life like you don't know when things will happen or what will happen. You just gotta, I have to live life like every day is the best day ever.
Sometimes when Mother Nature gives us a good clobbering, some of us use our initiative and resourcefulness to rise above the misery. In Croatia, after torrential rain, this man's shop is flooded. But rather than wallow in his misfortune, he sits back, relaxes, and barely lifts a finger, bailing water out of his shop. Although even he's trumped by his next-door neighbor. In New York State, East Northport has turned into the North Pole, thanks to a heavy blizzard.
G, let's go. G.
With transport on the verge of paralysis, this man goes Eskimo and hitches up his huskies for a sleigh ride down the main drag.
Good thing no one's out today. Say visibility is about 50 meters.
That's one ingenious way to get your morning milk.
Good dogs.
In rather warmer climes, in Moscow, Russia, this guy has found a clever way to combine his two favorite pastimes, chilling out and surfing. And takes laid-back surfer dude to a new dimension. Back in the frozen wastes of Minnesota, US, this kid's drawn the short straw of shoveling up the snow. But, thinking on his feet, he strapped his hoverboard to them. Now he has to barely move a muscle. But as we all know, even the best laid plans can come crashing down. When it comes to clearing snow, this man sensibly thinks 4 wheels is better than 2. Pimping his motorized mower with wood offcuts, he turns it into a ready-made snowplow. Brilliant. Just step on the gas and the yard's clear in snow time. Still to come.
Holy cow.
Supersized hail terrorizes a family, destroying their home around them.
Hail was coming from everywhere, and we were all just screaming.
And a cruel twist of fate puts a boat at the mercy of one of America's biggest storms.
That's probably the brunt of the storm. Right here at the window. Wow.
Earlier, we saw how Major Hurricane Maria had scored a direct hit on the Caribbean island, Puerto Rico, leaving its residents literally shaking with fear. As Maria rapidly escalated, it was giving storm chaser Josh Morganman everything he bargained for and more.
By 5 a.m., the winds were just whipping full-on hurricane force, and there was constant banging and crashing sounds. It was a scary feeling because you just felt like, wow, you know, there's not a whole lot between me and those winds, just this ceiling and this roof. And in the middle of all that, I heard a knocking at the door. And I went and opened the door. It was my neighbors across the hall, a family, a mom and a grandma and a little kid. The wind had smashed all the windows in their room. Kids, just get in there. So they had this look of terror in their eyes. They had nowhere to go. Go in here, it's safer. Go in there. I gave my guests pillows because in a situation with flying glass, you can cover your face and your head, and it offers some protection. And then it just started to get light. You could start to see the outline of the trees and the hurricane winds just waving like crazy. And as dawn came and as the light came, you could see that the landscape had been shredded by these winds. Around 6:20 or so, I noticed that things started to calm down. And what I didn't realize was that the worst was actually just about to hit. Rain started to come down like just biblical rain, and the wind just went nuclear. The whole building was vibrating, the windows were rattling like crazy. And I realized we were in trouble.
While Josh clung on in the concrete hotel, over in the municipality of Canavanas, buildings of less sturdy construction were faring far worse. As a shocked Juan Domingo Velez saw firsthand.
A las 6 de la mañana me levanté. El viento se sentía demasiado muy fuerte. Era como un sonido de un animal, como un sonido de un lobo. Bien fuerte, bien fuerte. Yo dije, Dios mío, este huracán va a acabar con esta casa, y así mismo fue.
Ay, se me va encima.
Que cuando levanta el techo, yo dije, ay, Dios mío, se lo va a llevar. Pegó a jamaquear. Hacia los 10 segundos, vi que el techo levantó y volvió y bajó. Y en la segunda, como ya cachó 30 segundos, le levantó el techo completo, se lo llevó. Había como un remolino y pegó a tumbar la casa, a tumbar las paredes, a tumbar todo lo que estaba dentro, lo destruyó. En menos de 35 segundos la destruyó.
Pobre Nelly, coño. Amigos, nuestra vecina ha pedido con casa. Dios mío, madre.
Le fui a mi vecina a decirle que su casa se había ido con el huracán. Se quedó llorando, ¿verdad? Gritando que se había quedado sin su casa. Emocionalmente uno se sentía triste, muy triste de verdad.
More than 3 hours after the eye of the storm passed over his hotel, Josh was seeing signs Hurricane Maria was releasing her deadly grip.
A little before maybe 8 a.m., slowly, the energy started to calm down and I realized, okay, we've gotten through it. Hurricane Maria has passed and it's left a lot of destruction in its wake. The winds here were ferocious. There's major damage to lots of roofs, to a ton of broken windows. Seems like every building and every house has broken windows. It looked like a bomb had been dropped on the town. The trees were just sticks. There was not a leaf on any tree. The landscape had just been scrubbed bare. In just a couple of hours, it was a horrible sight.
In a few hours, Hurricane Maria had wiped out the country's power, communications, infrastructure, and up to 250,000 properties. For lifelong resident Laura, seeing her once beautiful island home destroyed was heartbreaking.
Oh, thank God. I was really worried my car wouldn't start. When I went out for the first time, that was like the biggest shock because it's like everything that was there was no longer there. The storm was just a small thing. It was just, but it was the aftermath that was just awful. It's not a nice sight. It looks very, very dark and sad. The winds had to be really, really strong to be able to do this. I mean, look at this. Wow. This storm had no mercy. Wow. It's like rows upon rows of trees down. Yeah, it's like a tree graveyard. Oh my God. Crazy. You could have filmed like a post-apocalyptic movie in the settings of Puerto Rico. Seeing what I call home, all destroyed, it was very shocking to me. We've been on like a constant survival mode. The entire island is just going crazy. I mean, where I live at least is a little bit under control, but I've heard from friends that, you know, around the island there's a lot of theft going on because of, you know, having absolutely no power, no water, barely any gas. We do have gas, but it's being distributed very lightly. You lose your humanity in a way because you have to survive. It's awful. I got to a point where I wanted to get out of that island, and that's a lot for me to say because I'm a person that's very attached to home. Puerto Rico was uninhabitable.
2 weeks after Hurricane Maria, Laura and her mum boarded one of the few flights out of Puerto Rico for Miami to stay with relatives. 200,000 residents followed her. 3 months after this catastrophe, over 1.5 million people were still without power and under severe water rations. The estimated clear-up bill is expected to hit $90 billion.
I have massive respect for Mother Nature now that I didn't before. You see all these storms on TV and on the internet, and you think like, oh, that's awful, but I don't think it'll ever happen to me. But this storm definitely taught me that it doesn't matter where you live in the world, you're never safe when it comes to Mother Nature.
Dallas, Texas, April 2016. It was late spring, signaling highly volatile weather. As Taniqua and David Williams and their kids were leaving home, they were stopped by a flustered delivery man.
He said, "Where are you guys going?" We said, "Oh, we're going to basketball practice." And he said, "No, you guys don't need to go anywhere. There's a major storm coming. You need to stay inside."
He said, "You got about 15 minutes. We've had hailstorms here before, so the state of mind that we were in was, okay, it'll just be another, hailstorm with, pea-sized hail.
It went from light to dark. So I went outside and I immediately ran back in because the hail was so huge. If it would have hit me in the head, I probably would have had a concussion and ended up in the hospital.
And it wasn't even baseball size. It was about this big.
Holy cow!
I think we went into shock first. After the shock, it was just straight panic.
Hail was coming from everywhere, and we were all just screaming. It was scary.
Holy cow! What is it?
This is a matter of life and death.
Y'all better get away from these windows! Holy cow! Get away from the window! Everybody come right here! Everybody come right here!
That's when it kind of got bad. The lights went out and the glass started cracking. Every window in the backside of our house was broken.
Oh, God! Jesus!
At that point, we knew we were in danger.
Thunderclouds boiling over a mind-blowing 50,000 feet, higher than most airliners fly, were generating supersized hail that was obliterating roof tiles, windows, and even trashing cars. Across town, paramedic Mike Ziem was home alone when the freakish storm hit.
I really thought it was going to be a typical thunderstorm. We're Texas. My big concern came when I started hearing huge baseball-sized objects hitting windows. The windows are blowing out. And there's windows obliterated. It is literally 360 degrees around you. That's crazy. This sound of rocks hitting your house, the sound is almost deafening. You think the house is going to start crumbling in on you. Look at the size of that monster. A rock the size of the stones that were falling here could easily kill somebody if they're struck in the head with this. You could have a serious head injury. These wind gusts are amazing. Holy cow.
By now, the hailstones were weighing up to 1.5 pounds and raining down at over 100 miles per hour. At the Williams house, it was like a battlefield.
It was literally hailing through the roof.
It sounded like bombs. Every time the hail, boom, boom, boom. Every time the hail hit, it was crazy.
Everybody get right here.
I was so nervous that we were about to lose everything. And so I was trying to keep everybody calm, but I was not calm inside. It was horrific.
I was petrified. I thought I was going to die.
When you have small children, you're supposed to be there to protect them from everything. I think the hailstorm lasted about 6 minutes.
It seemed like it took an eternity, like it took forever.
That day, our house was broken. It was destroyed. I was scared that I had lost the home that I grew up in. I was terrified that I may never get it back. I always remember that day because, it changed our lives.
The Dallas hailstorm wrecked the Williams house so extensively they were forced to move out for 18 months. Incredibly, the repair bill topped $100,000, and not all was covered by insurance.
It's not something that's gonna go away ever. Like, every time I look at my house, I wanna always remember how it used to be. I'll never forget it.
It made me realize that the weather isn't something you should play with, isn't something you should take lightly. When I hear that there's a storm coming, I feel anxiety. I feel terrified that if the weather does turn bad, how would I be safe?
Hail is formed from tiny droplets that freeze into ice as they ascend in updrafts. Then, like lottery balls mixing in a tumbler, they collect more and more layers, until too heavy, they plummet to Earth. Not ideal if you're one of these motorists in Brisbane, bombarded by golf ball-sized missiles. But it still makes an entertaining spectacle for the people watching ringside. This is one bad time to get stuck in a jam. Large hailstones plummeting at up to 100 miles per hour and wrecking your car is stressful enough. But throw in 3 screaming toddlers and it's enough to send your blood pressure through the roof. To make matters worse, there's a long queue to leave school, so they all have to soak up the punishment. A shattered rear windscreen isn't helping the mood one bit.
Very brave. You went through something that not many people go through.
But Mum knows a magic trick that will restore happiness in an instant.
We're gonna get ice cream after this, okay? Okay, Nora? Yeah. All right? Yeah.
A winner every time. Camping can be a miserable experience at the best of times. But when large, lethal chunks of ice assault you, it's time to pack up and go home. The last thing this Dutch family are expecting in sunny Costa Brava, Spain, is this barrage from Mother Nature. Unfortunately, their rather flimsy tent is offering scant protection. And sure enough, the whole rickety structure soon comes crashing down. Camping, it ain't all it's cracked up to be. In Montana, US, these kids' fun day of inner tubing down the river is brought to an abrupt halt as they come under attack from the heavens. Being caught out in the open makes this iced onslaught particularly painful. In desperation, they cower under their inner tubes. Although it's a mystery why they don't just get into the school bus behind them.
I just went to the shop to get some dumplings, and then this happened.
Yes, this is Mother Nature's dumplings, but they are frozen rock-hard ice. Don't taste particularly nice and hurt real bad when they hit you. so best not run the gauntlet with a tiny brolly. This 2014 Brisbane hailstorm led to over 15,000 car claims and $1.3 million of damages, all from little balls of ice. The low-lying bay of Galveston in Texas is extremely vulnerable to big storms. And back in September 2008, a monster was brewing, Hurricane Ike. With a massive storm surge predicted, the dive support vessel, the Odyssey, chose to try and dodge Ike with the help of deckhand Joe Bussey.
The reason why I was on the boat during the hurricane is I'm the go-to guy, and there's nothing that I can't get done. And anytime they had an issue or trying to get a job done or whatever, they could call me, no matter if it's dirty, nasty. I don't complain.
I came in from LA last night, and I'm currently in Galveston right now, and we're taking the boat up into Upper Bay Galveston, where we're gonna try to keep the boat out of the hurricane's waves. So hopefully we can save this boat.
I was under the impression that we were gonna get out of the way. So we're getting there, and I'm thinking, well, when's this thing hitting? Oh, it's not till 12 hours. That we can go a long ways in 12 hours. All of a sudden, they're saying like, hey, can you help us with the anchors? And I'm like, why? Why are we stopping? We're just gonna throw a bunch of anchors out the front and batten down the hatches, and we'll be all right. I was like, okay.
Looks all right, but we're gonna see what's gonna happen.
Hurricane Ike had tricked the Odyssey's skipper by weakening to a Category 3 storm. But at nightfall, it had roared back up to Cat 4, and the Odyssey was a sitting duck.
That hurricane, it looked solid, and it had the size of the outskirts, almost the size of Texas. And I turn around and I see all the rain going sideways. This is scaring me.
I don't know if you can see it right now, but this is probably the front of the storm. Right here at the window. Whoa! Check it out.
And that's when I got my camera, because that's always in the back of my mind. I might die. How can I like take this camera and put it in a like Ziploc bag and float it? Why is he gone? Here's my message in a bottle. Wind is just pounding you like you're on a motorcycle doing 100 miles an hour. You get this one gush of wind and it tilts the boat like this, and it's the most this boat has ever been tilted. The scariest part, when things and objects that have been around this boat for many years were flipping over.
Throwing around.
Yeah, that was scary. All of a sudden, it all dissipated.
The Odyssey had survived the worst battering of her life. The sheer force of Hurricane Ike had dragged 1,000 pounds of deeply embedded anchors almost a mile. It also left self-confessed thrill-seeker Joe a little bit more circumspect.
I saw the devastation on Galveston Island. I saw how it tore everything up. And I was spared. If you don't respect it, it's gonna bite you in the ass.
Waves come in regular sets and are largely predictable beasts. But on the odd occasion, you can get a crafty one that's bigger and can take you by surprise. Welcome to the sneaker wave. in the crystal clear waters off Laguna Beach, California, this woman is soaking up her anniversary treat. But then, out of the blue, Sneaky Sneaker Wave comes along and gives her a damn good dowsing.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit further up the coast in Santa Barbara, these diners are having a whale of a time in Moby Dick Restaurant, watching the brooding sea while snacking on seafood.
Oh, yeah, I've got a big second.
Then, out of nowhere, a monster rears up.
Oh, it's a big one. That's a big one. Oh, damn.
Oh, my God.
Providing their surf and turf with an extra helping of surf. Still in California, this girl is doing her best mermaid on a rock impression. The key to this is to maintain your balance and pose seductively for the camera. But old Sneaker Wave is no romantic and dumps her unceremoniously onto the beach. Her audition for Splash sadly ending in a, splash.
Pa!
This Sneaker Wave is in fact a huge tidal bore running up an estuary. It's a spectacle that has got the crowds out in China. The only problem with these waves is they are immensely powerful, as this lot are about to find out. Apart from a good dunking, they were all right, but wetter and a little bit wiser. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature vent all her power. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back. We're fine.
Oh my God! He went drowning!
Wow. World's Deadliest Weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida, pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude! We gotta get out of here! Mason, get away from the windows now!
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick. I thought I was gonna burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
Crazy! It's crazy! Come on!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Fly's right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Coming up on this episode.
God damn.
Wildfires rage across California, reducing towns to smoldering rubble.
The fire, it's overwhelming.
Fire trucks everywhere, police, chaos, man.
Everything's gone. I don't recognize that place.
The world's largest bike rally comes under attack from supersized hail.
Oh, I think they're getting bigger!
I have never seen hail that big before. I was afraid for our lives.
And rough seas capsize a boatload of terrified tourists.
I think there were definitely some very, very scared people. The boat sank in the middle of nowhere.
It's autumn 2017 in Northern California. John B. Buencamina was enjoying a family weekend in Santa Rosa, a small community just north of San Francisco. Uppermost in his mind was taking his electric skateboard out for a spin.
Our family decided to hold a family barbecue at my grandma's house, which is also the house that I grew up in.
All right, let's ride safely this time.
Do a shaper? When I was a little kid, outside of our home in Santa Rosa, we would, ride our skateboards around. My brother and I thought, hey, what better opportunity to ride around our childhood neighborhood? You don't get to ride them together very often. We were just reminiscing on, hey, this is where we used to play hide and seek. Everyone is aware of, the potential for fire, but there was no indication before it actually happened.
On the 8th of October 2017, the Tubbs Fire exploded across 36,000 acres of prime Californian land. Powering it was a combination of drought-dry vegetation and strong winds, gusting up to 40 miles per hour.
I mean, you saw fire trucks everywhere, you saw police officers everywhere, firemen. There was a lot of chaos going on. I mean, I was worried about my entire family. We just wanted to get as far away from the fire as possible. Everyone was trying to leave, so they couldn't just drive off. It was gridlock at that point.
As the strong winds carried sparks vast distances, 20 miles further south, another wildfire, called the Nuns Fire, was incinerating the famous wine region around Sonoma.
Sonoma County Sheriff's Office, this is a mandatory evacuation order. Leave your homes.
Sergeant Brandon Cutting was on patrol, urgently checking everyone had evacuated their properties.
As I was heading out to Sonoma, I looked off to my right, and I saw the fire on the ridge of the hill, and it was coming over the ridge. I was very nervous. As I see fire and I'm coming into it, I immediately went to, am I driving towards something that bad? We were door to door. I'd park my car and start running and banging on doors. The wind was howling. Everywhere I turned, I felt like the wind was in my face. It was carrying with it embers of spark, and I realized the fire was out of control.
Sheriff's Office!
I could see a sort of a flash of light, which I assumed was an emergency vehicle. And then I heard him on his radio say, I need help over here. I need help.
Where are you at?
I could see he was pulling somebody.
Come on, she's disabled.
As flames closed in, a disabled woman was being dragged across the yard by a patrolman and her husband.
All right, let me get her feet, Her husband's right behind you. The house on fire. Let's go. Oh, you gotta get her up,
We got her in the back of the patrol car, and then the other deputy, with the decision that he made at that moment, absolutely 100% saved her life.
Watch your leg. Sir, you gotta go!
It was very scary. And then I had to run back to get my car. I had to take a minute. I had to actually think about what was going on because the fire is all around my car. The fire itself it's overwhelming. The smoke is so bad, I can't tell if we're in a driveway, if we're on the road. I literally almost shut down mentally for a moment, and I had to recheck where I was.
God damn. In a bad spot. Ooh.
If I step out of my car, I'm done. There's no way I can get out of my car without catching fire. It is that hot. I also didn't want to stop long enough for my tires to start to feel the heat of the road. That was the time that I was actually the most afraid. I was actually scared at that moment. That fire was moving very fast.
Park West is nearly impassable at this point.
The entire neighborhood was just ablaze. Neighborhoods that I've known the entire time I've been around Sonoma County are gone.
By now, 4 major blazes were burning up Northern California. 150 miles away in Loma Rica, Mike Vane was helping his friend, Leighton Smith, renovate his property when the Atlas fire rode up on them.
When the fire started, we were outside working, but my roommate ran down the road, smelled smoke. He gets back and he tells me, get your stuff together, we need to get in the car and go. Fire really came on us really fast. 15 minutes, and then the moon blacked out, and then another 5 minutes, and the fire was coming down our driveway. There wasn't no warning, there wasn't no time to, okay, let's pack up all our belongings or anything like that. It was like, grab what you can grab and get out.
We're gonna die, dude. We gotta get out of here.
As we got our dogs in the car and stuff, my roommate looks at me and he hands me his phone. He's telling me start videoing. Scariest part was definitely when we initially started to go out of our driveway. The trees were about 20 feet tall, so there was at least a 30-foot wall of flame coming at us.
Oh my God, dude, we can't. You're gonna have to cut to the left. That's all the gate. Open the gate.
I've never been in a firestorm before. You can definitely feel the air being sucked away.
I can't breathe.
Later, Mike and Leighton's life or death dash takes them right to the brink.
My eyes are burning, man. My eyes are burning too, dude, but we still got oxygen, so we're not dead yet.
And a Santa Rosa resident recklessly heads into the inferno to check on his grandparents' house.
There's no lights on this street. This is called Armageddon.
I felt like my clothes were like hot enough to catch on fire. Contacts were melting to my eyes.
As we've seen, wildfires are merciless, voraciously consuming everything in their path. California is one of the world's most deadly hotspots, as massive blazes are fueled by the strong Santa Ana wind.
Oh, we gotta get out of here. You can feel the heat.
Near Junction City, these guys were fleeing a forest fire when they heard cries from the undergrowth.
What? What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Pull up, someone needs help. Go up. Yo!
If it wasn't for the quick reactions of these two selfless heroes, a mother and her 10-year-old daughter would have met certain doom.
You okay?
This motorist is getting dangerously close to the infamous Fort McMurray wildfire, Canada's biggest weather event in 2016.
Feel the heat here. This is insane. Holy.
With an intense inferno like this, able to reach a metal melting 1,000 degrees Celsius, this is when you really pray not to have a breakdown. Wildfires generally love a combustible cocktail of hot sun, strong winds, and parched vegetation. But the opposite can be true. as proved by this unusual scene in wintry Georgia, US. Heavy snows have brought down a power line, and hundreds of thousands of volts are sparking in the most unlikely forest fire.
Oh, cow. Oh my goodness. Oh, cow.
It's a frightening spectacle of fire and ice, until someone pulls the plug.
That was crazy.
Having seen up close raging infernos, spare a thought for the brave men and women that regularly put their lives on the line to protect us. Especially this pilot of a firefighting DC-10 who shows ridiculous nerves of steel, scraping treetops to dump his payload of fire retardant. Heroically, he comes through with flying colors. Sturgis in South Dakota, USA. The world's largest motorcycle rally, attracting 500,000 bikers from all over the globe, is revving up. With a heady mix of throbbing V-twin engines, ear-splitting rock, leather, diesel, and rows upon rows of gleaming, customized bikes.
That is fantastic.
But being held in the Midwest during summer, the rally is also prone to violent storms.
Here comes the hail. Oh, yeah. Hail's coming down.
So, when an ominous-looking front rolled in on August the 7th, 2009, bike enthusiast Jeff Koistinen didn't pay it much attention.
I go to the rally about every 2 or 3 years. We had been riding around in Sturgis. We noticed the storm cloud coming. We decided that we probably should head back to the campsite. The clouds, seemed to get darker. We were all just waiting for the storm, thinking that we were going to get a bunch of rain, and all of a sudden, the hail starts coming, and it happened pretty fast.
This is not good.
Had an awning. I was able to put a couple motorcycles on the side of the RV. My friends had a gazebo. They put their motorcycles under that.
Oh my God.
Started with small hail. Very quickly it grew into larger hail.
I've never seen this before.
Neither have I. Oh, I think they're getting bigger!
Within minutes, we noticed on the ground there were hail balls the size of tennis balls.
Look at them hit that thing!
If those hit you, you were definitely going to have some kind of injury.
Crap, how long is it going to go on?
You didn't know what was going on.
Oh my gosh! Is it a tornado?
I don't know.
We were pretty scared. It just never let up.
Over in the town center, scores of immaculate, pricey motorcycles were at the mercy of giant hailstones, weighing as much as cricket balls.
We just got off the bikes and Dave got conked in the head with a hailstone that split his head open.
Sturgis regulars Jenny and Greg Stilton were shocked by the sheer ferocity.
I have never seen hail that big before. It was like somebody had a dump truck full of baseballs and were just dumping it all over us. It was horrifying. I was afraid for our lives. When it finally came to a stop, there were really expensive show bikes just absolutely destroyed.
Jay, it busted all my rivets off.
There was all kinds of damage. There was dents all over them.
Hammered through her leather and got her bike. Both mirrors are gone. FXR.
Your bike is your pride and joy. You put a lot of money and time, and a lot of these guys do the work themselves on them. I can't even imagine what they were thinking, watching that hail hit their motorcycle and really not be able to do anything about it.
The 2009 Sturgis hailstorm lasted for less than half an hour and damaged bikes, cars, and buildings, with losses running into millions of dollars. As for Jenny and Greg, their all-weather RV camper was left in a sorry state.
My camper was just destroyed.
That, can't sleep in that tonight. Oh no. Broken windows. Look at how big these hailstones are.
And there were big chunks of ice that were sitting on the floor of my camper. They'd punched through the skylights. My car was also damaged pretty badly, and I looked at it and I just knew that it would be written off.
Look at that. Wow.
Dang.
Look at this one.
I think everybody that was there had some kind of damage. Walked around my RV and there was quite a few small dings in the fiberglass. When I said to the insurance company that I was in a hailstorm, their first response was it the hailstorm in Sturgis, South Dakota?
Jeez, I cannot believe this.
I think my insurance claim was $18,000. All of my years, I've never seen hailstorm like that. We kept maybe 4 or 5 of the big hail balls, and it was pretty cool to have some pieces of the hail from that storm. Just got to keep it on ice.
Sometimes, when the old Icarus syndrome kicks in and we reckon we can defy gravity, it can all go horribly and painfully wrong. This skydiver looks like he has everything under control on a glorious Californian day. But as he homes in on his touchdown, a sudden wind shear catches him out, causing a crash landing and splashdown, keeping him grounded for quite some time.
I broke my leg.
Paragliding is statistically more dangerous than skydiving, and here's why. In Nepal, this guy is on an instructor ground-to-air training flight when fickle winds put him in a dangerous downward spiral. Despite increasingly frantic instructions to brake, there's no stopping him.
Rescue, 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 brake.
This time, water acts as a savior, preventing almost certain death. But the most dangerous of all is base jumping, with an alarming 1 fatality per 60 participants. As this daredevil leaps off Camelback Mountain in Arizona, a crosswind pushes him into the cliff that collapses his chute. If it wasn't for a ledge 50 feet below, breaking his fall, and, as it turns out, both his feet, he'd more than likely add to that damning statistic.
Foot or ankle or heel. Okay.
This fearless climber in Switzerland is keen to push the envelope by combining an alpine-style rock and ice ascent. Spiked crampons and ice axes help grip this frozen waterfall, but also undermines its integrity. It's all about delicately finding the perfect equilibrium. Thankfully, his ropes come to the rescue. Otherwise, his only climbing would have been into a hospital bed. Staying with the snow and ice, this skier in Utah is happily following tracks in fresh powder. But when the tracks abruptly stop, trouble follows. Despite a free fall of 150 feet, the fresh, soft snow cushions his landing, leading to possibly the understatement of the year.
Thank you.
Still to come, rough seas turn a holiday pleasure cruise into a nightmare.
That boat was probably in the water within a minute. There's people screaming. You're just kind of not sure what's going on.
Jesus!
And a giant twister demolishes a store packed with shoppers.
How are you gonna get away from a tornado? It's coming right for you. You can't get away.
Earlier, we saw how in 2017, a series of raging wildfires were threatening to overwhelm Northern California, putting thousands of lives in critical danger.
Sonoma County Sheriff's Office, this is a mandatory evacuation order. Leave your homes.
In Loma Rica, buddies Mike Vane and Leighton Smith were trying to escape the huge Atlas blaze, speeding towards them at the rate of a football field per minute.
We're gonna die, dude. We gotta get out of here.
The fire was coming so fast, it was actually kicking up embers of coals at me that were probably the size of quarters and nickels. So I was getting pelted by fire, and it was coming at me sideways and stuff like that. And he's yelling at me, "Get back in the car, get back in the car."
I couldn't breathe, dude. You don't think we should just charge? I think it'll be easier on that side. Yeah, we're good. Go.
I've never been in a firestorm before.
My hands were burning going out there. We shouldn't be driving into this gorge. This is our only option, dude. We couldn't have gone back. There was no way of going back. It was gonna blow right through our house. It's gonna be hard to breathe, dude. Ah, dude, the road's on fire.
You know, you could smell smoke everywhere. It just filled the car, even though all the windows and everything was closed. You could barely see over our hood.
I can't see, dude. I can't see the road. They're on the power line right now.
We knew the power lines paralleled our road, so we were just trying to keep the power lines within our sight.
Tree. Oh, good reaction, good reaction. I can't see the road, but I can't see anything neither.
My eyes are burning, man.
My eyes are burning too, dude, but we still got oxygen, so we're not dead yet.
We're on the road, we're on the road.
Just going through what we had to do to survive, basically.
I know.
There's something right in front of us, right in front of us. There's a gate, let's gate. Push through, dude.
We're out. We're okay. We're okay.
Good job.
Definitely consider myself lucky to be able to get out of there. You hear people say that you can't outrun a fire, and it really rings true when you actually go through the experience yourself.
While Mike and Leighton rejoiced in escaping the inferno by the skin of their teeth, 150 miles away in the suburbs of Santa Rosa, Martin Muchmore was heading straight into it with his uncle.
There's a bulletin saying fire has touched the outskirts of Santa Rosa, so if you're there, evacuate. Hop in my car to see if my grandparents are okay.
Yeah, everything over there has got to be burned down. We're not gonna make it that way.
There's a restaurant on fire. There's trees on fire in the road. There's like random debris just like floating in the air.
The embers. Go.
There's a lot of chaos.
Okay, go straight. Try to take the next left. Actually, no, go straight.
We turned the corner and came upon my grandparents' house.
Come on, don't be on fire. No!
All it is right there is just all flames. We heard things exploding inside the house. So we just hit a U-turn and proceeded to come out the way we came.
Look a bit, go this way, come around. Go back around, come around. Stop. Back up. Back, reverse.
The fires on all the other houses were way worse. Houses on both sides were on fire. It felt like a war zone. It was just horrific.
There's no lights on this street. This is called Armageddon.
I realized I had to roll my windows down because it was too hot. That was the scariest moment. I felt like my clothes were like hot enough to catch on fire. Contacts were melting to my eyes.
Take your time, get us out. The drive, cool, you don't run out of gas. Go. Watch out. Go straight. Go straight.
You feel pretty helpless.
We're out of here. Everything is gone. It is what it is.
The Tubbs blaze was the most destructive wildfire in California's history. In Santa Rosa, despite the best efforts of the fire service, it incinerated over 3,000 of the town's properties, including Martin's grandparents' house.
Fire just burnt down my whole neighborhood last night. This is my grandparents' house right here. My family's house that just got burnt down. This was the backyard. I broke down a lot off camera, but on camera I try to hold my composure as much as possible. And just try to share with everyone what it looks like after. Burnt to a crisp out here. Look at that, that's one side of the street. It's the other side. Fire trucks everywhere, police, chaos, bro. It'll never be the same. It's gone. It's all just a memory.
The North California wildfires will go down in history for their massive size and destruction. More than 8,000 properties were destroyed, 44 people lost their lives, and the total insured losses stood at over $1 billion. 2 days before the fire, John B. Buencamina had ridden on a nostalgic tour of his Santa Rosa childhood patch. Now he retraced that journey amid total desolation.
You just can't believe it. We were riding our boards around these neighborhoods where we've walked and driven and biked countless times. To be honest, we got lost because we couldn't recognize anything. Everything's gone, everything's leveled, everything's gone to ashes. I don't recognize that place. My brother, he just breaks down because it's overcome by the amount of emotions that were there. And I was kind of speechless. I didn't know really how to react. Something like that, I don't think I'd ever be able to get over.
January 2015, Costa Rica. 21-year-old Alexis Esnaholt was enjoying some winter sun in the Playa Herradura beach resort.
Well, I was in Costa Rica for my Christmas break. There was all sorts of different landscapes. You had the beaches, you had the mountains. It was a very, very beautiful country.
But on the 8th of January, Alexis's dream holiday was about to turn into a nightmare after she signed up for a day excursion to the popular Tortuga Island, a couple of hours offshore.
It was one of those all-inclusive day trips where they had food and drinks. The group on board was pretty diverse. There was quite a few Americans, there was people from Canada, there was people from the UK, people from Costa Rica, obviously.
Eventful time.
The thing I remember is that it was really, really windy. The first indication that something was going wrong was they started passing out all the life jackets and they said, oh, we're turning the boat around.
Offshore, the wind had whipped up to 45 knots, churning up 6-foot waves. Overwhelmed, their catamaran, the Pura Vida Princess, took on water and started to capsize. In what became harrowing scenes, 3 people tragically lost their lives.
Everything just kind of escalated. And they said, everybody run to this side of the boat. And then from that point, the boat tilts, and then it tilts one more time, and then there's people sliding down the boat. It's just like Titanic, just people just sliding, there's people screaming. You're just kind of not really sure what's going on.
Oh my God.
That That boat was probably in the water within a minute. I was holding onto one metal pole. These poles started breaking off. When people were falling into the water, you don't know if they were hitting themselves on something or being cut by something. There was just a lot of different objects that people could have been hit with. I didn't want to get stuck under the blue canopy. That was my biggest concern. And then kind of waited for the water to catch up with me and then swam out the side of the boat. I remember very vividly this mom, when I popped back up, I heard her screaming for her kid. That was kind of the moment where it was, oh wow, this is kind of a crazy situation.
You have both your kids?
Thankfully, all the children were safely reunited, but everyone was in deep shock.
I think there were definitely some very, very scared people. We were about an hour offshore, so the boat sank in the middle of nowhere in the Pacific Ocean. I remember the little kids that were on the boat, I started talking to one of them about Star Wars or something.
What's your favorite Star Wars character?
I think things along those lines were the best you could do in that kind of a situation to try and help the people around you. One guy that was next to me holding onto the raft, he had this huge gash in his arm and he was bleeding everywhere.
Sir, are you okay? With your arm?
Yeah, I got a bit of a cut on my arm, but...
A flesh wound.
A flesh wound.
I was going, man, can't help but think that we're in the middle of the ocean, there's probably sharks. That was a little scary and nerve-wracking. Being exposed to the elements is kind of that fight or flight type deal. I'm gonna swim and I'm gonna hold on and do whatever because there's a lot more in store for me in this life. I'm not dying, this is what I need to do to survive.
This horrific boat sinking turned into one of the worst maritime accidents in Costa Rica's recent history. Having spent over an hour stranded in the ocean, a passing freighter and fishing boat rescued the terrified tourists.
I'm forever grateful for that man that pulled me out of the water. I remember getting back to shore and then getting back on dry land and giving that guy a hug and saying, thank you so much. You know, you just saved my life. Right after the incident happened, I probably didn't eat anything at all for about 2 weeks. I couldn't close my eyes without seeing water. I would definitely say that I was traumatized. It was a very, very hard situation, I think, for everybody involved.
Water. It brings life to our world, and just as readily takes it away. In Jupiter, Florida, this boat seems safe enough cruising into harbor, when a large swell forces its bow to dig into the water and roll over. In a blink, the skipper went from pleasure cruise to fighting for his life. Generally, a drowning person can only struggle in rough water for up to a minute. But fortunately, a passing surfer lends him his board and a passport to safety. Wedding days are meant to be the happiest of your life, but for this couple, it very nearly became the most tragic. Goaded on, the bride takes the plunge in a wedding dress, with disastrous consequences. Despite it being flat calm, the dress has smothered her, leaving her gasping for air. As the groom and guests pile in, it takes an eternity to free her. Proving that even placid water is laced with peril. While humans are susceptible to drowning, you would imagine waterfowl are pretty immune. But this goose's gander is up at these squabbling mallards. And in an astonishing fit of fury, he launches a series of vicious attacks. At one point, clamping this duck's neck in a deliberate attempt to drown it. Just when it looks like the duck's goose is well and truly cooked, his mate comes to the rescue. And after a titanic struggle, prevents a serious case of foul play. Staying with animals. I've heard of dog eat dog, but dog save dog? Now that's plain barking mad. In Cordoba, Argentina, this actually took place. As this black lab plunges down a rapid, his doggy pal, white lab, shows amazing deftness to save his skin. So bizarre, it gives pause for thought. Finally, spare a thought for this fisherman, found drifting alone off the Mexico coast. After his boat had sunk in a storm, his lifeline was this small cooler box. After standing in a crate for 5 long days, having a lie down must be sheer bliss. It's April the 16th, 2011, in the small North Carolina city of Sanford. Kenneth Garrett, the window impresario, was returning from a business meeting when alerts flashed up of a large outbreak of tornadoes.
I had just been on an appointment that day, and there was talk on the news media of approaching storm as I was coming home, and I could feel it. I could really sense something was going to happen. We have a variety of weather, but very seldom will we ever have bad weather, such as tornadoes. I don't think anybody was really prepared for what was coming. It was very cloudy, very gloomy, very humid. It was one of the most tropical days I ever recall. I come home and I just heard the sound. I just start panicking. I run toward the front of my house.
Angel!
And I just seen debris, trees, everything just going mad. The tornado's coming right at me. My heartbeat was just bouncing. I mean, it was just flowing like mad.
Angel, come here, girl! Come here!
My dog was even panicked, just startled enough. I mean, honestly, it was crazy. I really thought I was going to die. It was just terrifying. Then I come running back into my office when I see the storm going back toward the home improvement warehouse, which is only about 10 minutes away. And I call them just panicking, screaming.
Tornado's there! It just passed my house! The tornado's there! Get in the closet now!
North Carolina was under attack by a multi-tornado outbreak. The Sanford twister that swiped past Kenneth was the biggest, generating winds up to 160 miles per hour. Off-duty cop Keith Fry was traveling to his local home improvement store, unaware the tornado was heading in the same direction.
It was a beautiful day. And when I got in the parking lot, it started to cloud up just a little bit. So I went to the door. That's when it got extremely dark. Then I turned around and lo and behold, I see a tornado. And I thought to myself, it's going north. It just looked like it was going like north. So I was gonna sit there and look at it for a few minutes. But then it started getting closer and closer and closer. The people are shopping, and since we're like 3 or 4 of us outside, you know, we were the ones that had to tell everybody, Hey, get back to the back, get back to the back. How are you gonna get away from a tornado? It's coming right for you. You can't get away. It sounds like destruction. It just sounds so mean, so nasty. All of a sudden, there was this big whoosh and a boom that came through. And at that point, all the stuff off the shelves just came off. And then it was gone. You hear the people screaming, you hear the alarms going off. When the tornado hit the front, the whole front just absolutely just fell in. So it came about halfway up, and that's when it stopped. It probably another 100 feet, and it would hit us. I went outside, we got all this debris in the roadway. You got sheet metal, you got steel beams, and these steel beams are not small, and they were mangled. The cars in the parking lot were upside down. This tornado had power. Whatever was in its way, it destroyed. It looked like a bomb dropped right in the middle of it.
Keith's actions in herding around 100 shoppers to the back of the store proved crucial for everyone inside surviving. The tornado outbreak in 2011 broke all records for North Carolina, with 30 touching down in a single day. It claimed 24 lives and inflicted over $300 million of damage, a tragedy that will forever be burned in the memory of its inhabitants.
I still have goosebumps when I talk about the storm to this day. It was that frightening, total devastation. Gave me a new outlook on life and just how quick it can end. I had never witnessed a tornado before, and I never, ever, ever, ever want to witness another one. It scared me to death.
When us humans get snared in the teeth of a gale, the force can blow your mind and body. In Ontario, Canada, strong winds can be a constant menace, especially for this man trying to deliver a sign to a marina. Much to the amusement of the sailors, it's one step forwards, a lot of steps backwards.
Watch him fly up.
Determined not to be beaten, he tries brute force. But he's back where he started.
Hold it sideways, yeah?
Having endured such a deflating experience, the sign above the door must be particularly galling. And when it comes to being unnerved by fiendish wind, imagine being caught short in the public toilets by a strong gust and hurtling across the very public Red Square in Moscow. A surefire way of turning a call of nature into a wail of misery. But that's nothing compared to Den Bosch in the Netherlands. This is what happens in a code red storm when winds are blasting at up to 86 miles per hour. People are being tossed around like rag dolls, playthings to the wicked wind gods. As we've seen, when we fight wind's potent power, we come off a distant second best. So why not harness it, like these guys in Miami? Pedaling is optional when you have a hurricane up your backside. Although I wouldn't recommend it, dodging fallen debris at high speed is a one-way ride to a world of pain. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature bare her teeth.
We're gonna die, dude. We gotta get out of here.
We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back.
We're fine.
Oh my God! It's drowning.
Wow. World's deadliest weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida. Pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude. We gotta get out of here. Mason, get away from the windows now.
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick.
I thought I was gonna burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
It's crazy! It's crazy! Come on!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Fly's right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Everybody take cover! Now!
Coming up in this episode.
Oh my God!
A lethal mudslide swamps a small Californian community.
Close the door!
There's nothing that I have seen ever like the devastation that happened to Montecito.
This is literally as high as the kitchen counters.
Warehouse workers are sent spinning by a ferocious tornado.
First thing that comes to mind is death. It ripped a building apart.
And we show the world's first sea rescue by a drone.
To see it play out so well in a real life situation where 2 lives were at risk, it was just awesome.
"2017 will always be burned into California's memory as a year of cataclysmic natural disasters. A heat wave shattered all-time high records. Then winds up to 80 miles per hour sparked a series of huge, devastating wildfires, costing 44 lives and $18 billion.
Oh my gosh!
They were on such a massive scale, it took the emergency services, including first responders Lee Chapman and Randy Gilbert, to breaking point.
We had the state's largest wildland fire. The aviation unit was flying multiple aircraft on that fire for 16 days. The fire moved at a rate of spread that I have never seen before, and it burned so quickly and so hot. I've never seen that with my own eyes.
No sooner had California said a heartfelt goodbye to the horrors of 2017 than the legacy of those wildfires began to threaten the coastal community, Montecito.
Montecito was at risk because of the fires that took away all of the root system in those hills. The only thing holding it there was the rocks and the mud. And then when the rains came, it rained very hard for a short period of time. And that caused all of that mud to move. And when that mud started moving, everything that the mud was holding, the rocks and all of the other debris in its way, moved as well.
With the danger of deadly mudslides ever present, Montecito resident Marco Farrell, who lived with his elderly parents, was on constant alert.
I think because we had gone 2 weeks plus of evacuations 2 weeks prior to this event, I think we as a community were experiencing evacuation fatigue. It was terrifying knowing all of the rocks and mud and tree trunks that were stored in the hills above us. There was a monster in the hills that was just laying in wait, and it would take rain to wake him up. I had been sandbagging for 3 days. I was exhausted. I had done everything that I could do. Took about a 45-minute nap and was awoken to the hardest driving rain I've ever experienced. All of a sudden, really, really far away, I heard a very loud but distant, low rumble. And it was just one, just a whoa. And I immediately knew what was happening. The mountain was coming to get us.
Ventura 29201, there is a very active mudslide coming down Olive Mill towards the 101 right now.
29 Edward 6, large boulders, mud, and rocks.
And I did see a police car speeding down the street.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Go! Go!
Remember looking into the sheriff's eyes, and what he reflected back was terror. I turned and I started yelling and screaming.
Turn around! The flash flood's right there! The flash flood's right there! Get out of here! Go!
It was getting louder and louder. It sounded like a machine just grinding, this is the most violent grinding of rocks. It's terrifying noise. And you hear people talk about tornadoes and other events, the freight train, it was louder. I mean, it was just undescribable.
Oh my God, Mom! Here comes the flash flood.
What I wasn't expecting was just the sheer volume and violence that these huge logs and boulders and mud had created. It was the most violent thing that I've ever experienced. I ran into my house.
Close the door!
I really thought we were all gonna die. I knew I had seconds to prepare.
Get ready to go out. Wake Dad up! Wake up!
I checked the front door, made sure it was well closed, and I opened up the back door, which ended up being a godsend. And all of a sudden, slam, the kitchen door slammed open, and this 3 foot, almost 4 foot torrent of mud poured into the kitchen.
Later, trapped, Marco and his elderly parents are helpless as their home rapidly fills with mud and boulders.
This is literally as high as the kitchen counters. There's nothing I can do, I'm sorry, you guys.
And in a nearby community, a man and his girlfriend are taken on a terrifying ride.
And had I not gained control of the vehicle, I'm not really sure if I'd be here today, me or my girl, so.
As we've seen, mudslides are deadly, terrifying, and can strike out of nowhere. Whereas landslides are falls of loose rock and debris, mudslides are saturated soil that flow down mountain channels. In the pretty alpine village of Bondo, Switzerland, everything appears normal. But earlier freak summer downpours have triggered a huge 100-foot wide slide. Nothing can resist its overwhelming force. Even this timber factory is sucked up in a slow-moving conveyor belt of destruction. Mudslides can travel at any speed up to 35 miles per hour. Even this sluggish one in Dezhou, China, is slowly demolishing this village. The reinforced concrete buildings no match to tons of mud, rocks, trees, and gravity. Staying in China, the heavily saturated hillside suddenly gives way, right on these motorists. Fortunately for this carload of people, there were no giant boulders, or else they would have become entombed in their vehicle. Dazed and disorientated, they all escaped their battered car unharmed. But luckiest of all was the pedestrian, who missed being wiped out by seconds. Of course, it's not just humans who fall prey to the sinister mudslide. In coastal Chile, torrential rain has sparked a gigantic slide. Caught up in it is this dog, clinging on to a mound of floating debris. With an angry ocean beckoning, it must find an escape route fast, or risk being swept away. Thankfully, it scampers home in the nick of time. In the Crimea, at first glance, the weather looks sunny and benign. But moments earlier, rainfall had triggered a violent mudslide, turning this mountain pass into a mass automobile graveyard. With rows of cars like fallen dominoes, it shows if Mother Nature wants to play games with us, there's only one winner. October the 23rd, 2017. In Spartanburg, South Carolina, it was another typical Monday morning for Kyle Grote, managing a textile warehouse.
I handle everything from sales to manufacturing. The safety and the well-being of my staff is one of my main responsibilities. I look at my phone every day to see the weather. I knew it was supposed to rain all day, and other than just that, no, I had no idea anything was going to be bad at all.
But unknown to Kyle, the tropical storm Nate was passing by and sprouting tornadoes.
The wind and everything starts to pick up and swirl. The warehouse guys were at shift change is when this started to happen. So you had guys coming in and you had guys leaving. When the tornado first hit, and my ears popped as if you're landing on a plane. And I couldn't hear anything. It was very fast. It was terrifying because there was nothing I could do. The windows blew out. It hit both sides of our building and missed some of the middle. So you can't even decide, what side's safe or what side isn't safe. The The main walls in the shipping and receiving completely blew inward, where there were people standing. First thing that comes to mind is death. It picked up a 10,000-pound forklift and chucked it off to the side like it was no big deal. The water hitting you because the roof is gone, so it's raining in the office. It ripped a building apart.
Kyle's warehouse had been smashed head-on by the biggest of Nate's twisters. Although on the lower end of the tornado scale, it was still generating winds up to 120 miles per hour, and stealthy enough to weather bomb student Jesse Sparveri, who was catnapping in his car.
I saw some leaves and they started spinning. Then all of a sudden I saw a strike of lightning. It struck right next to the car. That's when I started panicking. I thought I was gonna die because the car was shaking. I laid down and kind of wedged myself in between the front seat and the back seat. Everything was shaking. I saw a whole bunch of metal debris flying by the windows. I had no idea if the car was actually in the air. It felt like it was going on and on and on. But in reality, it probably lasted 30 seconds. It was crazy. I honestly did not think I was going to get out of that. So I got out of the car afterwards and all the windows were busted. The only window that wasn't busted was the one that my head was closest to. A good size piece of wood came through and it stabbed right into the driver's side. If I was sitting in the front seat, that would have easily impaled me. There was a tree down directly next to me.
This is insane. Oh my God.
I looked across the road and I saw buildings on fire. There was a truck and it was flipped over. We always hear the stories about the different hurricanes, but when you're actually there and you're going through it at that time, it's insane.
Jesse escaped the mayhem remarkably lightly. The Spartanburg tornado triggered 20 vehicle collisions, flattened 10 buildings, and inflicted millions of dollars of commercial damage. Still counting the cost to his ruined textile business is Kyle.
We put all of ourselves into the building, the whole company and everybody that worked there, from sales to the employees. Everybody was part of getting it to the way we wanted it. And it just gone, just disappeared. And to have it taken, yeah, it's a little rough.
One thing that's guaranteed about Mother Nature is she's never predictable. So on World's Deadliest Weather, we're about to delve into the Dali and get surreal. When it rains hard in Wuhan, China, it obviously triggers some truly bizarre behavior. So don't be surprised if you're heading downtown to see a man taking his fish for a walk or paddle. Whatever way you look at it, it's decidedly fishy. Staying with bizarre animal behavior, these scientists working for the Australian Antarctic Division were merrily going about their work when out of the deep blue water, a penguin pays them a visit.
What's going on here, he says?
Not a lot as it happens, so Mr. Penguin plops back in. Topping the lot when it comes to animal oddness is this truly weird scene in icy China. Cows jumping over the moon is a pretty wacky concept. But skating heifers? That's utterly ridiculous. Put animals and humans together, and it gets stranger still. When an ice storm hits an Amish neighborhood in Indiana, USA, the horse and cart boy racers love to show off their drifting skills. Even with 1 horsepower, this guy's able to do some seriously impressive donuts. Finally, in West Suffield, Connecticut, this scene captured after a violent storm has left us permanently scratching our heads.
So we're in a storm right now, and this car literally just drove up this, I don't even know what happened.
There's no rhyme or reason why this car is suspended midair, defying gravity.
This is what's happening right now in Suffield on Mountain Road.
It's Mother Nature gone nuts. Still to come. A novice kayaker gets swallowed up in a wall of white water.
I didn't know what was going on. There's absolutely no fighting that power.
And we see for the first time ever a drone rescuing 2 drowning teenagers.
We're able to locate the swimmers, and pretty much they were 2 dots. These guys were in trouble, they were quite far out.
Earlier, we saw how devastating wildfires followed by torrential rain triggered a lethal, fast-moving mudslide in the small coastal community of Montecito.
The flash flood's right there! Get out of here, go!
Caught in its crosshairs was resident Marco Farrell and his elderly parents.
Here comes the flash flood.
When a tsunami of mud and rock burst into their house.
You guys stay there.
It wasn't like water that just splashes. It was a thick, syrupy, just...
God, I pray for everyone here. This is literally as high as the kitchen counters. There's nothing I could do. I'm sorry, you guys. Everyone stay calm.
I know that panic is the #1 killer in these natural disasters. You have to remain calm because it can save your life.
We literally have a torrent of mud going through the house.
I thought we would be fine, and we weren't. And I thought I had prepared enough, and I hadn't. There was no way to prepare for the sheer scale and violence of this disaster.
It's as tall outside as it is inside.
At about 6 in the morning, I was able to go into the kitchen. Mud was still flowing into the house, but I was able to see that the flow on the street had reduced to just water, and it seemed to be just a few inches high. As soon as we saw the first responders coming around the corner, we knew we were saved.
As Marco breathed a massive sigh of relief that the worst was over, 85 miles away, on the outskirts of Los Angeles, another mudslide was tearing towards Burbank. Straight for startled resident Dayon Franklin and his partner.
I was next to my girlfriend, and I said, hey, we have to get up and we have to go. And when I looked outside, there was a torrent of water, like a river, in the middle of the street. I'd never seen that before. It was like a movie. And I went outside, we got everything in the car. I was like, hey, we gotta go, go, go.
These Cali mudslides ain't no joke.
And you could see the water coming. It was like, there was no time to think.
Before he could escape, the mudslide picked up Dayon's car and hurtled it downhill.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick. I think at the highest point, I was going about 40 miles an hour. From losing control to regaining control, you're looking at about a minute and a half. It was frightening. The car held up exceptionally well To get out the car, to see there was no damage was absolutely shocking to me. Look how high the water came up. Barely made it out. And had I not gained control of the vehicle, I'm not really sure if I'd be here today, me or my girl, so.
Once the mudslide carnage was over, the Santa Barbara County Sheriff described the scenes as a World War I battlefield. Sifting through for survivors in this apocalyptic wasteland were first responders Lee Chapman and Randy Gilbert.
When I got the call, I came in and we grabbed all our gear, and we knew that there was active rescues right now that were going on, that they needed people to get out of there. Really didn't know what to expect. I knew that there was going to be mud. I knew there was people that needed to be rescued, but I had no idea the extreme nature of the mudslide till we got overhead. It's what we didn't see that was a little bit troubling. Streets, highways, landmarks were no longer there. It was a river of mud that had just flown down from the mountainside through these houses and out towards the Pacific Ocean.
It moved with so much power and strength and speed that it took vehicles and washed them into the ocean.
Hours after the mudslides, people were still trapped in their cars, and Lee and Randy were called to rescue a guy stuck in a pool of deep mud on what used to be the 101 freeway.
We got over ahead of the silver sedan. Once I got down to the vehicle, I broke the window out. There was somebody in there. He was just thankful that we were there, and he desperately wanted to get out of that vehicle. This was also done on the top of somebody's mattress that had washed away, and we were kind of floating on water and mud, so we had a very uneasy ground. I did have to move a little bit more purposefully and just make sure that we had a really good footing.
The whole thing probably in total took less than 10 minutes. And you're just nervous because you don't want your friend and your coworker you don't want anything bad to happen to him. There's nothing that I have seen ever like the devastation that happened to Montecito.
I won't ever forget something that you can't forget.
Tragically, 21 people lost their lives and hundreds of homes were destroyed in the Californian mudslides. In the once charming town of Montecito, Marco Farrell was left shell-shocked by his community in ruins.
There are families that have been ripped apart. There are people who are still missing.
Hello? Anybody home? Completely caved in back here, man.
We know 5 of the people that have passed away.
Is the door unlocked? Did you hear anybody inside? Let's go to the next one. Hopefully they're alive.
Entire properties are gone. It absolutely could have been us. Our house was shifted, the walls have been pushed. It would not have taken much more force to have a boulder fly through the wall, a tree trunk to bash through. Still kind of feels like a really bad dream. I don't think that'll ever go away.
In the beautiful Witfontein Nature Reserve in South Africa, the Caimans River has a section of rapids and waterfalls. It's a favorite spot for kayakers willing to test their mettle. And on the 9th of January 2014, Franz Fury did just that, but got way more than he bargained for.
I'm a much keener kayaker in my head than I think I am physically capable of. It's a fairly safe place to go for beginners, so it's a good place to train. It was my brother and I and two friends. I was very excited and very scared at the same time. Normally the river is very low. It's not really a river, it's just a little stream. The only way that it's possible to really go down these rivers is after a big rain session. It turns it into waterfalls, which is what we were there for.
The big danger with tackling this challenge in and around heavy downpours is these can manifest themselves into flash floods. But after inspecting the river, Franz's brother Eugene and a friend took the plunge, although the raging torrent was pushing them to the limit.
My brother, on the last waterfall, he capsized. As he got down at the bottom, he Eskimo-rolled and he was back up. Our friend Dean went next. He went over the first waterfall and capsized and he bailed. So he got out and then it was my turn. I did opt to go in last because I wanted to see what the other people did and how they went for it. I went over the first waterfall. The current pulled me onto the rock. So I went down the waterfall upside down. But I wanted to Eskimo roll. I tried 2-3 times. I couldn't do it because there's so much air in the water from the waterfall. It froths everything up. So there's no buoyancy in that water whatsoever. I didn't want to go down the second and third one upside down. So I bailed. What also happens, especially after a lot of rain, is the foam floats on the water. It's deadly because you can't breathe in it. So I held onto the boat and I grabbed onto the side. And that's when the flash flood happened. Within seconds, the water just came down. Everything just went pitch black, dark. The water there, it shakes you like this the whole time. So it shakes all the air, everything that you can hold, it shakes out. And that was unexpected. I went over the first waterfall and I suddenly became weightless. You don't know what your orientation is. Everywhere else you hear this thunder the whole time. If you're in the waterfall, it's quiet because there's no resistance. Everything's just quiet. And then suddenly again. I was in the second pool for a couple of seconds and then I went over the large waterfall. Must have hit my head and I bit a hole very deep into my lip. I felt powerless completely. I mean, there's absolutely no fighting that power. When I got to the last waterfall and it didn't spit me out, I started panicking. I couldn't get out because of the turbulence in the water. The turbulence pushed me down.
While Franz was fighting for his life, his brother Eugene could only watch on, helplessly.
I ran down to go look for Franz. I couldn't see him at the bottom. And by this time, the river was raging flood. I looked at it and I was like, there's no way someone can go through there and not die. And at that stage, I was starting to consider the fact that I'd be looking for a body and not my brother.
The only reason I got out is because I then went down instead of trying to get up. I kicked through the current and I got out. If I had to be there for 10 seconds longer, I don't know if I would have made it. I grabbed onto a boulder that's in the water and I crawled up onto it and I sat on it. I had no energy left.
Give me a second. I lost my pen. The water's coming big time, eh?
The whole ordeal, it was just around a minute.
I really have no energy left.
This was the closest that I've been to death. I think my brother had a worse experience than me. He didn't know that I got out safely, and he was panicking like a madman on the side. When I met up with him afterwards, he just broke up in tears and he started sobbing right over me.
I got really angry and really upset and really sad and really happy and all the emotions in one.
Despite his harrowing ordeal and being seconds from drowning, Franz has no intention of hanging up his paddle.
The thing about whitewater kayaking is I think it is one of the most beautiful, pure sports out there. But you really need to know what you're doing before you get to certain places, because there's always a chance where you're not going to make it. I just didn't really realize what that meant until I went through that. I haven't experienced a flash flood like that ever. I've never seen one. And mostly people who are in them don't live to tell the tales. Nature does provide us with a lot of experiences, but I do think we should never completely forget who's in control here.
As we've seen, rapids is water at its most furious. And if you don't pay it proper respect, it can be deadly. Rapids are graded from a docile 1 to a severe 6, where chances of survival are slim to none. In Colorado, a whitewater kayaking hotspot in the US, the frothing river is definitely on the upper end of the scale. With water gushing up to 30 miles per hour, a fiberglass canoe has no chance if it hits a submerged rock. As this guy discovers, as his was blown in half.
Literally exploded. I've never seen that happen before. Did that boat explode? Swim right, swim right. Go, grab paddle. Thanks.
Thankfully, he scrambles to safety, but now faces a long, soggy, and miserable walk home.
Oh my God!
The rubber river raft was invented in the 1840s by Lieutenant John Fremont to survey the Rocky Mountains. His primitive prototype was 4 rubber cloth tubes. Fast forward over 100 years, and this guy has taken a giant step, or should I say several steps forward. Talk about traveling in comfort. No more crashing rapids, as you have 6 rubber rafts to cushion any blows. And up high, the panoramic views are sensational. Rubber-dubber-doo. As any self-respecting hippie would say, shortcuts are a terrible idea. And this man in Canada is about to find out the hard and painful way. A bruising blow and dousing in cold water should hopefully knock some sense into him. For some bizarre reason, with a whole forest to choose from, this woman selects an old log to practice yoga. Well, Yoda here would warn her she's likely to feel the force of the raging rapids below. Wanting to be at one with nature, she gets much more than she bargained for. Going from performing the crab to swimming with them. The only injury was to her pride. A fall of a quantum different magnitude is the one this kayaker is psyching himself up for.
Okay.
He's about to launch off a terrifying 128-foot waterfall called Big Banana Falls, named presumably because you would have to be bananas to attempt it. Well, he proves he's a real head case with this death-defying drop. Whatever way you look at this, it's insane. And if you're getting any ideas, best leave it to the professionals. From deliveries to geographical mapping, military applications and border surveillance, drones are set to revolutionize our world. And now, they can even save lives. As Australian lifeguards Jai Sheridan and Jacob McGoldrick experienced firsthand. They operate on the stunning, yet treacherous, 7 Mile Beach in Lennox Head, New South Wales.
It's called 7 Mile Beach because it's actually 7 miles across, so it is quite a long stretch of coast that we have to patrol. Lennox Head's quite open, so we get a lot of the swell, a lot of the wind. For the tourists and visitors, it is quite dangerous.
Even at the best of times, when you have strong conditions in the ocean, it can be quite hard to get back in for the most strongest swimmer once you're behind that first break.
Jake and I were lucky enough to be a part of a select few to start our training with drones that carry the capability to rescue and send out supplies. The drone can actually go 4,000 metres up and 5 kilometres across. It can get up to about 60 to 80 kilometres per hour.
On the 17th of January 2018, Jai and Jacob were scrambled to put their brand new drone into practice and rescue 2 teenage swimmers on the verge of drowning.
It was a typical day for the weather that we had this time of the year. We had quite rough surf, I think up to 4 metres around the coastlines. We chose to close the beach because it was just too dangerous.
Despite the beaches being closed, the boys were behind the first break, so they were approximately 100 metres offshore. On that day, as well as the big surf, we also had large tides. From the time that we were alerted to the situation, it was probably 2 or 3 minutes before we were able to get there with the rescue pod. And that was our second day flying the large drones, so it was quite new. We were lucky enough that we had been practicing the rescue drops the day before.
I sent the 2 of the lifeguards down there to assess the situation. Jai was getting prepared to go and do another training run for the flight, so he was actually getting ready to launch the UAV when the call came through.
We were able to launch it pretty quickly. So the drone has a camera on the bottom. We get a live feed directly, so we're able to see point of view from the drone. What I was seeing on the screen, we were able to locate the swimmers, and pretty much they were 2 dots. We were able to see that these guys were in trouble, they were quite far out. We were able to get it on top of them, and then we dropped to about 15 metres, and we were able to drop the pod quite precisely. From time of takeoff to dropping the pod, it was approximately 70 seconds.
As the pod splashed down, it automatically inflated a buoyancy aid, allowing the boys to swim ashore under their own steam.
By the time they were washing into shore, the lifeguards were able to meet them on the beach and do their standard checks to see if they swallowed water, if they had any other injuries, and assist them in any other way in case they did need further medical assistance. But on this occasion, we were fortunate enough that the boys were okay.
This incredible rescue was the world's first by drone. The Australian government was so impressed, they have committed over $300,000 for further Eastern Australia trials. So don't be surprised if one day you see them at a beach near you.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing to actually see it happen in a real life situation. Like obviously we'd been doing training for this sort of thing, but to see it play out so well in a real life situation where 2 lives were at risk, it was just awesome to see them get back to shore safely.
As we've seen, When the elements are stirred up and angry, they can be deadly. But sometimes we are spared by the closest of margins. On a snowy Mount Baker, US, the fun crowd are out in force, watching the paragliders strut their stuff. But gusty winds is making life a bit tricky. And this girl, going out on a limb clad in just a bikini, is lucky to have them intact after this near miss. Staying in the snow. When they rally in the white stuff, it's best to leave a wide berth. Rule 1, never spectate on the outside of bends, and this shows why. After that butt-clenching scare, the cameraman may need to change his trousers. In neighboring Ukraine, a thunderstorm is rumbling in the town of Kharkov. As ever, the main threat is lightning, but as people scurry to escape the lashing rain, a particularly devious bolt sends this pile of masonry crashing down, missing this couple by millimeters. Over in Argentina, on the Paraná River, a catfish competition is in full swing, alongside the Goya Air Show. Fishing and flying, or should that be fly fishing, proves a volatile mix. As stormy skies create low-level turbulence, this plane is getting a bit close for comfort. But if you thought that was flying low, this one is plain crazy. In St. Petersburg in Florida, the weather looks pleasant enough. But big rollers can be lethal if you're buzzing at high speeds on a jet ski. The impact of this giant jump has knocked this guy out stone cold.
I got you, bro. I got you. I got you.
Incredibly, despite being face down for over 20 seconds, he hasn't swallowed any seawater.
He was knocked unconscious, floating down, under, face down. Yeah, he's got a bad laceration underneath his chin. Just underneath your chin here. Lucky I was right there, dude. He'd drown. He needs to get checked out by a paramedic, okay?
Although in his present befuddled state, I'm not sure I'd let him take the controls.
Oh my God!
In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature roar with all her might. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back. You're fine.
Oh my God! He went drowning!
Wow. World's deadliest weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida, pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams
witnessing people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna fly, dude. We gotta get out of here. Mason, get away from the windows now!
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick.
I thought I was gonna burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
It's crazy! It's crazy! Come on!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Flash floods right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Everybody take cover!
Coming up in this episode.
Oh, there's another one right up. Oh, another one going in.
A rare bomb cyclone storm detonates over the U.S. eastern seaboard.
I contemplated the death of my entire family in the Atlantic Ocean.
Britain's highest mountain scares a climber half to death.
I definitely don't want to fall.
I just got slower and slower as it got higher and higher. I was really petrified.
I just feel scared.
And in the French Alps, a race against time to rescue a friend buried alive.
You Mija!
I remember thinking, I don't want to die here.
Most of the United States has a continental climate, with hot summers and cold, harsh winters. But as 2018 dawned, a rare weather phenomenon exploded across the East Coast, and America shivered under the bomb cyclone. Put simply, a sharp, catastrophic plunge in atmospheric pressure created a winter storm packing a massive punch, with winds able to reach hurricane force. On January the 5th, 2018, Aish and Burden family had their Bahamas island hopping cut short as their cruise liner set sail to try and beat the bomb cyclone to New York.
It was nice. It was a bit windy, but still, it was a nice day. And about 2 hours in, the wind started picking up, and the staff started coming towards all the guests and indicating that they're evacuating the island. So we figured, okay, they're really being cautious.
Whoa, that's a lot of wind.
Everything was fine. Everybody got on board safe, and we just set sail.
Oh yeah, look at those waves.
That evening, it started really, the wind started picking up. The waves started moving the ship around, so you could start feeling it. So it was kind of getting a bit uncomfortable. But around midnight, we were at the restaurant, and all of a sudden the ship took a violent tilt to one direction, and it kind of stayed there. Plates started flying, chairs started falling over. So I got nervous. At that point, that was the first time I kind of said, this is not a good situation. So I shot up and I said, I'm going to go to the kids. So I ran over back to the cabin. My son was sound asleep. My daughter came out and said, wow, what's going on? I said, it's okay. I didn't want them to panic. I didn't know what was going on, but I said, everything is going to be fine. I can see the ocean just extremely violent with the waves going up and down. So that was kind of the panic moment.
The Norwegian breakaway cruise liner had been hammered by the fast-moving bomb cyclone. Sarah and Brian Corey and their kids were trying to sleep while the wild ocean flung them around.
Brian woke me up and said, there's something very wrong. Our neighbor's balcony door has been blown out to sea with their belongings, and our door won't fully close.
When you get on a cruise ship, you just assume that it's going to be fine. And then as the night went on, like one thing after the next started happening. So that a couple hours later, they then closed off all the outside decks.
I went to the lobby to just meet the girls, and Brian, of course, stayed with our son in the room. He actually was able to pull up Doppler radar. So he sent me a text, said, I just want you to know, I think I see what's happening. We're sailing directly into this huge storm.
By now, the cruise liner was being battered by winds reaching hurricane force and 30-foot waves. It all proved too unnerving for Aishan.
About 3 a.m., I said, let me just walk out the cabin and just take a look. And I was walking through the hallways, and there's water running down the walls. And I'm like, what is this? And then we saw people, the staff, they were literally mopping the water from the carpets because there were sliding doors onto the deck itself, but the winds were so powerful they were shifting the doors open, and the water was just coming through. It was just all over the place. Even in the main atrium, where really water should not be getting through, and the winds are just howling. The captain came online, giving just a repeated message saying we are adjusting the speed of our ship to minimize the movement, and he must have said that multiple times. And I kept telling everybody, it's not working. I know he's trying, it's not working. There was no controlling that ship. That was the moment that I'm like, this is not a good situation. It was terrifying. Logically, we couldn't have survived if something went wrong.
The situation was just as bad on land. Worst affected was the top of Mount Washington, the highest peak in northeastern United States. Known as the home to the world's worst weather, few would willingly endure a bomb cyclone up there. But for Caleb Mute, it was his job.
Our mission is to advance the understanding of the Earth's natural systems that make up weather and climate. We do so by maintaining a mountaintop weather station here on the summit of Mount Washington. So Mount Washington is an extreme place for sure. The coldest temperature that we've ever recorded on the summit was 47 degrees below zero. We have the highest wind speed ever observed by man, which is 231 miles per hour. We also get a lot of snowfall. We average 281 inches of snow per year. So we also get very, very dangerously cold wind chill. So we love the extreme of the extreme, and this is the place to be for that. We're all kind of always looking at the weather models. So we actually knew pretty well in advance that this big system was coming. But bomb cyclone it's actually a low pressure system that essentially strengthens extremely rapidly. So we measure it with millibars, the center of low pressure. To qualify for a bomb cyclone, it needs to drop 1 millibar per hour for a 24-hour period. And this particular one actually dropped 59 millibars in that 24-hour period. We had very strong winds, 122 mile per hour winds. We also had a good bit of snowfall with that. It stayed windy for the next 4 days. We were gusting over 110 miles per hour for 4 straight days. And the temperatures got incredibly cold behind that. It dropped down to 38 degrees below zero. That's Fahrenheit. I can honestly say that behind that bomb cyclone, it was one of the more tiring stretches up here for that many straight days.
4 days being blasted by the bomb can be extremely wearing. So to liven things up, Caleb put Mother Nature to the test.
I had a t-shirt that was lying around, and we decided that we should douse it in water, and we wondered what would happen, how fast it would freeze if we took it outside. So that's what we did. Sure enough, the t-shirt froze very fast. It was kind of entertaining. Conditions were very cold. I know we were dropping to the 30s below zero. And then the winds were awfully gusty, also gusting well beyond 75 miles per hour, which is Category 1 hurricane strength. You can start to experience the effects of frostbite in just seconds, and then after a minute or two, you could have permanent damage on your skin. We're kind of always trying to come up with new ideas up here. So the following morning, the temperature started dropping to around 38 degrees below zero. So we decided to do another experiment, and one of the ones we like to do is freeze bubbles. The second you blow a bubble, that moisture is going to freeze right before your eyes. It's cool because they kind of fall onto the ground and they tumble around like a tumbleweed. They're just kind of a cool visual depiction on how cold it really was getting. Boiling water experiment is one of my favorites. What we do is we'll go outside and release boiling water into the wind when the temperatures are below zero. And the hotter the water is, the further spread apart those molecules are. And then once you expose it to those frigid temperatures, immediately it turns into a cloud of ice crystals right before your eyes. It's a pretty neat experiment to do.
At least Caleb was able to revel in the horrendous conditions. Later, as the bomb cyclone cranks up a gear, the Norwegian breakaway gets the mother of all poundings as it sails into the eye of the storm.
My daughter looked at me and said, "Mommy, are we gonna die?"
And treacherous US roads lead to multi-vehicle pileups, with an aging Michigan couple caught in the middle of a frightening game of dodge 'em cars.
Here goes another one, a big truck. Oh, Christ. That's the third time we've been hit.
It was like you're holding your breath the whole time, waiting for another hit, another hit.
There comes another one.
When the mercury plummets and the big freeze sets in, it can get so cold that it shocks and delights. In the depths of winter, some parts of Russia have recorded the lowest temperatures outside of Antarctica. East of Moscow, this guy is obviously desperate to prove his manliness. Not only venturing into freezing water, but pumping weights to boot. But sadly, he's completely upstaged by the granny behind, happily paddling like she's in a hot bath. Staying in Russia, it's so cold in the Penza region, this moose is taking refuge on the busy road, using car's exhaust to try and warm its bones. Although sucking in those fumes is definitely doing more harm than good. In southern Russia, it doesn't seem to get any warmer. If you have a dirty windshield, you're stuffed. As this happens when you squirt the windscreen washer. Dry ice, good for 80s pop videos. Not great as a window cleaner. Over in the USA, in New York, it can get equally cold, as this parched guy discovers to his obvious amazement.
You're cold as ice. You're cold as ice, Mark, normally.
Wow.
An instant slushy, followed by brain freeze, courtesy of Mother Nature.
Amazing.
Finally, at Lake Superior, when it goes sub-zero, surfing is only for the truly hardcore. This is one time you really don't want to fall off. Or else, the Iceman cometh.
How are the conditions today?
Oh, they're really good.
Deep in the Scottish Highlands sits Britain's highest and arguably most spectacular mountain, Ben Nevis, soaring at 4,412 feet above sea level. Straddling the north face is Tower Ridge, a vertigo-inducing 2,000-foot climb. Taking up this formidable challenge on the 15th of February 2018 was Claire Maxted and her climbing buddy, Paul Gale.
I thought that in terms of winter mountaineering, I was quite experienced. I wasn't with a guide or anything, it was just a friend. He was leading the climb.
Where are we now?
This is coming up to the base of the Great Tower and the Eastern Traverse leading round to Tower Gap.
I didn't have any worries. I just thought, that looks epic. Yeah, I can do that. That's no problem. We set off at 5:30 in the morning, got there early. first bits was just hacking up snow, and that was really, really straightforward.
How are we doing?
Good.
When the climb got really exposed, that's when I started to get the heebie-jeebies, basically.
Eek. It's really scary, like really scary. I would not want to be up here without you, and that is a scientific fact. Eek.
I just got slower and slower as it got higher and higher. There wasn't much snow or ice on the climb. It was fine when it was snowy ridges, but on the rocky parts, there wasn't a lot of ice or snow to really whack your ice axe into.
Eek.
So I was getting really concerned that I couldn't get a good grip on the rock.
It's tricky. I know you've got me, but I don't want to fall. I definitely don't want to fall. This is scary. Don't pull the rope, because I'm gonna fall sideways.
With Ben Nevis February temperatures well below freezing, prolonged exposure on this windswept ridge meant hypothermia was a real risk.
I was starting to shake. I was starting to really feel every breath of wind. It just went straight through you.
I'm quite scared.
Are you?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I might fall off.
I was finding moves tricky.
Oh my God.
The fear slowly mounted.
I think I am in a bit above my level, if I'm being totally honest with you.
Just trying desperately to get my ice axe into the snow, and I was really petrified.
Stay there.
Okay. I'm a bit cold.
Worst case scenario would be staying the night up there, just precariously balanced with our ice axes into the snow. We would have got really cold, possibly hypothermic. Not only does that affect your core temperature, but it also affects your navigation skills, and it just makes everything slower.
If you're not great and you're not feeling warm or anything like that,
yeah,
then we need to sort of think of a plan B.
My climbing partner made the decision to call mountain rescue. He could see that I was really panicking and I was really floundering at that point.
Just the longer it takes, the more time you have to look round. And I just feel scared.
I felt like an idiot, but you have to swallow your pride. People make mistakes, and I've made a big mistake. I shouldn't have been there.
With the light fading and temperature dropping, the HM Coast Guard was scrambled to get Claire and Paul off the mountain before dark.
You could see the helicopter and it sort of hovered for this agonising, it must have been 2 minutes, but it seemed like an hour. And then all of a sudden he's just below you, balanced on the mountainside like that, ever so calm, so calm. If I wasn't getting married this August, I would have married that guy. But the first time I felt properly safe was in the helicopter.
With several people dying annually on Ben Nevis, Claire was reassured by her rescuers. It's always better to be safe than sorry.
They all said that it was the right decision, so that made me feel a lot better. The weather is just so changeable in the UK, but you've just got to respect it. Feeling so out of control of the situation, I just think I never want to put myself through that again. You could die. People die doing that. I thought I was really experienced in the outdoors, but I reached my limits that day. Didn't like it.
Snow. It's Mother Nature's gift to us for having fun and frolics. But when there's loads and loads of the white stuff, she can have the last laugh. In frozen upstate New York, shivering commuters think they're safe enough in the shelter of their platform. But this non-stop train is effectively a snowplow. Not the time to be distracted by your phone. Brings a whole new meaning to an annoying cold call. In Chicago, with snow on the freeway, drivers are paying close attention to the treacherous conditions under wheel. But snow is a slippery customer and is able to ambush unsuspecting motorists like this one. Who takes a payload of the white stuff head on. One of the first rules of heading out into a snowstorm is cover up well. This guy in Rhode Island hasn't got the memo, but there's always some know-it-all to point out the obvious.
Hey, it's snowing out. You need help? Yeah. It's snowing out.
Yeah, I know, guys. Why's your convertible down?
I've heard of Puss in Boots, but Bulldog in Boots is barking mad. Even with all his winter attire, this pooch hits pause when confronted by the deep stuff. No matter how much coaxing, walkies is resolutely off the agenda. While some find snow a bit tiresome, others embrace the sheer thrill of it. This guy in Jackson, Wyoming is hooked on the deep powder. While it looks exhilarating, and he's clearly on a high, his frozen rictus is more likely from facefuls of freezing snow. Still to come, a desperate rescue to find a friend buried alive and suffocating to death.
You just have to concentrate on breathing. After a few minutes, you just fall asleep.
And a daredevil risks soul to be the first to ski base jump in Britain.
Cliff strikes that are the worst outcome of a base jump like this.
Dropping.
Earlier, we saw the devastating effect as a gigantic bomb cyclone detonated across the entire eastern U.S. coastline.
That is amazing. Welcome! Happy New Year!
Look at that.
Turning life on land and sea into a grim battle for survival.
The winds are just howling. There's water running down the walls. And I'm like, what is this?
In Muskegon, Michigan, USA, Jim and Sue Perro reckoned they were hardened to wintry weather. But on the 29th of December 2017, the bomb cyclone took them by surprise.
Well, when we got up that morning, we looked outside and saw how much snow there really was. It was stacked up. It was pretty extreme.
We were going out to a home store for some new supplies, and it was about 15 miles from our house, and we thought, well, if we take it slow, it'll be fine.
We did think twice about going out that day. Probably should have thought a third time, too.
Jim should have followed his hunch. The bomb cyclone's extreme cold and snow had made driving treacherous. Across the country, there were a series of massive pileups, some containing up to 75 vehicles.
We got on the highway. At that point is when we had a total whiteout.
And then all of a sudden, I just hear him say, honey, hold on, we're going into the bank.
Look at them coming in. Cars coming in. Boom, boom. Just keep, oh, there's a big truck pile in here. Whoa, whoa, right in front of us, down in the ditch. Whoa, whoa, here's another one right in, whoa, another one going in.
Okay, and I'm shaking and I'm just trying to get the phone, and I called 911 right away.
You better get somebody out here on South 31, man. They are crashing like no tomorrow.
There's 50 cars smashed out here right now.
Here comes another one at us, honey.
There comes another one. Now there was a car up against my bumper, and somebody just took out that car.
There's another one.
There's another one.
And we got hit from behind while I was still talking to 911.
Oh my God!
Oh my God.
Oh,
Okay.
somebody's gonna get, oh my God.
Okay, thank you.
They gotta shut this highway down.
The people that were coming across my front bumper, I couldn't believe it. They had to be going like 60 miles an hour.
Here goes another one, big truck.
Oh, Christ. That's the third time we've been hit. Oh, they're right on your door now.
Yeah.
Had any of those hit us in the side, it could have been real bad.
And I'm just sitting thinking, when is this gonna stop?
This guy's right on our door. He's right out here.
It was like you're holding your breath the whole time, waiting for another hit, another hit. And then when you start seeing the emergency crew people walking around, then we knew that the cars had stopped coming. And it's just like, whew, then you can let out a breath and just kind of sit back a minute.
I thought I was really good, and I knew all about these winter things. Not true. It can happen to anyone, anytime, and I've gained a whole new respect for Mother Nature and weather as a whole.
Out on the Atlantic, the Norwegian breakaway was plowing through hurricane winds and mountainous seas, trying to reach New York. As it entered the eye of the storm, Sarah and Brian Corey were fretting over their kids' well-being.
I had one daughter who was very seasick, one who was okay, one who truly was terrified. My daughter looked at me and said, "Mommy, are we gonna die?" There were many moments that I didn't think that we were gonna make it through the storm. I contemplated the death of my entire family in the Atlantic Ocean.
Stuff is flying off the shelves, glass is breaking, and I was worried it was going to be one big wave that just took the ship out. I had never heard whistling wind like that in my life.
The wind's coming in.
And just being on a boat that size that was rocking all over the place, it was something else.
The most terrifying part was thinking that if this boat couldn't withstand this storm and these waves, there's no way a lifeboat is going to help us. The waves were near 50 feet and the winds were 70 miles an hour.
You didn't have any choice but to sit there and wait it out.
The bomb cyclone lasted 4 days, bringing total chaos to eastern United States. 22 people lost their lives, and 300,000 were left without power.
Good Lord.
The deep freeze even spread as far south as Florida, that saw its first snow in 29 years.
A rare phenomenon in Tallahassee, Florida.
Decimating wildlife used to tropical weather.
And this poor little guy is frozen. Apparently he's not dead, so I'm going to put him in the sun.
Mercifully, all 4,000 passengers on the New York-bound Norwegian breakaway made it through unscathed. Ending a truly harrowing voyage none of them will forget in a hurry.
It wasn't until we literally saw the harbor in New York that it's like, okay, we're going to be okay.
Right, and then you just wanted to get off that boat as fast as you could.
And never get on another boat again.
Right.
Les Trois Vallées in the French Alps. Covering almost 400 miles, it's the biggest skiing area in the world.
It's definitely the best place to go in the French Alps.
On February the 7th, 2017, professional skiers Michael Bimbos and Solange Dejouet were with their friend Julie, taking advantage of deep fresh powder despite the increased risk of avalanches.
Yeah, they burn!
We were just having fun during this day, not thinking about avalanche.
We were 3 of us at the top of the ridge, around 2,500 meters, and we wanted to have like Julie at the front, me jumping in the venue, and Solan's following us with the camera to film all the action. We realized something was wrong as soon as we saw the crack on the snow, and this is a really bad sign because it means that the snow is sliding.
I was just after him. Both of us tried to reach the left part.
I tried to pull my airbag, but it's not easy. After a few seconds, I reached the trigger of the avalanche system, and it did inflate, but it was not enough because another wave of snow came and just buried me. It's really noisy. It's like being on a wave in the ocean. As soon as it stops, it's really quiet. I've been trying to move my arms, my head, my legs, and it's just fully trapped. It's impossible. You try once, and then you say, all right, I can't. And then you try again, because you don't want to believe in that. You just have to concentrate on breathing. After a few minutes, you just fall asleep.
With survival rates plummeting after 15 minutes buried, Solan and Julie knew every second wasted could cost their friend his life.
When the avalanche stopped, I couldn't see Michael, just and Julie.
Il est où? Il est où, Mika? Non, je l'ai pas vu, j'ai vu que toi.
It was difficult to see all the avalanche because it's a big area.
All 3 skiers were carrying an avalanche transceiver. The device transmits a signal that can be picked up by other transceivers within a 200-foot radius.
I have to turn around and find the good signal.
Huh?
When I was near Michael with my transceiver, I began to dig.
Things goes really slowly and it appears like an eternity. I stayed 6 minutes under, but I felt like it was 15. I remember thinking, I don't want to die here.
So I find his shoulder pretty fast, and I can find his head just after that.
Respire, respire, respire. On est là, Mika. Ça va aller.
Yeah, I was quite happy to breathe again.
On est là, mon pote. Ouais. Là.
He saved my life.
Despite being expert skiers, this was the first time that Michael and Solan had a near-death experience on the mountain. They would never ignore an off-piste avalanche warning again.
I was stressed a little bit the days after.
When it's that deep and there's a fresh snowfall, not going 3 at the same time is the best lesson we can learn. Come on, this is the best place around. We just continue to go and we pay attention.
Snow avalanches are Mother Nature's deadly ambushes, attacking with little warning and startling speed. Each year they're responsible for 150 deaths. 90% of avalanches are triggered by people, usually by their vibrations disturbing the snowpack, like this skier in La Plagne, France. As he bounces down the slope, his selfie stick captures the top plate of snow cracking apart, starting the death slide. With the human body being 3 times denser than avalanche debris, it's best to swim to stay on the surface. As this guy does, which may have saved his life. Of course, the other way to escape this thundering wall of doom is to try and outrun it. But with avalanches recorded at speeds of over 100 miles per hour, that's a tall order. It helps, though, if you're a professional freeride snowboarder, like this guy in the Pyrenees. But even the pro only squeaks through by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, impresionante esta weá.
If you're hiking and a giant avalanche hurtles towards you, there's no chance of running to safety.
No creo que llegue. Oh.
These two guys in Patagonia, Chile, are mesmerized by the awesome force of nature, not grasping it's heading straight for them.
¿Tú crees que llegue? Oh.
With avalanche snow weighing up to 3/4 of a ton per cubic yard, it can snap fully grown trees like twigs. So just as well it pulls up short of these two less sturdy beings. One way to keep us humans out of harm's way is to clear any dangerous snow caps with a controlled explosion. Although this one doesn't look so controlled. Only shelter from this telecabine saved these ski patrollers from being wiped out. Sacre bleu. When the winter snows fall, Tim Howell's eyes light up. The former British Royal Marine is part of a small band of ultra-daring stuntmen who get their kicks from ski base jumping off scary-looking cliffs.
Not many people that ski base worldwide. I'm the only person who does it in the UK.
Yeah!
The idea or the stunt was first ever conceived for the James Bond movie, The Spy Who Loved Me. It was kind of before the time that base jumping was even a sport. It didn't even have the name base jumping.
While this extreme time has taken Tim around the world, for 2 years he's hankered after one jump. Off the 2,000-foot Glencoe precipice in the Scottish Highlands.
Done a handful of ski base jumps in Italy, Switzerland, France. But to be able to do something in the UK, it was something that I've aimed to do for a while. I lived and worked in Glencoe for a few years. I've spent a lot of time up there, winter mountaineering, winter climbing, but the weather in Scotland is always against you. It's always windy, not enough snow. And on top of that, when you do have snow, it's not at the right level.
Because of the exceptional dangers, ski base jumping requires meticulous planning and a perfect set of weather conditions. On the 8th of January 2018, a rear window opened and it was Go Glencoe.
I've been looking at it for a few years, drove up and yeah, fingers crossed that it worked out. Got to the bottom, we could see a little bit of snow up top. The landing was all grass and I was really doubting whether we'd be able to get it done. The snow level had to be at the exact height of the cliff. If it was any higher, then it wouldn't have been possible because we would have had to spend a lot of time bringing that snow down. For something like this, where I wanted it to build a nice, solid, compact run in, it was the perfect consistency. It's really good, it sticks together. One of the main things that I needed was correct wind conditions. We're looking for minimal wind, 0 miles per hour is perfect, but then on top of that, we need it in the right direction. If the wind picks up a little bit of speed, then you start doubting yourself whether it's possible, whether it's worth doing.
As there was only just enough snow, it took Tim 2 hours to fashion a 30-foot ski ramp. The thin, measly strip, though, gave him no margin for error.
So the jump was probably about 5 meters away from the edge, which meant that I needed speed to then clear that 5-meter gap. I'm always anxious when it comes to pulling off a big challenge that I've been waiting for years to get done. But there's so many variables that can go wrong. From the access slopes, avalanche prone, to the wind, to the snow level. The main thing I didn't want was a 180 facing a cliff. Cliff strikes that are the worst outcome of a base jump like this. Certain jumps I've really got to calm myself down, do some breathing techniques and focus, and then perform what I've set out to do.
Dropping.
I've got enough distance away from the cliff.
Oh! Yes! Yes!
When your canopy opens, that's when you can kind of relax a little bit. Probably the most dangerous part of the jump's over. That's the time to celebrate.
Oh my God! 2 years! 2 years! Woo-hoo-hoo!
Every jump, that's a challenge for me. Yeah, it's always a big, loud whoop whoop. So I knew I'd fly quite far away from the cliff before I landed. So from there, it was kind of just picking a spot. It's quite weird to land on grass with skis because you take some of the shock from your knees by skiing out of the landing.
With that successful touchdown, Tim became the very first person to perform a ski-based jump in the UK. Congratulations.
I was really happy with the outcome. To celebrate, we went to a local pub up the road, Angus burger and a cider, and then drove back home.
There are some adrenaline junkies out there who feel compelled to push the envelope and their luck, taking on Mother Nature. So, on World's Deadliest Weather, we bring you the ultimate, don't do this at home. When snowflakes gently cascade, it seems to play havoc with some people's sanity. And in Squaw Valley, US, this skier decides to not only jump off a massive cliff, but do it with a backflip. A millimeter out, and it'll more likely be back-breaking. Not to be outdone, this guy ups the ante with a couple of backflips, showing his balls of steel by putting them on display. What a plum. In Sweden, this guy proves you don't need scary jumps to have heart-stopping moments as he ventures off-piste into the woods. As potential limb breakers whir by, this Swede must have ice in his veins with this nerveless navigation. Not content, though. Out of the woods, he throws in his party piece, a somersault. He may be a Swede, but he's behaving like a proper turnip. moving from the white stuff to white water. This German kayaker is about to launch himself on a white-knuckle ride down ferocious rapids in Norway. If that wasn't butt-clenchingly scary enough, while the raging torrent knocks 7 bells out of him, he has to precisely thread the eye of a needle, a tiny storm drain. He gets a high five for his troubles, but it was very nearly bye-bye. In 2017, as Europe swelters under heatwave Lucifer, this French guy's devil-may-care attitude was sparked as he takes advantage of melted glaciers to, yes, bike down Mont Blanc, Europe's highest mountain, nudging 16,000 feet. Here are just some of the things that could have carted him off on the blood wagon. Razor-sharp ice, crevasses, precipitous drops, loose scree, giant rocks, and careless hikers, not expecting a two-wheeled maniac hurtling down at breakneck speeds. Formidable. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature show her awesome power.
Oh, another one going in.
We've seen how helpless we can be.
I just feel scared.
We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back.
We're fine.
Oh my God! He's drowning!
Wow. World's deadliest weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida, pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude! We gotta get out of here! Mason, get away from the windows now!
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick. I thought I was gonna burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
It's crazy! It's crazy! Come on!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Flash floods right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Everybody take cover!
Coming up in this episode,
Oh, sweet Jesus.
a catastrophic wildfire incinerates America's most popular national park, trapping holidaymakers.
We were so frightened, we thought we were gonna die.
A Siberian freeze wreaks unimaginable devastation on Britain's sea life.
There were literally hundreds of thousands of animals washed up on the beach. It was truly shocking.
There's a swimmer caught!
And in Alaska, for one man, kayaking becomes a horrifying fight for survival.
Hey, he's pinned!
As time went on, I really thought I was watching someone die.
The beautiful resort town of Gatlinburg nestles in Tennessee's Great Smoky Mountains. It's America's most popular national park, with up to 11 million visitors annually. In late November 2016, Angel and Steve Craig were heading there with their 2 sons for a special Thanksgiving treat.
Oh, yeah!
Gatlinburg is a very beautiful country, laid-back setting that reminded me of my childhood.
It was going to be beautiful. The resort that we picked, our cabin, was at the tip top of that mountain. It was crisp, catching all the seasons with it being late November. We went outside and Steve took a bunch of pictures. And in those pictures, the sky is amber. It's beautiful, but it was strange. We'd never noticed a sky like that. And it was warmer. My phone temperature, I believe, registered in the 70s, and that shocked me.
What Steve and Angel didn't realize was the amber sky was from a massive wildfire 8 miles away, fueled by prolonged dry conditions. Perched up high in the Smoky Mountains, Chalet Village resident Michael Luciano was also oblivious of the danger heading his way.
We haven't had a major fire here in over 100 years. We're sitting here watching TV and I just hear the wind just start picking up. Wow. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna take my phone and I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna film some of this wind. The wind's pretty bad. I had no clue what I was starting to film. Yeah, it's just getting worse. Wow. This is really bad. I start to see a glow coming from all around. It was like a 360-degree glow. And there it is. Lots of smoke. The smoke was just starting to get worse. Lots of smoke. And I'm thinking to myself as I'm filming this, you know, this is kind of disturbing. Completely surrounded. There's a fire real close. I'm looking up and I see this little itty bitty fireball, which we call an ember, and I just got this super gut feeling. It's time to evacuate. It's time to go.
By now, Angel and Steve, who were in Gatlinburg town on a shopping run, were also getting unnerved by the changing conditions.
We went to the local supermarket, got the groceries. There was a heavy presence of fog or smoke. We did not know what it was. Came back, got into the cabin, and Steve was quite nervous and anxious. My youngest son, who's 10, Ethan, was looking out the back and saw the fire coming down the mountain. I was upstairs in our room and we both screamed at the same time, "The fire is coming."
Fanned by powerful 80-mile-an-hour winds, the inferno had roared up on the Craig family and Michael.
Go, 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 go.
Both now had to flee for their lives down steeply wooded tracks, engulfed by flames.
We are now evacuating, and Chalet Village is on fire. We had no clue what lied below us that night. We may not make it out alive.
Get us out of here, Jesus.
It hit that fast.
In Jesus' name.
You need to be praying.
We jumped in and went.
Trying to get out of here.
Yeah.
Burning up.
The smoke was so heavy, the flames were coming so close. the fire was coming down through both sides of the mountain. There were homes that you could see were already being devoured.
Oh, sweet Jesus, get us out of here. Lord God, we need you.
Later, Michael
Hit the gas! Hit the gas!
and the Craig family are taken to the brink as they are forced into the firestorm.
He was so frightened. We thought we were gonna die.
Oh my God, look at that.
And Gatlinburg counts the cost of the worst wildfire in the Smoky Mountains history.
All I kept thinking was this has to be what a war zone is like.
As we've seen, when stirred up and angry, Mother Nature can be frightening. But with the beast comes beauty. One of the best ways to soak up the majesty of the world's weather is being on board a supertanker. As this one chugs on a 30-day voyage through the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, Indian Ocean, and South China Sea, watching nature unfurl at its most raw and beautiful is truly a sight to behold. The vista can be just as stunning from the skies. In 2017, while Cyclone Debbie was wreaking death and destruction on land, the passengers on this flight to Queensland, Australia, were treated to the thrilling spectacle of a fiery sunset, punctuated by dazzling lightning bolts. Even when our weather is tranquil, it has the ability to conjure up breathtaking beauty. It's dawn in Virginia, USA, and this magical roll tube, with its palette of gold, pinks, and purples, is spellbinding for those early risers. When Jack Frost comes out to play and the land freezes, the results can be spectacular. On a glorious day, Pineview Reservoir in Utah has transformed into the perfect winter wonderland, Mirror. It may be beautiful, but if the ice breaks, it's deadly. Finally, when darkness falls, nature's beauty doesn't dim, especially when you have a dazzling full moon like this one, arcing over Beavertail Lighthouse on the US eastern seaboard. Extreme sports enthusiast Obadiah Jenkins loves nothing more than pushing the limits. For him, the harder the challenge, the bigger the slug of adrenaline it brings.
My interest in the outdoors turned into more of a love of the extreme sports, and it sort of just captured my heart and took over my life. It gives you confidence and it makes you feel very alive. And that's the paradox of extreme sports. The closer to death you are, the more alive you feel. I was 12 years old when I first started whitewater kayaking, and that was the first time that I started running whitewater and really fell in love with the culture that was around kayaking.
On August the 12th, 2017, Obadiah was participating in the famous 6 Mile Whitewater Festival, a series of races down extreme rapids graded up to Class 5, the second hardest rated category. That's definitely not for the faint-hearted.
The 6 Mile Whitewater Bluegrass Festival it's a very small local festival here in Alaska. It happens once a year, usually around the time of my birthday. It has 3 major canyons, and each canyon gets progressively harder and more dangerous. And the rapids are just world class. It's a beautiful, beautiful river. It's a very dangerous river. Just like any river with white water, it has its risks and its potential for disaster to strike. That river personally has almost killed me. The water levels change drastically. There can be undercut rocks, hydraulics, logs stuffed in places that you can't see. And if you don't take it seriously, it'll prove to you just how serious of a river it really is.
Also attending this whitewater bonanza was freelance travel journalist and avid kayaker James Bennett. Half an hour before the main event, he took up a vantage point as contestants warmed up on the river.
I've been a whitewater kayaker myself for about 25 years. A few very, very experienced boaters decided to go down first. This was before the safety was set up for the race. But then Dan came along, and that's when the trouble started.
Dan Hartung is a recreational kayaker who had never paddled extreme rapids, but had accidentally followed the pros onto the river.
Didn't exactly know what I was doing, but I'd made the first couple of turns when my spray skirt came off. Well, I took on water around that curve, and the boat started sinking. It got sluggish. It was low in the water. So I just decided to kick out of the canoe and float the rest of the way down.
I looked upriver and could see this one kayak coming down. Could see that this man was in a lot of trouble.
Hey, we got a swimmer coming down. Yo, hello, swimmer.
The current pushed me over the outside corner of the river where I got caught on a submerged log.
Hey, he's pinned. He's pinned. Let go, he's pinned. He's caught.
Watching Dan being pinned in that waterfall drop was very, very frightening.
Fortunately, Obadiah was bankside nearby and instinctively knew a life was in peril.
There's a swimmer caught.
I hear someone yelling over the roar of the rapids that there's a swimmer. So I grabbed my throw rope and I started heading upstream.
Help! More help!
I snapped into, I guess, go mode. You know, things got real. He grabbed onto the rope, pulled himself up. That was the first time I got a look at his face. And I knew that there was fear, there was desperation, and he was fighting for his life. I was encouraging him to try to rescue himself. I wasn't sure if it was a foot entrapment under a rock or what was holding him back. So I was yelling at him to pull his legs free, to fight, to do whatever it took. How are we going to get this guy out of here if he can't rescue himself?
I was being pushed up against the log, fighting to keep my head above the water to breathe. I was slowly being pushed under the log, my head getting deeper and deeper in the water. Water was rushing through. The only thing I could hear was the water.
It was encouraging to see how much fight was in him. And he was fighting with all of his strength and all of his courage. This rushing, raging, cold water is so powerful. You can fight it for a little while, but it's going to win eventually.
As time went on, I really thought I was watching someone die.
He's been fighting now for over 5 minutes. That's an eternity when you have this water just beating down on you. I looked down into the water and I could see that he was under. He'd given up the fight. He didn't have the rope attached to him anymore. I didn't know what to do. I knew that if we didn't do something immediately, it was going to be a body recovery. I think I was probably in the water maybe 1 or 2 seconds before I slammed into Daniel. And I remember the feeling because the impact was enormous. You know, I didn't build up a lot of speed, but immediately I was going as fast as the current. And Daniel was lodged in there in such a way that he wasn't moving. And when I first impacted him, it felt like a car wreck.
When Obadiah jumped in, I was already out. I was already gone.
Dan had no movement whatsoever. It looked pretty dire.
This person can't be dead. Come on, man. Fight a little bit longer. Like, dude, it's my birthday. You can't do this to me on my birthday. Nobody dies on my birthday. As soon as we got him to shore, there was no pulse, there was no breathing, there was no signs of life. There was professionals there that weren't afraid to take action, that jumped into play and began doing all of the things necessary that brought this man back to life.
I don't remember anything until I heard voices. People all around me. After not breathing, my heart stopping for a while, way out in the middle of the wilderness, dead, I came out pretty unscathed. Obadiah's actions were unselfish. Jumping in the way he did, there was no guarantees that he can control himself, let alone save me. But he just jumped in and by miracle broke me off that log and we both floated down the river then. My first birthday is when I was born. My second birthday is that day in August when they pulled me out of the river and got me breathing and living again.
When snow flutters down, it seems to spark a collective outburst of creativity, which manifests itself in the sprouting of snowmen. The big downside for them is the mentality. Build 'em up, knock 'em down. Well, not anymore, as we bring you the revenge of the snowman. This woman in Ankara, Turkey, has taken an instant dislike to this harmless snowman. Strike one didn't put it down, so she goes in for strike two. Still no joy. She winds up for strike three. Toppled, she goes in for the kill, but it's 3 strikes and out for her. This guy reckons flying through the air like a torpedo is the best means of attack. But giant snowman swats him away like a fly. Seen at real speed, it's bone-shuddering. While in Rossville, Georgia, goaded on by this anti-snowman brigade, this kid tries the running shoulder barge method, but doesn't even make a dent.
Really hard, okay?
So Dad decides to lend a helping hand and leaves the lad seeing stars. This snowman in South Dakota, USA, is obviously fed up with this girl crawling over him and presumably having a branch stuck in its head. But with the help of his young accomplice, she's given the cold shoulder. What an abominable snowman. Still to come, in Asia, a devastating typhoon hits the jackpot in this gambler's paradise.
In the end, you can't do anything. I mean, you just let it go and try and save yourself.
And the Siberian beast from the east savages a flock of sheep in Britain.
Could suffocate, that was our worry. They could suffocate under the snow.
Is this one alive?
Earlier, we saw how during Thanksgiving 2017, a devastating forest wildfire, fueled by gales and exceptionally dry vegetation, ripped across Tennessee's Great Smoky Mountains.
Oh, God. Oh, sweet Jesus.
America's #1 national park was thrown into panic. Among the thousands fleeing was local resident Michael Luciano.
Go, 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 go. We had no clue what lied below us that night.
And vacationers Steve and Angel Craig with their 2 kids.
We were so frightened. Oh, God. It was just horrifying.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Look at that.
Stay with me, son. Stay with me.
My oldest son was having a full-blown panic attack.
Take a little sip of this drink, son.
Stay with me, son. Stay with me, son.
All we could do was pray that we got out.
Keep your hands on these vehicles that are darting out, honey. In Jesus' name, they're freaking out too.
We were lucky to get out. It was the most sombering experience to know what we had just come through.
Oh, God.
Following the law enforcement, but
Keep his phone on charge.
We thought we were gonna die.
Higher up in the mountains, on a remote forest track, falling, burning trees were threatening to thwart Michael's escape.
Hit the gas. I can't see. You can see. We'll get out of it. The flames, they actually traveled like 50 foot in like 3 seconds. That should have melted these tires in a heartbeat. Go. The smoke was starting to come in the vehicle as well. It was scary. Hit the gas, hit the gas! No warning, nothing. Not one single warning on the news, and you're telling me nobody knew. Almost every cabin in Chalet Village is burning. Right when we're getting down this mountain, about halfway down, there's this huge tree, and this tree was completely covered the road. Go through it. I can't. We cannot be stuck. In a situation like this, if you don't keep moving, your life is on the line. We rammed right through that tree. We just drove through a tree. As you're driving through this, you start to realize, people are definitely dying in this. This is just terrible. It's devastating. I've never seen anything this bad. Ever.
Fire spreading quickly, so if you see the smoke, or be able to evacuate immediately.
It was the wildest thing and the most tragic thing that I have ever been through in my entire life.
The 2016 Gatlinburg wildfires ended up consuming more than 15,000 acres of national park. 2,000 buildings were damaged or destroyed, and tragically, 14 people died. Once the area had been made safe, Tennessee transport official Mark Nagy was able to witness the apocalypse.
What I saw then, that morning, was not what I had expected whatsoever. I drove into the town, and it was like a ghost town. It's been completely abandoned. You could have a home in one spot, and then 100 yards to the side, you could have another home. And one has been completely destroyed, and the other one doesn't look like it has a scratch on it. And that showed you the direction and the speed that the wildfires went through.
Incredibly, that house up there doesn't look like it has much damage at all. But then you just go a little bit further away, and you can see what this fire has done. It is absolutely devastating.
All I kept thinking was this has to be what a war zone is like. You saw areas where the only reason you know that there was even a home there is because it's down to the foundations. And it's like that as far as the eye could see. It was a once-in-a-lifetime type of wildfire in Gallenberg, Tennessee. And I pray that we don't see anything like that ever again.
As for Michael, he was one of the lucky few whose house was spared. But the Craig family's holiday chalet wasn't so fortunate.
All of these are gone. Oh my goodness. All down here, none of this made it. We did decide we'd like to get back to the cabin because we didn't know if it had burnt to the ground. Oh my God.
Wow. For me, it was just like a weird way of taking a breath and like, man, this is just a little overwhelming to see. I've never seen devastation at that level.
This is where we were. This could have been us.
It could have been us.
Each of our family picked up a rock. This is all that was left.
August the 23rd, 2017, Macau, China, the gambling mecca known as the Las Vegas of Asia. But set to hit the jackpot with a direct hit was the most powerful storm for 50 years, Super Typhoon Hato. Italian expat Paolo Bencivenga was full of nervous anticipation, high up on the 18th floor of his apartment block.
The weather forecast told us that this typhoon would be very, very strong. It was going to basically hit us dead on. The first thing you feel is an increase in the wind. It starts to drizzle, and then it starts to rain more intensively, then it's sheet rain. Little by little, there is an increase in noise. It goes from silence to a great racket. We live in a street which is aligned by high-rise buildings, so it has a sort of funnel effect. So, you know, the wind just sort of blows through this corridor and increases in velocity and in sound. We soon realized that this was something a bit more strong than the ones we were used to before. We prayed that our windows wouldn't break. So next to us is one of these nice, beautiful modern buildings, and I saw these 4 or 5 people, planks of wood.
These guys are trying to hold a barrier by hand to prevent water going inside the parking lot.
But obviously there was no way they could hold it, so they tried, but at the end, you know, the thing just washed them away completely. And in the end, you can't do anything. I mean, you just let it go and try and save yourself.
As a maximum Category 10 storm, Hato packed a massive punch, bringing destructive winds up to 130 miles per hour. Downtown, in one of Macau's luxury hotels, security guard Prakash Pokharel was in awe of the tempest.
त्यसपछि सबैजना भित्र बस्नु, सबै ढोका झ्यालहरू बन्द गर्नु, कुनै पनि मान्छेहरूलाई बाहिर होटलदेखि बाहिर जान नदिनु भन्ने इन्स्ट्रक्सन आयो। अनि हामीहरू भित्र बस्यौं, अनि माथि बिल्डिङमा गएर तलहरू हेर्यौं। जब ठुलो टाइफुन आयो, त्यसपछि पानी पनि एकदमै ठुलो आयो र पुरै कालो भयो। हावा चाहिँ एकदमै निकै नै चर्को थियो। त्यही भिडियोमा पनि सुन्न सकिन्छ। आवाज एकदमै चर्को नै थियो। एकदमै धेरै नै चर्को, जस्तो एम्बुलेन्सको साइरन। कामदेखि 36 मा हिँडेको थिए घरको लागि। पानी चाहिँ एकदमै धमिलो थियो र पानी भित्र चाहिँ सामानहरू यताउति चाहिँ अनुभव गर्न सकिन्थ्यो हिँड्दाखेरि। तर बाटोमा सबै पानी थियो, फुल कम्मर जति पानी थियो बाटोमा। त्यो त एकदमै डर भयो किनभने पानी धमिलो भएको कारणले गर्दा अब अगाडि केही देखिँदैन थियो म हिँड्दाखेरि त्यहाँ 4-5 जना चाहिँ हिँडिरहेको थियो पनि सोधेको थिए हेल्प चाहिन्छ भनेर सोधेको थिए र 2 जना चाहिँ अलि एजेड कपलहरू थियो उनीहरूलाई पनि मैले सोधेको थिएँ केही हेल्प चाहिन्छ उनीहरू एकदमै आत्तिरहेको थियो म 6:30 मा घर फर्केको थिएँ मेरो घर आउने बाटो चाहिँ सिर्फ 15 मिनेटको थियो अनि त्यो पानीले गर्दा मलाई अराउन्ड 45 मिनेट लाग्यो छाप त मेन जुन फ्लडिङ आयो त्यो फ्लडिङ नै एकदमै ठुलो भयो जुन रुमको स्थिति देखियो बाहिर मान्छेको स्थिति देखियो तपाईको फ्लडिङमा अब आफ्नै आँखाले गाडीहरू बगेको देखियो त्यो चाहिँ एकदमै बिर्सनै नसक्ने क्षण भयो
Sadly, 12 people in Macau lost their lives to Typhoon Hato. The army was called in to clear the debris, and it took several days to restore power and water. The final bill was an eye-watering $6 billion.
The following days, you would walk outside and you would see pieces of furniture, clothes, belongings, which were blown out of apartments. And I was pretty much shocked at what I saw on the street. This is a building site, and everything was ripped off and flew all over the place. And as you see over there, some of the debris which came off the building site. Broken glass everywhere from broken windows, broken trees, bushes, pieces of plastic, anything and everything lying all over the place. Oh wow, these were like bombs flying through the air, like shrapnel. If one of these things hit somebody's head, it's goodbye. Decapitated. My God, wonder where they came from. The 10 years that we lived in Macau, we never saw such a strong typhoon hit us. We were very lucky. Our apartment was fine. Our only problem is that we had a power cut and we had no water for 8-9 hours. When the next typhoon comes, I'll look at it with more care than before.
Some of the worst floods on Earth come during the monsoon season. Contrary to popular belief, monsoon isn't rain, but wind that blows from cool ocean to warm land, loaded with moisture. They occur all over the world, but the most famous is the Asian monsoon. In Mumbai's waterlogged streets, these kids' raft looks a clever way to keep dry. But when a van barrels past, its floors are brutally exposed. During the monsoon season, Indian commuters needn't bother with morning showers. The 910 Mumbai Express does the job perfectly well. Although a sluice down with sewagey water isn't to everyone's taste. In China, after heavy monsoon rains, they take commuting across town to a whole new level. This woman in her submarine scooter is making light work of the heavy weather. And 2 wheels appears to be the best option in deep floods. Automobile commuters are left high and dry, making this woman very, very wet. In Chiang Mai, Thailand, the locals have devised an ingenious way to solve the problem of broken wipers. Yep, It's dubbed the human mob. But with Thailand having the world's second highest road fatality rate, he must be as daft as a brush. In Malaysia, when the waters rise, it brings all manner of nasty hazards. And this croc is getting very snappy at being asked to move on. This human versus reptile battle lasted over an hour before the crocodile was safely repatriated in the nearby river. February 2018. A rare weather phenomenon plunged Britain into a mini ice age. The polar vortex, a large mass of cold air, was disrupted, bringing the beast from the east, from Siberia to the British shores. With temperatures as much as 20 degrees Celsius below average, coupled with blizzard conditions, the emergency services were working flat out to rescue stranded people.
Nobody's getting down, but you might be here for a while. That's all I can say.
At Britain's highest pub, the Tan Hill Inn on the Yorkshire Dales, landlady Louise Peace found her regulars also trapped by huge snowdrifts.
It's bitter, absolutely bitter. We are extremely exposed to the weather because we are literally on the top for 50 or 60 miles. It's just so bitterly cold. I think we got to about minus 21.
The snow has actually blown over Tan Hill. You can see that the tractors are trying their hardest to get through. Are you all right, young lady?
Yeah.
She's snowed in.
Nice and warm.
By the fire.
They're going to get these guys out because they need their medication.
It was becoming a bit of an emergency because two of them that were snowed in, one of them had a heart condition and didn't have the pills, and one had asthma. A storm like this, it's a serious threat to life.
At least the Tan Hill regulars had somewhere warm to sit out the storm, a luxury some of Britain's livestock didn't have. As conditions deteriorated, in Cumbria, sheep farmer Mike Bosted had to brave the deadly conditions to save his precious flock.
These sheep that we have are very hard because the hill sheep, they're born and bred up in the hills. They can survive some pretty bad weather. We didn't realise how bad it was going to be. It was just like a total whiteout, and there was very strong winds, and there was snow drifts up to probably 4 foot. This field was 2 miles away because that's where the sheep were at the time. And we had to go on a tractor because we couldn't get any other way. The roads are blocked with snow. Didn't realise how bad it was until we got further up the hill. When we first got there was 40 missing, so we had to ride round.
So they're stuck in the snow somewhere, we think, so we'll have to try and find them.
And we found about 30 which were sheltering, but there were still 10 missing. When the sheep are sheltering behind the stone walls, the snow blows over them and it buries them. They could suffocate, that was our worry, they could suffocate under the snow. It was a little bit like looking for a needle in a haystack. So we went to where the most obvious place was that we thought that they would be sheltering from the snow and the wind. We started prodding the snowdrifts with these big sticks that we had just to try and find the sheep. We did feel something which we thought could be a sheep. It was a little bit soft. So we started digging. And that's when we found the sheep. The first sheep that we dug out, it didn't look too good.
That one's dead.
Yeah.
Is there another down there? No. I think we'll dig a little bit more here and then see what happens.
Yeah.
Is this one alive?
The second sheep that we pulled out, I think we were just in time. I think another 2 or 3 hours, and that sheep, I think it would probably have died as well. And it actually ran up to the other sheep up the field and started eating the feed. It was pretty rough. We are used to tough conditions up here, we really are, but this was pretty bad.
While it was a battle for survival on land, a sharp sea temperature drop of 3 degrees meant marine creatures were dying by the truckload. As Marine Advocacy Officer Bex Lynham saw for herself on Fraisthorpe Beach on the Yorkshire coast.
I walked down the beach and, wow, I was really shocked with what I encountered. There were literally hundreds of thousands of animals washed up on the beach. It was truly shocking. It stretched as far as the eye could see. I've never seen anything like that before. There was just bodies piled high, at times ankle deep, at times a foot deep. One of the most shocking things was the sheer diversity of animals that were washed up.
Crab with eggs.
There was so much that we couldn't save, but we knew that there was an opportunity here to save some of the lobsters and put them back into the sea at a later date. We didn't have a plan as such, so we just started filling up baskets and any other containers that we could do with the lobsters that were still alive. We think around 2.5 tons were taken off the beach, and that equates to potentially 25,000 individual lobsters. As the day wore on, though, it was really clear that absolutely everything else was dead. To walk and hear the crunch of shells underneath your feet was really devastating to do, but the most important thing, I think, was that we were rescuing that wildlife that was still alive.
Some people, despite their best intentions and valiant efforts, just don't know the limit of their capabilities. So, on World's Deadliest Weather, we're counting down our top of the flops. A new entry, in at number 5, is this snowboarder in Reno, Nevada. Keen to show off his fancy rail skills, he only succeeds in falling off the rails into a stream 20 feet below. Luckily for him, these broken branches prevent broken limbs. At least he's given his mate something to laugh about. Moving up 10 places to number 4 is pond skiing. This combination of downhill and water skiing is supposed to wow the crowds. But this guy from Russia just ends up as a damp squib. Holding firm at number 3 is this motorist in Tampa, Florida. He brazenly ignores the abandoned vehicles and attempts to go where no car has gone before. As soon as he loses traction with the tarmac,
they're floating. Did you see that? Pivoting. Yeah.
It's the end of the road for his motor. At number 2, this guy wants to show off by taking an icy dip. Except this ice is a bit thicker than he realized. Hopefully that bump will knock some sense into it. And the freezing plunge pours cold water on his foolhardy escapades.
How cold is it?
Staying at number 1 is this extraordinary scene in North Carolina. A tiny car towing a massive semi-trailer on an icy road has got flop nailed on. But in true David and Goliath legend, the giant is humbled.
It's working, I can't believe it.
In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature rage with fury We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back. We're fine.
Oh my God! It's drowning!
Wow. World's deadliest weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida. Pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude! We gotta get out of here! Mason, get away from the windows now!
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick.
I thought I was gonna burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
It's crazy! It's crazy! Come on!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Fly's right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Everybody take cover!
Coming up in this episode, a catastrophic earthquake wreaked total devastation in Ecuador.
Yo sí pensé en ese momento, aquí nos quedamos, se cayó el edificio, pero también yo empecé a pedirle a Dios, no, por favor, no.
In North Devon, a daring sea rescue goes right to the wire.
My biggest concern for them was that it wasn't going to end positively.
And Pacific Islands are blasted by a merciless tropical cyclone.
The water start coming in our house. That's when we start evacuating. We had to save our lives.
Ecuador, the small South American country, lies on a seismically volatile fault line, responsible for pushing up the Andes mountain range and triggering the world's strongest earthquake, measuring at 9.5 magnitude. On April the 16th, 2016, in Puerto Viejo, Nilo Montes de Oca, his wife Andrea, and their 2 kids were settling in for the night, unawares life was about to be turned upside down.
Ese día no había habido, nadie pudo prever lo que iba a pasar. Fue un día normal, tranquilo. Nos cogió desprevenidos, totalmente desprevenidos.
En lo que yo ya me disponía para vestirme, comienzo a sentir que comienza a moverme la cama, porque justamente yo me encontraba acostado. Cuando le digo a Andrea, temblor.
En el nombre de Jesús, vamos para
cuando en sí comenzó a moverse un poco más fuerte. Ella tenía al niño más pequeño, yo cogía a la más grande, nos paramos a la puerta.
No importa nada.
Pero tanto era el movimiento que no nos podíamos mantener en pie que...
El terremoto, el movimiento nos tumbó al piso, estábamos en el piso abrazados, nosotros dos en un pasillo con los niños en medio tratando de cubrirlos.
En el nombre de Jesús. Nilo, grita conmigo. En el nombre de Jesús. Grita conmigo, en el nombre de Jesús. Ya, cójale. Nilo, no puedes perder tiempo, apúrate. En el nombre de Jesús.
El ruido de las paredes quebrándose era algo indescriptible. Algo terrorífico, porque parecía que se nos venían encima.
Cójale. Pero apúrate, coge, no te pongas eso. En nombre de Jesús.
Los niños chiquitos, uno lo que quiere es verlos crecer.
En el nombre de Jesús, niña, por favor, vamos.
Yo sí pensé en ese momento, aquí nos quedamos, se cayó el edificio, pero también yo empecé a pedirle a Dios, no, por favor, no, todavía no nos lleve.
Nilo, vente. Baja, mija, baja.
A powerful 7.8 magnitude earthquake had struck 50 miles away, just off Ecuador's Pacific coast. Much closer to the epicenter, in the coastal town Kanoa, Japanese cyber cafe owner Jun Ozawa was with his infant son.
Ese día ya estaba trabajando y sentí un poco de movimiento. Está haciendo fuerte. La gente se asustó, mis clientes estaban asustados, sentí como vieron, se corrieron. De ahí yo fui a coger a mi hijo. Ahí está sintiendo alguna fuerza muy fuerte, como muy profundo de la tierra. Muy bajo. Un solo sacudón. ¡Pum! Ahí me caí con mi hijo, afuera. Yo no sé qué está pasando. Sigue moviendo fuerte. Como bomba. Era bomba. Yo soy de Japón, hay muchos terremotos así, pero nunca pensé que tan violenta y fuerte de terremoto, nunca.
By the skin of his teeth, June had made it out to the relative safety of the streets. In Puerto Viejo, the Montes de Oca family was stuck 3 stories up in their violently shaking apartment block, liable to collapse at any moment.
Una vez que se detuvo el terremoto, que duró 58 segundos, nosotros recién ahí pudimos ponernos en pie, cogimos a nuestros niños y procedimos a evacuar el edificio.
Tranquila.
El polvo no dejaba ver casi nada. Por eso yo tuve que hacer video con flash, porque no se veía nada, era oscurito, todo oscurito. Arriba, abajo, en todos lados.
Aquí estamos.
Terminando de bajar la escalera en el primer piso, ahí había una plancha de cemento, o sea, una pared se había caído sobre la escalera. Entonces yo no me di cuenta y me caí.
Baja, linda, baja.
Me caí con el niño. Bueno, el niño en realidad nunca lo solté.
Cuidado.
Y ahí me levanté, me raspé la pierna y seguí bajando. A medida que empezábamos a bajar se escuchaban gritos. Gritos desesperados de la gente abajo.
Venga.
Mientras bajábamos más fuerte se escuchaba que la gente gritaba. Porque se había caído el edificio en la esquina, se habían caído no sé cuántos edificios, abajo era... No había nada, en ese momento era como que esta ciudad había desaparecido.
The earthquake was the most powerful to strike Ecuador in 70 years.
¿Dónde está el señor?
Later, with hundreds trapped under mountains of debris,
Venga, caballero, si puede.
we will see one of the most astonishingly brave rescue attempts.
Difícilmente ante la primera vista uno piensa que puede haber alguien vivo.
And we show the massive global response to a country reduced to rubble.
When something like that happened, basically just felt the need, we got to do something.
Year on year, the weather seems to get more extreme. And in 2017, nowhere on Earth felt this as badly as the United States. It was their costliest year for natural disasters, racking up a staggering $306 billion. Most destructive were three hurricanes: Irma, Maria, and Harvey, the latter breaking a rainfall record for a single tropical storm, creating a once-in-a-thousand-year flood. Equally mind-blowing is this guy in his truck, somehow pushing through 8.5-foot deep waters.
There's no steering wheel in this cab right now.
Somehow, this guy defied Mother Nature to rescue some stranded people.
Come back this way. Come back this way, I hear.
Catastrophic wildfires ravaged the United States, with over 10 million acres going up in smoke. Worst affected was California, with record-breaking blazes in the north and south.
Super smoky, hard to breathe.
This guy is documenting the La Tuna Canyon fire.
Holy crap. We can see flames. The fire is making its way down this hill into apartments down here.
It was Los Angeles' biggest ever blaze that consumed hundreds of homes.
This is crazy.
Two devastating hailstorms bombarded the states of Minnesota and Colorado. In Denver, baseball-size ice inflicted record destruction.
This was falling from the sky!
And judging by the damage to this parking lot, it's not hard to see why.
No! My car! Oh man, my front windshield's all cracked up and everything, man. Oh God.
We're on a tornado now.
In addition, across the US, there were 3 major tornado outbreaks, record-breaking flooding, and in Pennsylvania, snowfall shattered previous benchmarks, including a whopping 34 inches on Christmas Day. It just goes to show, no matter how strong and powerful man feels, he's no match for Mother Nature. Hartland Point in North Devon, England, a remote and rugged stretch of coastline that is both breathtakingly beautiful and deadly. Putting lives in peril are stormy seas and massive 30-foot tidal ranges that can snare unsuspecting holidaymakers, as Paula Taylor saw for herself on the 15th of February 2018.
I'd gone to stay in Bude with my aunt and cousin with my 3 children. We just decided on that day that we'd take a drive up the coast to Hartland Quay. I remember the weather being really bad. The day before there had been extreme weather warnings. The wind can really pick up in this part of the country. We'd been finishing up our lunch in the pub. All of a sudden, someone came in and asking to have a call put through to the Coast Guard because 2 men were stuck out on a rock. When I first saw the 2 men, I was quite shocked. Not a place to be in those conditions. The tide was coming in quite quickly. You could see swells of water coming around the rock that they were on. No clear way of getting back to the beach to safety. My biggest concern for them was that it wasn't going to end positively.
As the alert was raised, 50 miles away, the HM Coast Guard in St. Athan leapt into action. Pilot Ollie Padbury and winchman Sam Wellstead were warned they only had half an hour before the incoming sea would wash away the two men.
Speed was quite a critical factor. The tide was coming in very, very fast. The casualties didn't really have anywhere to go.
Weather conditions on the day were very windy. There was a lot of wind at St. Athan, and then once you get out over the water, it tends to get even windier without the land slowing the wind down. When we arrived on scene, there was a lot of white water all around the casualties, and the waves were hitting the shoreline so hard that they were breaking up over the top of the cliffs there.
The sea temperature was around about 8 degrees. The two casualties were dressed for walking, so had they been swept into the sea, the main risk to them would have been through drowning as opposed to hypothermia.
It was obvious immediately that if we didn't do something straight away, these guys were going to end up in the water.
By this time, massive waves were crashing against the rock, making the rescue treacherous.
As I was getting winched out and being carried by the helicopter towards the casualties, I could see a lot of white water around me. I could see the force of the water.
As the rescue reached its critical phase, from her clifftop vantage point, Paula watched on with trepidation.
It was nerve-wracking to watch. You just assume that everything's going to work out okay, but then you've got that nagging in the back of your mind that, you know, what if things do go wrong? The tide was coming in quickly. You know, we were getting really worried by this point. We were absolutely in awe of the skills of the pilot. It was obviously very windy conditions. Their skills to be able to just stay in one place to get that rescue done was just amazing.
As soon as I made contact with the rock, I did get hit by a wave. Quickly made sure that they didn't have any injuries. They said they didn't and they were fine, but were just cut off and cold. I thought the quickest and safest way to extract them was to send one casualty up on his own first, then I can secure myself to the other casualty, and then hopefully I can support him in the water should we have been washed off. So we just put the equipment on them, sent them to the helicopter.
I could see how hard Sam was having to work. I knew the time pressure we were up against to get the guys off the rocks, and I was doing everything I could to keep the aircraft steady so Sam could work quickly underneath us. I could see the waves coming in. I could see they were getting higher and higher as they approached Sam, and I could see the wave coming towards Sam just as we winched him and the last casualty off the rock, and I knew it was going to be one that broke over the top of the rock.
Just over half an hour after they were scrambled from their base, the HM Coast Guard had whisked the men off the rock. A few more seconds, and that final wave could have spelt doom.
It's amazing to know that, you know, you've got the emergency services at hand. We're lucky to have them. Could have been a completely different ending.
As we all know, waves come in all sizes, from a ripple to these 100-foot monsters found in Nazaré, Portugal. With seawater weighing 64 pounds per cubic foot, you really don't want to be this surfer who's come a cropper. His jet ski rescuer dashes to his aid. But the next giant takes them both out. Amazingly, despite being pummeled to an inch of their lives, they both survive. If you think surfing the treacherous mountainous seas in Nazaré is mentally deranged, then how about this fellow? Not content that tiptoeing across a wire is dangerous enough, he has an angry, boiling ocean snapping at his heels. This is called slacklining, but watching this leaves me slack-jawed with incredulity. A smaller wave, but no less impressive stunt was performed by this guy in Malibu, California. Obviously bored with one board, he hops onto another, cementing his surf dude status. But upstaging him on the cool stakes is Faith, the champion surfing dog. Decked out in a natty jacket, he's every inch the dashing hound. Still to come, a violent thunderstorm brings tragedy to Midwest America.
We looked over to the stage and it began to lean a bit and sway a bit, and then that collapsed.
And a huge tropical cyclone overwhelms two idyllic Pacific islands.
I was convinced my house was going to be flooded.
Earlier, we saw how in 2016, Ecuador's biggest earthquake in 70 years reduced its coastal regions to rubble.
No había nada, en ese momento era como que...
One of the worst affected places was Puerto Viejo. Most of this city was decimated, with hundreds trapped under collapsed buildings. Policeman Paul Velez was on duty as the disaster unfolded.
El terremoto fue algo terrible, fue algo sorprendente. La tierra se movía como cuando en tipo olas, caían los postes, caían los alambrados eléctricos, los edificios caían. Era algo impresionante, como explosiones. Era como estar en una guerra, eran explosiones por todos lados. Yo me encontraba en el servicio de patrullaje a pie, me encontraba caminando por la ciudad. En el momento del terremoto nos encontrábamos bajo el Hotel Cabrera, en el portal del hotel. El edificio se viene abajo todo, como cuando haces un castillo de naipes y de pronto se derrumba.
Mercifully, as it was off-season, the hotel was empty, apart from one security guard, Angel Mera,
¿Dónde?
who happened to be one of Paul's good friends.
El edificio del hotel estaba totalmente destruido, todo era escombros, todo era ruinas. Difícilmente ante la primera vista uno piensa que puede haber alguien vivo. ¿Cómo se llama el señor? No sabe. ¡Señor! ¿Hay alguien aquí? Ya le traigo ayuda. Vamos sacándolo, pues. Entre el espacio que había entre el suelo y la primera planta. Ya le ayudo. Entré al hotel por un espacio de unos 20 centímetros. Entonces ahí ingresé arrastrándome. Sí, está bien, no está atrapado con nada. Ya. Le muevo, tranquilo. Así se puede arrastrar. Comencé a sacar escombros, llegar al punto en donde estaba más cerca. Ay. Venga, caballero, si puede. Ya, espérese, ya le paso algo para que se arrastre. Ya cuando lo encontré, yo me saco el cinto policial, se lo extiendo. Y lo comienzo a jalar hacia donde estoy yo. Igual no era muy alto el espacio, pero ahí arrastrando nos salimos. Vamos, cuidado de los vidrios. Vamos, salgamos rápido porque esto no está muy... Vamos. Yo le ayudo. Yo pensé todos los escombros del hotel, ya que todavía se movía la tierra, pero era una cuestión de segundos nada más. Tenía segundos para sacarlo, entonces... Vamos. Haga un esfuerzo, yo sé que le duele. Ya sale, vamos. Tranquilo. Ya. Póngase en mis hombros si quiere, yo le llevo. Vamos. Sí. Arrímese a mí. Eso, ya. Ahí vamos avanzando poquito a poco, paso a pasito. Ya. Y una vez que ya estuvo cerca mío, lo puse en mi espalda. Ya. Tranquilo, vamos, poquito a poco nomás. Ya estamos afuera. Ya. Venga. Si puede, ya. Vamos. Ya estamos afuera. Ya. Trataba de maniobrar rápido para poder salir los dos. Venga, pase. A ver, démela. Vamos afuera, ya lo más difícil ya está. No, ¿estaba solo? El ingeniero estaba arriba. ¿Arriba? Bueno, es una satisfacción muy grande, más que todo porque hoy en día tú sabes de que gracias a tu ayuda una familia está completa.
Hay otro más. ¿Cómo está?
Vamos, póngale ahí.
As the dust settled on the catastrophic 2016 earthquake, Ecuador had to absorb one of its worst humanitarian disasters, claiming 668 lives and more than 6,000 injuries. As the news of unprecedented suffering spread around the globe, retired Canadian police officers Brian and Jeanette Sullivan felt compelled to act.
When something like that happened, basically just felt a need, we got to do something. We ended up raising close to, I think it was $4,700 in a matter of 4 or 5 days. With that money, we went and bought $4,700 of supplies. We handed out what we called, we just called them life bags, loaded with supplies from a can of tuna, rice, first aid, diapers for a baby, water, anything that could be used and that could sustain life until at least the national government could get their people and supplies to these communities. At least we could give them something to survive on.
But nothing could prepare the Sullivans for the overwhelming scale of destruction. Thousands of buildings were flattened and over 20,000 people displaced into makeshift shelters.
The size of it was beyond belief. It was 30 or 40 communities, if not more, all the way along the coast. Everybody was affected in some way. And we drove through certain towns that were pretty much leveled. It would look like Hiroshima. Not that I'd been there, but pictures of Hiroshima, I couldn't believe it.
Seeing the people, I mean, just seeing the hopelessness. You know, what do we do? Our life is gone. Our building, our house, our store is gone. So that was really heart-wrenching.
Everybody had left the mountains and were all set up on the highways with anything they managed to rescue from their house. There's people lying on a couch with their kids and their dog. Have a shelter, a lean-to, a piece of plastic, a garbage can, anything that they could, anything they could grab.
We stopped to hand out food to one guy, and so this is a good 10 days after, and he said, "You are the first people that have come by with anything for me. You're the first people that I've seen." And he was not in remote area, he was just a little bit on the outskirts of town.
As well as heartbreaking human suffering, hordes of domesticated animals were roaming wild on the brink of starvation.
All these people have animals, what happens to the animals? And when the government set up camps, well, the people that were allowed into those, they weren't allowed their pets. So all their pets were just locked outside the fence, roaming the streets, getting sick. I mean, that's you know, a byproduct of this type of disaster is there's animals to feed and take care of as well.
So we did dog food drive with about 800 pounds of dog food and distributed that.
We realized how little we are in the big scheme of things. An earthquake, we had never experienced it. It opens your eyes, seriously opens your eyes to holy crap. It doesn't take much to change your life forever.
On the 13th of August 2011, Indianapolis was celebrating one of the highlights of the year. the Indiana State Fair, an agricultural and entertainment festival. Denise Miller and her husband Doug were part of a 12,000-strong crowd, looking forward to an evening of country and western music.
My husband and I received concert tickets for our anniversary, and we were excited to go. We had had bad weather that week, but the concert looked like it was going to be a nice evening. Doug and I had the very top area, which was covered by an awning, so we would be protected from any rain. And then there was an area of seating right below the stage called the mosh pit. And all of a sudden, to the west, the weather began to get quite dark, a little bit ominous too. In the Midwest, weather can change very quickly without much notice.
Rolling towards the fair was a massive thunderstorm, bringing destructive 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh, it's coming across the grounds. Wow, that's dust, huh?
It was just a sheet of wind and rain and dirt. And as it crossed the track into the grandstand area, it looked almost like a big tidal wave or tsunami. And as it got closer, the roar became louder, and you could hear the wind pick up, and you could hear flags whipping around and trees blowing, and it was all very, very loud. People started to panic, and some people started to scream. We looked over to the stage, and it began to lean a bit and sway a bit, and then it collapsed. You could hear people screaming down below. We were so high up in the stands, we could do nothing but watch.
Down in the mosh pit area, David Woods and wife Nancy had fled for their lives, the collapsed stage missing them by just 10 feet.
You okay? Oh, God!
All that I could register at the time was get out of there and get my wife out of there safely.
Calm down! Calm down! It's not moving! It's not moving! Calm down!
I started, shouting and cussing. It wasn't fear, it wasn't excitement, it was just out of shock. I just started climbing through the pipes and the tubes to find people. The first thing I came across was a little girl. It was her arm that was bleeding severely.
Hey, we need a medic really bad! Well, this little girl! Right here! I'm a doctor! Right here! I just gave him my shirt for a tourniquet! I'm a doctor! It's breaking, come on!
The gentleman came in identifying himself as a doctor, and I kind of stepped back and let him take over. I knew he was the trained professional.
Hey, we got a doctor! Watch out! We got a doctor!
I continued on, making my way under the debris, and I came across a teenage boy, and he was face down in the dirt, and his leg was trapped under a light.
Are you okay? Just stay still. Stay still. Stay still. Stay still.
So I just started moving the sand and everything around his face,
I'm gonna need you to hold his head.
and then trying to lift the light off of him that was burning his leg.
Stay still. Stay still.
And that's when a gentleman came in that identified himself as being ex-military, kind of helped me get the light off him and get him rolled over. We actually ripped off some of the awning from the stage to transport him on, and got him onto that and carried him out to the front.
Where are we going?
The stage collapse became one of Indiana's biggest tragedies. 7 people died and 58 were injured. Governor Mitch Daniels called it a freakish accident and praised the courageous response of concertgoers rushing to help one another. And David's bravery helped the girl and teenage boy survive this horrendous catastrophe.
I've heard the word hero. I definitely don't see myself fitting that. I don't think I did anything above and beyond, and it's nothing that I wouldn't do again.
An event like that does not leave. That is something I've never experienced before. I hope I never do again, and I just felt so helpless and sad regarding the people and their families who lost their lives just due to freak accident.
Nothing epitomizes Mother Nature in an absolute fury like thunder and lightning. Lightning is a violent electrical discharge caused by imbalances in positive and negative charges. Most occur cloud to cloud, but sometimes, like here in Queensland, Australia, it zaps down at 200,000 miles an hour to the ground. Each bolt can contain up to 1 billion volts, enough to power 56 houses for a day. Amazing energy from a split second. As we've seen, lightning likes to travel down, but on incredibly rare occasions, like this in Paraná, Brazil, it travels up. This happens when lightning bolts start from tall metallic structures, like antennas on top of buildings, and rise towards the clouds. Only 1% of lightning strikes do this, and hardly any are captured on film. When a bolt hits a tree, it delivers heat 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. It can vaporize water inside wood with such energy, it blasts it to smithereens. Neatly demonstrated by this pole in Chicago. Around 2,000 people are killed each year by lightning, but amazingly, 9 out of 10 people survive a strike. Statistically, men are over 4 times more likely to get struck than women.
Oh wow, it's pretty rocky here, hey?
But this lady is determined to buck the trend. As she stands on an exposed rocky outcrop near Sydney, Australia, in thundery conditions. It's hard to say who's more shocked, her or her boyfriend.
God, baby, come back, a lot of balls nearly hit ya. Oh my God, baby, you alright?
The 12th of February, 2018. Gita, a Category 4 tropical cyclone, was bearing down on the Pacific island of Tonga. In the capital, Nuku'alofa, French teacher Virginie Durley was fearing the worst.
We got official warnings on the Saturday night, so we knew we were expecting something really huge. I was convinced my house was going to be flooded. And the adults were just thinking, you know, when is it going to end? Rain going horizontal, that's what you experience during a cyclone. You don't know what you're hearing, so is that something breaking, like a tree, or is it a house being wiped out? Not knowing what your families and friends, what they're going through, are they okay? We were basically spending the whole night texting everyone.
3 days earlier, Cyclone Gita had pulverized the nearby island of Samoa, bringing 125 mile-per-hour winds and over 5 inches of torrential rainfall. In the capital, Apia, 20-year-old Hope Sioli's home was being submerged by rapidly rising floodwaters.
The water start coming in our house. That's when we start evacuating. We had to save our lives.
Oh my God!
All I can see around is just flood and trees. Trees were falling, and as I was looking around, I saw the old woman who reminds me of my grandma. She was carried by her grandson. That's when I start calling out to my sister who was driving the car that there's an old lady who needs help. So she stopped the car, and then we try to get her at the back of the car with us, with me and my twin sister. The old lady was asking us to take her to her son's place. The road to her son is too dangerous at the time. So my sister made a decision to take her with us to my brother's place. We make sure that she was warm and safe.
The devastation to Samoa was so extensive, the government declared a state of crisis as 250 people were evacuated into emergency centers.
When we got home, everything all damaged. All our personal belongings, all the things that are important to us. Mud everywhere, around the house, outside the house, and it feels so bad. Like you feel like we don't want to stay here in this house. So we spent that whole day cleaning.
Over in Tonga, the flooding was just as bad, with over 1,000 homes damaged or destroyed. But the filthy waters not only brought misery, they brought deadly disease, as Virginie found to her cost.
My entire neighborhood got flooded. The street was 20 to 40 centimeters deep in water. Limestone mixed with water, mixed with mud, mixed with whatever you can imagine is on the street. All of that was in my house for 2 days. And stagnant water is not a good thing. We were having major dengue fever outbreak. I had the worst rashes, like my whole arms and hands were just unbearable for a week or so. I actually got in such a bad level of pain and ache where I couldn't move.
Cyclone Gita was the worst storm to batter Tonga in 60 years. It was such a shocking experience, it will live in the islanders' memories for years to come.
But we are talking national disaster here, on national level. It's gonna take years to rebuild everything. You completely change your perspective on nature when you live in a place where it's right in your face. You have no choice but to have to deal with it. Really hoping I am never ever going through a Category 5 cyclone again.
When deadly weather hits, it's not just us humans who get clobbered. When our furry or feathered friends get caught unawares by Mother Nature, only the coldest of hearts wouldn't melt. Yosemite National Park is home to this Yogi bear. They're known as strong swimmers.
See what you got, bear.
But this one must still have his learner plates on.
Swim, bear, swim.
Let's just hope there aren't any rapids downstream.
It's coming toward me. Oh no! I don't think that was supposed to happen.
Luckily, this story doesn't have a grisly ending, as the bear was seen scrambling to safety. In Maine, USA, this fishing boat is after lobsters. So imagine their surprise spotting this paddling creature. It turns out an eagle has landed itself in a spot of bother. Once hauled out, it's looking a bit bedraggled. But after a quick blow dry, it's liftoff. Bare feet on frozen metal can put you in extreme peril. This little finch is rooted to the spot, and a tasty morsel for any passing pussycat. But the human blowtorch rows to the rescue.
You go ahead and fly away.
And thanks to Mr. Good Samaritan, this little Tweety Pie won't come to a sticky ending. Cloven hooves and slippery ice is a recipe for disaster. Being sheep, unfortunately, when one little bleater makes a bolt for it, the rest of the flock have to follow, with hilarious results. As sheep scatter like fallen skittles, this is the epitome of a fleecy farce.
Be careful. Wait. Hey.
On a frozen Arkansas backcountry in the States, this family spots this little Bambi stranded in icy water.
Be careful. You're gonna scare her so bad.
Surely easy pickings for their pot.
That's it. Whoa, careful. Don't go too far.
Instead, they take pity.
Whoa, Bambi. Oh, slide her this way. That's it.
With the ice not fully frozen, this is trickier than first thought.
Woo! Careful.
And bossy grandma isn't helping one jot.
Kind pusher.
Eventually, after a titanic struggle,
That's it.
the fawn is back on terra firma.
She is so cold. Freezing. She's a baby.
Not that she seems that grateful.
You see that? Yeah? She mad at you or what?
In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature give full vent to her fury. We've seen how helpless we can be.
Let's go.
We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces.
Ow! My car!
And next time there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
Don't make a lot of volatility here!
The weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back. We're fine. Oh my god! It's drowning!
Wow. World's deadliest weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida. Pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude! We gotta get out of here!
their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick.
I thought I was gonna burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
Crazy! It's crazy! Come on!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Fly's right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Everybody take cover!
Coming up in this episode,
I think our door just blew open.
one of the world's most powerful hurricanes decimates a string of Caribbean islands.
I just remember how scared I was. I thought I was maybe going to die.
In the North American wilderness, a dying horse undergoes a dramatic rescue.
You could tell that he knew that we were there to help him.
And a carer faces a desperate battle against catastrophic floods to reach his orphanage.
It's really a terrifying moment.
It's the 2017 hurricane season, and building out in the mid-Atlantic would be the year's biggest and deadliest storm, Irma. This maximum Category 5 hurricane was the first on record to maintain winds of 185 miles per hour for 37 hours. After obliterating 95% of buildings in the Caribbean island Barbuda, on September the 6th, Irma lined up its neighbor, St. Martin. Florida yachties Ariana Zaya and Christian Hightower had been enjoying an extended Caribbean cruise when engine trouble forced them into the island's marina.
We are getting ready for
Hurricane Irma
today. This is the day. It's D-Day. It's supposed to hit today at like 8 o'clock.
At first, we were gonna stay in the marina. The day before, actually, the storm hits, the guy was like, no, now it's gone up to a 5, and he's like, you guys can't stay here.
We have decided we're gonna stay in a hotel tonight.
I didn't really know what to expect. The news just kept getting worse. It's gonna be bad, it's gonna be bad.
I don't think many of those boats will be there.
We went to 5 to 6 hotels before we actually ended up upon the hotel that we stayed in. It's a relief. We're not gonna be stranded on a boat.
This is our view from our room. Hopefully everything will be okay.
I decided I'm just gonna make a really comfy little safe haven in the bathroom. Put all what water we could have in there, the food that I had in there, we just hoped this was gonna be good enough and hope the bathtub and our roof was gonna hold.
As Ariana and Christian hunkered down at the Mejo Beach Hotel, across town, renowned Brazilian vlogger Lorraine Mavromatis and her husband, medical student David, were preparing to leave their home for a safer haven.
Só sair de casa para se proteger. É muito difícil você sair de casa e não saber como que vai estar. A gente tá indo pra escola e vamos ficar lá até acabar tudo isso.
The school advised all the students to take shelter at the school because it was the safest building on the island. It was built to sustain a Category 5. It was roughly about 1,000 students, and we were all concentrated on the auditorium.
Todos os estudantes aqui, a gente tá todo mundo junto nessa, um ajudando o outro, é uma família.
We had water, canned food. I got my own little spot next to the door. I didn't want to stay too close to the windows because I was scared if something shattered or anything.
Falaram que vai chegar daqui 3 horas. Ele tá vindo mais devagar ainda, o que é mais perigoso ainda.
At about 5 p.m., it started to get cloudy and dark. You could see that the hurricane was coming.
Gente, eu tô tremendo. Dá muito medo. Tô com muito medo.
That was the first Category 5 hurricane to hit the island. throughout the whole night, you would hear this really, really strong wind. It was the most awful sound that I could hear, and we had glass windows close to us, so we saw everything. Palm trees were flying as if it was paper. You would see metal things getting bent so easily. It was just terrifying to see that. I never saw something like that before. When I felt the wall shaking, I started panicking.
Dá muito medo e eu tô tremendo. É muito forte o barulho é muito forte. Parece que tem trem passando, parece que tá tudo caindo.
I just remember how scared I was. I thought I was maybe going to die.
A few miles away, as 200-mile-per-hour winds smashed their Mejo Beach hotel, Ariana and Christian were just as freaked out.
Very scary, yeah.
Sounds that are coming from outside are insane.
I think our door just blew open.
For those hours that we were just sitting there in kind of in this limbo of unknown, it's scary. Everything in your mind is just kind of in a whirl. You're hearing all those sounds and this building just shaking, and it's not normal for a building to shake.
Still waiting out the hurricane. It's crazy here.
We had water coming in from the ceiling. We had about 4 inches of water at our feet. It's water, it's not just fresh rainwater that's coming in, it's the salt and the grime, and everything's covered in it.
It's leaking in the roof, coming in the air conditioning vent.
You know, we didn't know if we were going to die or if we were going to live or if our boat's still there.
And this ship's gone.
The boat is probably gone.
After 7 hours relentless battering, both couples were about to get a welcome respite.
All of a sudden, it stopped. You couldn't hear anything.
É uma correria, tá todo mundo se preparando porque tá no olho do furacão agora.
The eerily calm Hurricane I was over the island, signaling Irma was halfway through.
We went outside during the eye of the storm. Look at that.
No joke.
Yeah, babe.
No joke. It's crazy out here. Student buzzers down all night.
That's when we all looked at each other and we thought that was it. But we had one bar of cell phone service and we called our parents and we said our goodbyes.
Later, Ariana and Christian and Lorraine and David witnessed the incredible destruction from a Cat 5 hurricane.
It was one of the toughest moments of my life.
Everything here is devastated. And there's boats everywhere, scattered everywhere. It's bad. It's really bad.
And as Irma barrels west to Cuba, a British couple's dream holiday turns into hell.
It sounded like a train. It got into the bedroom. It was just so intense. I think that bathroom door was the only thing that was between us and essentially what was just a wind tunnel.
Deadly weather can be harsh and merciless, with scant regard for man or beast.
All of this.
They say rainy conditions is nice weather for ducks.
We had a nesting duck on the property.
But not for this one. Caught up as Major Hurricane Maria lashed the island of Dominica with 200-mile-per-hour winds.
She's sitting on 12 eggs.
Thankfully, this story has a quacking ending, as her eggs hatched into a beautiful brood of ducklings.
And here they are. And the first sign of life.
Here's a pitiful scene in Costa Rica that will melt the coldest of hearts. A baby sloth is stranded after an overnight storm, mewing desperately.
Hang on, I got a box for you.
Or grab that camera.
This little mite had a lucky break. it was taken to the nearest rescue center, where it can hang out like a lazy sloth again.
We have rules. No. Oh no. 2 more, babe.
In Oregon, USA, meltwaters are in full flow, turning the Grand Ronde River into a lethal torrent.
Get out, buddy.
It hits with such fury the unwary can easily get caught out. Like these white-tailed deer, perched on this chilling ice conveyor belt, hurtling at over 10 miles per hour.
He can't get out, and we can't.
The people filming this saw 2 scramble to safety. The fate of the third is unknown. In Queensland, Australia, there's something brown and nasty in a toilet.
And we've got ourselves a brown tree snake in behind where the toilet flush is.
These brown tree snakes are not to be messed with. They're able to put prey into a death squeeze and deliver a mildly poisonous nip.
So that's all right. They can do that.
After a scare and struggle, it's in the bag.
And in he goes.
In Vladivostok, Russia, where temperatures can plummet well below freezing, the local canines can get a bit tongue-tied. Luckily, this man takes pity. But I bet this poor mutt won't forget his tongue lashing in a hurry. When winter comes, semi-retired buddies Scott Buss and Chuck Whitesill head up to the remote mountain town of McCall in Idaho to indulge in their favorite passion, backcountry snowmobiling.
There's no other feeling like snowmobiling when you're in the mountains, sharing those times with your friends and your buddies. The terrain is endless. There's millions of acres of riding.
Snow, snow, and more snow.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of a secret area in a way that it hasn't really been discovered in so many ways. So.
It's not going to be so secret now.
Yeah, that's right.
On the 17th of December 2017, as Scott and Chuck set out for another day's snowmobiling, they were warned to keep a lookout for an escaped horse. And sure enough, deep in the snowy wilderness, they stumbled across it in a pitiful state, stranded in deep snow.
He had been out there for quite some time without any food and water. You know, when you looked in the horse's eyes, you could tell that he was exhausted. There was no other way but a helicopter to airlift him out of there.
But high winds and poor visibility delayed any airlift attempts for almost a week. To keep the severely depleted animal alive, Scott and Chuck had to make regular 12-mile food runs.
Right now, Ryan, he's stuck. As soon as I put eyes on this horse, I absolutely had a connection with it. He's stuck, dude. It looked very similar to a horse that we had. It just took it to a little different level. You could tell that he knew that we were there to help him.
The guy's equine husbandry paid off. Between them, they kept him alive until the weather improved enough to attempt an air rescue.
The weather that particular day wasn't probably the most ideal for the helicopter to come in, but it had been the best day that we had had in the last 6-7 days. So that morning, there was 6 of us. We prepared all of our gear, everything that we were going to need for the horse to be rescued.
We had a pole that we had attached the syringe with the tranquilizer in it so that we could reach him from a ways off.
Yeah, it's hanging.
When he was sedated, it didn't knock the horse out, it just made him very tired.
That's a perfect spot for him. Let's just leave him alone. We got to give him 20 minutes.
In order to get the horse in the harness, which nobody had ever put a horse in the harness before, we took our snow shovels and were able to dig a flat platform and lay the harness on the ground, and then several of us were able to take the horse and actually, while the horse was under sedation, be able to roll the horse over onto the harness.
One of the most important parts of this was making sure that there was a rope from the back of the horse's head that tied back to the harness, because with the horse being sedated, if his head was to lay down, he could actually cut off his ability to breathe, so his head had to be tied in an upward position.
When the helicopter got there, all of a sudden it was a complete blizzard when the chopper blades started blowing over top of us. But I don't know if any of us even felt the snow hitting us in the face. I think the adrenaline just basically took over.
One of the guys took his sweatshirt off and we put it over his face just so that the horse was blindfolded, and really to try to calm him down. And I don't know how a horse would react to flying through the air like that. And gave him the thumbs up to go, and up in the air he went. That when we initially lifted the horse off the ground, one of his hind legs was caught in one of the straps. And so we had to set him back down and just slide his leg out and then continue with the lift.
Once the horse was finally lifted off, that's where there was just a huge celebration between all of us. Just so excited to actually see this horse be able to get off the mountain.
A moment I don't think any of us will ever forget.
Ten minutes later, their steed was whisked down to a local horse rescue center, where he was successfully treated for frostbite.
Without us, he was not likely to come off of that alive.
With no owner coming forwards to claim him, the guys named him Riot.
Good boy. Within a couple of days, that horse was doing very well, and the last I had heard, that horse was doing just fine.
Just normal guys that love riding snowmobiles, and we just happened to be in the right place at the right time.
When Jack Frost comes out to play, spreading his icy peril, he can play havoc with our well-ordered lives. In mild, temperate Britain, people don't have to encounter ice that often, and it shows. All this man wants to do is drag his rubbish up his driveway. But it's proving a formidable challenge.
Hold on, I'm just filming Daddy.
This is the very definition of one step forwards, many steps back. In near Arctic Norway, this well-heeled girl really should know better, wearing inappropriate footwear for sub-zero conditions. Platform heels turn this shallow incline into a fraught hill of doom. Miraculously, despite her Bambi on ice impression, she avoids becoming another fashion victim. In Russia, home to the wintry deep freeze, this driver is cautiously edging his way in treacherous conditions. So imagine his shock when he's confronted by this bizarre trucker madness. A bit like the buses. You wait ages for one jackknifing lorry, and two come along at once. In Duluth, Minnesota, temperatures can drop to a bone-chilling minus 37 degrees Celsius, transforming wooden trails into adventure ice rinks, ideal for these skaters to give their dogs a thorough run-out. Although it takes a fair degree of skill to negotiate at high speed, sharp turns, and man-made obstacles. But despite the occasional wobble, everyone survives in one piece. At first glance, this guy in Yakutsk, Russia, seems off his rocker. Preparing for a dip in minus 40 degrees Celsius in a leather loincloth.
Да ладно. Да ладно.
Much to the delight of his companion, he plunges 65 feet under the ice cap for fully 25 seconds. In these freezing temperatures, he's liable to catch an awful bug, which is exactly what he does. Still to come, a hurricane hunter braves the world's biggest storms to help protect us.
A decent-sized hurricane will have more power than 10,000 nuclear bombs.
And in Fiji, a carer frantically battles massive floods to return to his orphanage children.
The orphans were needing my help at the time. It was a critical time for them.
Earlier, we saw how in September 2017, two couples were forced to ride out the scariest storm of their lives.
Nossa Senhora, tá todo destruído. I just remember how scared I was. I thought I was maybe going to die.
When Category 5 Hurricane Irma smashed into the Caribbean island St. Martin.
Look at that.
No job.
Yeah, babe.
No job.
You know, we didn't know if we were going to die or if we were going to live. You know, we thought that was it.
As the hurricane set off on a deadly 1,000-mile trek west, Irma homed in on Cuba, gate-crashing Yolanda Craig and Jamie Smith's dream holiday in Cayo, Santa Maria.
You know, it's 30 degrees and sunny. What can possibly be coming? We came down to reception one morning to find some notices put on the reception desk saying, we are going to be evacuated today. People were piled onto coaches, sort of just as you were. Take a book and try and enjoy it. I think it was about 14 hours from the beginning.
Yeah, it was a long old day.
When a hurricane watch is declared in Cuba, the government take over everything. They designate where is a safe hotel to go.
Yolanda and Jamie were relocated almost 200 miles west to the resort town Varadero, supposedly out of the line of fire. But Irma had other ideas.
We were confined to our rooms for 72 hours. We weren't to leave under any circumstance. And I think that's when we really realised that it was going to be bad.
Coming. She's an angry mama.
The hurricane got gradually worse throughout the afternoon, so it wasn't just a case of, surprise, she's here, you know, it's hit and that's it. The weather gets harsher and it gets rougher outside and the wind picks up.
Went into the bathroom, locked the door.
Stopping early, getting into the bathroom.
We were unfortunately in a room that the lock didn't work on the window.
It flung open.
hear it constantly being pushed in against the frame and then being ripped open again. Then after about 45 minutes, there was a big rip because it had been ripped out of the frame.
When the small window went, it just created a vacuum in the room, which then took the patio doors out. So the patio doors sort of exploded. It sounded like a train. It got into the bedroom. It was just so intense. I think that bathroom door was the only thing that was between us and essentially what was just a wind tunnel.
The water's leaking in. I have a wet bum. The wind is smashing against the bathroom door.
I was bleak.
Oh, I need a holiday to recover from a holiday.
We were sat against that door for about 8 hours trying to keep it shut.
Hurricane Irma became the first Cat 5 hurricane to make landfall in Cuba in more than 80 years. In 72 hours, she had laid waste to the island, severely damaging over 200,000 homes and killing at least 10 people.
It was quite shocking to see what Ellen had done the next morning, really. You know, I don't think we were really expecting to see how bad our room was.
Yeah.
I am.
I think for me, actually, the aftermath was a bit worse.
It's a struggle to even get food, it's a struggle to sleep, it's a struggle to get water. We ended up looking for coconuts on the beach because, you know, we couldn't do anything else. It's amazing how destructive it can be. I think quite a few days afterwards I was quite anxious. You know, you're naturally on edge, and I was particularly sort of alert for things.
3 days later, Yolanda and Jamie were flown home to Britain. 1,000 miles away in St. Martin, Ariana Zaya and Christian Hightower were on their way to survey the damage Irma had inflicted on their precious yacht, Mischief.
This is absolutely devastating. I don't wish a Cat 5 hurricane upon my worst enemy. It's basically like a huge bomb went off. You know, I mean, we're in a disaster zone, in a destruction zone. It was very hard, you know, walking down the dock where we left our boat. We didn't see it. We look over and now I see 4 foot of a mast sticking up out of the water and realized my boat was underwater. The boat was gone.
She's gone. Literally, the concrete pilings were ripped out, and everything here is devastated. And there's boats everywhere, scattered everywhere. It's bad. It's really bad.
When you lose a boat, it's like losing someone in your family. Spent literally every single day, every single night on this boat for 8.5 months.
It's crazy here. It's bad. So much debris around here. It's everywhere. I hope we get out of here.
You're stranded without food, you're stranded without water, you're stranded without electricity.
It's almost in a way harder than the hurricane.
Over at the St. Martin University, Brazilian vlogger Lorraine Mavromatis and her husband David were also about to see their life implode.
About 4 days later, they said it was okay for us to go see our apartment.
Eles estão indo levar a gente agora pra ver nossa casa, pra gente ver como que ficou. A gente tá indo agora.
I was desperate to see my home because my whole life was in there. All my memories, all my belongings were there. I just thought, are they still there? As soon as we got in our car, I knew it wasn't going to be okay. We got to our apartment complex. I looked up, there was no walls, no windows. When I saw that, I already knew. We lost everything. It was one of the toughest moments of my life. Not just because of the material things that I lost, but most importantly, the memories that I lost. Things that money can't buy again. I wasn't even able to recognize my own house because it didn't even have doors, walls, nothing.
E acabou. O sonho acabou. Foi destruído e...
Hurricane Irma had left the island barely habitable, racking up $3 billion of damage. Reluctantly, Lorraine and David joined Ariana and Christian on a military plane evacuating the island. Over 12 days, one of the most powerful hurricanes on record had left a path of destruction across the Caribbean to southeast United States, killing 44 people and affecting millions of lives.
One thing that I learned from this whole experience is enjoy the moments, collect moments, not things. In a matter of seconds, you can lose everything you have.
Hurricanes are without doubt the most deadly and powerful natural disasters on the planet. The strongest Category 5 hurricanes can generate winds of over 200 miles per hour, dump 2.4 trillion gallons of rain a day, and cause unparalleled devastation. One expert who's had a unique bird's eye view is Jack Parrish, based in Lakeland, Florida.
I got in this business way back in 1980, and the thing that was fascinating is that the sheer magnitude of these amazing creatures. A decent-sized hurricane during the time of its life will have more power than 10,000 nuclear bombs.
Jack, as a member of the NOAA Hurricane Hunters, is tasked with flying into the eye of the storm in the name of science.
The tracks that we fly are very much focused on getting the airplanes as low as possible into the windiest areas with multiple passes through the centers. In the worst part of the storm, we're going to take a battering at times up to the point where we basically have to cry uncle and say, the plane can't take any more than this. It can be quite extreme for brief periods.
The Hurricane Hunters Lockheed turboprop planes, affectionately called Kermit and Miss Piggy, are in effect flying laboratories. Using radars, probes, and a whole host of other cutting-edge equipment, they measure the size, strength, and direction of hurricanes. And it's all for our benefit.
Our big thing is protection of life and property. We have to get the right people away from the wrong places and do it early enough that we get them all out of the way. We're getting better and better at forecasting where the storm is going. We're still working really hard on getting a lot better at how strong is it going to be in 3 and 4 and 5 days. Very important, because if you warn people that it's going to be a Cat 4 and it comes ashore as a Cat 1, they're not going to listen to you the next time.
Atlantic hurricane season for Jack takes place between June and November. This veteran has now chalked up 38 straight years of hunting, but nothing prepared him for 2017.
In a normal hurricane season, a couple become major hurricanes. What makes 2017 so extraordinary, sheer numbers. There were 10 in a row that became hurricanes, 10 in a row, at least 4 that reached the major hurricane strength this year. And to have them hitting populated coastal areas at the same time, so rare.
Hurricanes may have the worst possible rep, but before you write them off, consider this. Without them, the world will be a far more hostile place.
Global weather is there to make our Earth survivable. The hurricanes are balancing the heat. They're reducing how hot it is near the equator, so they're making those places a lot better to live, and then moves the heat to places that need it, to the cold areas. So it's really, really valuable for the Earth. It's just sometimes it comes with a destructive price tag.
When a hurricane strikes, one of the main threats to life is from storm surges, wind-powered seawater that can travel as much as 30 miles inland. It's 2012, and Hurricane Sandy is slamming into the U.S. eastern seaboard around New York City. Winds of over 100 miles per hour whipped up tides 20% bigger than normal, battering prime coastal communities. Bricks and mortar no defense to the hurricane-fueled sea. In 2018, a winter storm unleashed its fury on Puerto Rico. With seawater weighing 1,700 pounds per cubic yard, it's an irresistible force. This man just managing to cling on and avoid the dreaded suckback into the jaws of the merciless ocean. When the 2018 bomb cyclone storm hammered North America, this guy near Boston recklessly ventures out to film the sea surge. Not only is he risking his neck dodging the giant breakers, they're filled with chunks of ice, increasing the risk of hypothermia. But he gets away with it, unlike the coastal community Marblehead that's knee-deep in floodwaters. It's not just the sea that can generate catastrophic storm surges. The normally placid Lake Ohrid in Macedonia has become a tempest following a violent storm. The owners powerless as their restaurant turns into a swimming pool. One of the biggest storm surges in living memory arrived with Hurricane Katrina.
The water's up to the doorknob on the front door.
Measuring a frightening 28 feet, it wiped out 80% of New Orleans, displaced more than 1 million people in the Gulf Coast region, and racked up $150 billion worth of damage.
Oh, there's my tree from the front door.
Not surprisingly, it became the worst residential disaster in U.S. history. In the beautiful South Pacific island of Fiji, Wame Bosailewa is a valued member of the Ba community. The 40-year-old runs a small orphanage, providing the boys under his care with fresh hope.
I'm working as a home superintendent. I have 21 boys in the orphanage. The younger one is 7-year-old, and the eldest one in the home is 18-year-old. 5 Fijian, and the rest is my Indian children.
But on April the 1st, 2018, Wame's Fiji idyll was thrown into turmoil. As Cyclone Josie swept in unannounced. As a Category 1 storm, the main threat to life didn't come from the wind, but torrential rain.
The cyclone Josie, it's very much different from the other cyclone that we have in Fiji due to the radio announcement. It was not announced to us that Josie is about to come into Fiji, and Fiji was not prepared. The flooding was very fast, and a lot of people lost their properties.
In 48 hours, Josie's rainfall exceeded 8 inches. When the storm struck, Wame had been attending Easter service at a church out of town. Just a few hours, floodwaters had sealed off his route back to the orphanage.
I was coming back from the Easter Sunday service when I come to contact with the flooding. I was really emotional. That's the first time I see such kind of flooding in Ba. I was hoping that the water would be going down, but actually the water continues to rise up. From 11:30 and until 3 o'clock, when the police came to rescue me. We only have one police boat that day, the 21-feet fiberglass boat to rescue people from their homes and pick those people on top of that roof. People were not prepared for that kind of flood. So those people who are standing on the roof of the bus stop, they were waving, seeking for assistance to be helped. They are shocked, they are not believing that the flood will be that big. Most of them are traumatized. I was very shocked. I can't believe what I saw that day. So I was thinking of the boys in the orphanage home. I have to go there. The orphans were needing my help. The time it was a critical time for them, for me to take care of them because flooding is coming up. It's really a terrifying moment.
Upsettingly for Wame, he wasn't able to reach his orphanage as the swollen, fast-flowing Ba River was too dangerous to cross. Instead, he joined 2,000 islanders forced to spend the night at evacuation centers.
I was not sleeping very well because I'm thinking of the boys in the orphanage. It was not a very good time. Like, oh, it's going down, come back. I'm again, then I sleep again, then I check it. Oh, it's almost there, almost there. Then at 4 o'clock, 4:30, then I can see that I can see the road. I can walk from there to where I park my van. Then I drive from there to the orphanage. We were fortunate, the orphanage is on top of the hill, so there was nothing destroyed during flood.
Sadly, despite Josie being on the bottom rung of the cyclone scale, at least 4 people lost their lives, swept away by the floods. The catastrophe also decimated crops, animals, and livestock.
It is the worst flooding that we have seen here in Ba. We feel sorry of those people who were staying in low-lying areas. I know that their belongings were washed away by the flooding. They lose a lot during that flood. You know, the destruction was very, very, very big, very big.
Sometimes, no matter how hard we try to impress, Mother Nature has a cruel habit of raining on our parade. In Newcastle, New South Wales, all this bather wants to do is get a spectacular selfie with big breakers as a backdrop. But Neptune has other ideas and delivers a photobomb he'll never forget. Apparently in Penza, Russia, when heavy rain saturates the hillside, the farmers love nothing better than a spot of competitive tractor hill climbing, backwards. Unfortunately, this old relic looks ready for the knacker's yard. Helping out on his way is gradient and gravity. The driver almost joining it in the great scrap heap in the sky. Not that his mates seem overly bothered. This pair of synchronized surfers in Hawaii obviously fancy themselves a tad. As they show off their complicated balancing routine. The only problem, the higher you go, the harder you fall. And the more likely you'll knock out your front teeth. This man in Canada is clearly not the sharpest tool in the box. As he embarks on his scientific experiment to test the breaking point of an ice overhang. Jumping around like an angry toddler surprisingly doesn't do the trick. But a few strategic stomps does. He must be proud of himself, proving the ice isn't the thickest object around. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature give full vent to her fury. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It governs our world, bringing life, death, and destruction.
God damn it, go back. We're fine.
Oh my God! We're drowning!
Wow. World's deadliest weather is back. Bigger and badder. This time we include deadly natural disasters.
One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
Featuring earth-shattering quakes.
Yo ahí vi pasar toda mi vida, pero yo pensé que ya no la iba a lograr.
I saw an entire building collapse.
It was like something out of a movie.
And volcanoes.
It looks like all of my wildest dreams.
Using people's extraordinary self-shot footage.
We're gonna die, dude! We gotta get out of here! Mason, get away from the windows now!
And their death-defying stories.
I remember instantly thinking, I just watched her die.
I had to turn on my inner stunt driver and just get out of there quick.
I thought I was gonna burn alive.
We go eyeball to eyeball with Mother Nature.
Crazy! It's crazy!
And witness up close
Get on there!
the all-consuming power of the elements.
The mountain was coming to get us.
Flash right there! This place is just hell.
It was just horrific.
I had never in my life experienced anything like that.
Everybody take cover!
Coming up in this episode, Portugal is besieged by hundreds of devastating wildfires.
Nesse dia o que havia de fazer, aquilo foi caos, terror total.
A freakish water spout has American beachgoers running for their lives.
It's insane how a beautiful day can just quickly turn into a really dangerous situation.
And a huge Australian flood triggers the biggest evacuation in Queensland's history.
There was a gentleman in his 70s. The water was literally lipping just an inch or two below the top of the bed.
In 2017, a heat wave descended on Europe that was so hot and evil it was named Lucifer.
I can tell you that it is over 45 Celsius. Lucifer is around, and tomorrow's going to be hotter.
As the continent roasted, the fuse was lit for an explosion of wildfires. None worse than those that raged across Portugal. On October the 15th, on the A17 motorway near Vagos, military officer and reserve firefighter Renato Teixeira became aware of trouble ahead.
Ia para exercício militar, que era tinha uma duração de 15 dias. Comecei a ver assim umas chamazinhas nas bermas da autoestrada.
O que é isto? Ai, que é isto?
Aquela sensação de onde é que eu estou, onde é que eu me vim meter, que esta estrada não estava fechada. As chamas tinham cerca de 20 metros de altura.
Que calor! Está a entrar para dentro do carro.
Eu coloquei a mão no vidro e ele estava muito quente.
Ai, que calor! Ai, que é isto?
Comecei a ficar em pânico porque eram as chamas, eram aquelas fagulhas todas no meio da estrada.
Não! Ai!
Me sentir encurralado, como um rato num labirinto, sem saber para onde ir.
Isto é um inferno.
Ou para trás ou para a frente. Para trás corria o risco de ter um acidente, de bater de frente contra outra viatura. E depois a única opção foi mesmo para a frente.
Making the situation more dangerous were strong winds from Hurricane Ophelia, fanning the flames. As the tinder-dry conditions sparked hundreds of forest fires, in Entroncamento, Arlindo Marques was on red alert.
Vinha um incêndio no monte. Eu percebi-me que, de certeza que aquele fogo ia chegar a outra aldeia chamada Queixo Perra. Agarrei na minha moto, arranquei lá para a aldeia, e quando cheguei por menão lá em cima, todos eu ouvi, acudam, acudam, acudam. Os habitantes já andavam com mangueiras a regar, e, portanto, a molhar os telhados, a molhar as casas. Já estava tudo molhado, à espera do monstro.
Estão aqui estes homens, estes voluntários, e é o que está aqui para defender a Caspeira.
De repente, começou a vir um vento muito complicado, um vento rodopiava. E atrás vem aquelas chamas horríveis, aquelas chamas. Ela a queimar a montanha direita à aldeia, talvez tivesse 80 metros, e depois na montanha. Então, começou-se a fazer de noite. O fumo era tanto, não se via nada, nós praticamente não nos vimos uns aos outros. Nós não conseguíamos respirar. Senti que ia desmaiar, até senti que dá-me aqui alguma coisa. Ficámos cercados de fogo. Foi o fim do mundo.
Isto é um inferno.
Back on the burning corridor that was the A17 motorway, conditions were only getting worse for Renato.
Parece que o mundo todo desapareceu. A minha visão funilou para a frente e tenho que ir em frente.
Está tudo a arder! Ah, não!
Tinha só aqueles 6 metros que eu vi Alcatrão, o resto era tudo fumo. Fiquei sem visibilidade. Então eu estava a andar e estava-me a guiar pelas luzes do outro carro. Depois, se ele para, eu bato, se está mais qualquer coisa, a gente...
Não parem, não parem, não parem, não parem, não parem, não parem, não parem. Ui!
Fiquei uma estátua, onde fiquei assim completamente em pânico e eu, o que é que eu vou fazer? E acho que não vou conseguir passar.
Ai, as portagens estão todas a arder.
Quando eu vi as portagens, pensei que elas tinham caído e estavam no meio da estrada.
Não! Ai, que calor! Ai, que é isto?
Foi o carro à minha frente, travou, me provocou um susto. Foi tão perigoso como se eu não me tivesse desviado eu tinha batido. Ficávamos lá os dois. depois acabei por seguir em frente. Ainda me vi à vontade com 1 hora dentro dessa povoação para conseguir arranjar um caminho para sair de lá.
As Renato managed to escape the inferno, in Queixupera, Arlindo was in the thick of it. As he, a handful of villagers, and 1 fire engine battled flames roaring over 200 foot high.
Os bombeiros estavam na primeira linha de defesa da aldeia, ficou completamente cercada. Cada um tentou salvar o que era deles. Ninguém podia ajudar os outros. Nós temos que recuar, porque o calor é imenso na cara. Imenso. Aquelas fagulhas que pareciam estrelas cadentes, rente às orelhas, a bater nos olhos, a gente com medo que até se incendiasse alguma coisa na gente.
Vamos a combater. É horrível.
As fagulhas saltavam 50 metros e começava a arder em todo lado ao mesmo tempo. Nós não se conseguia segurar porque agarrava-se no chão. Ninguém sabia o que havia de fazer. Aquilo foi um caos, um terror total.
Dantesco. Isto é o fim do mundo. Isto é o inferno.
O fogo conseguiu salvar as casas. O fogo comeu tudo. Muita sorte tivemos nós e não tem morrido ninguém.
Later, with large swathes of Portugal ablaze, even professional firefighters were getting ambushed.
20 segundos, desde que analisei a situação até chegar à gente.
Olha, estou a ouvir pessoas lá em cima.
And civilians join the rescue effort as the country goes up in smoke.
Fomos surpreendidos pela velocidade com que os acontecimentos tomaram a dimensão.
Our sun, it gives us life and energy. But when it burns bright, the heat can be suffocating.
Oh, tell her to come see. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Leading to all manner of innovative ways to cool off.
She needs to come look.
In baking Tennessee, it can be unbearable if you're wearing a thick fur coat.
Oh, he's gonna eat it. Oh, no, 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 no.
So this black bear grabs his chance of a refreshing dip. There's only one problem, though. Sharp claws and blow-up paddling pools is a recipe for disaster.
She's huge. Yeah. He's chilling at least.
Here's a guy in Russia who's hell-bent on going native.
This is to all of you who say I'm not a real Russian.
There's at least 4 feet of snow outside, so I wonder what he's got in store. After a wee tot to fortify mind and body, he's ready to cool off. It all appears very tough and manly, until the icy snow infiltrates those tender nether regions. In Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam, you get the double whammy of heat and humidity. So if you're a fluffy white pup, it can be insufferable. This man's bizarre solution, probably inadvisable. It's a cool box with a difference. Although, for some, dog meat is considered a delicacy in Vietnam. But this man has assured us they aren't destined for his pot. Finally, these young motocross enthusiasts are heading out into the Nevada desert in the height of summer. With temperatures well over 40 degrees, this dry, barren land is one of the most hostile places on Earth. So imagine their surprise when in the middle of nowhere, they stumble across this man.
How long you been out here, bro?
He's clearly suffering from advanced stages of dehydration and heat stroke.
We found him. Get some water.
Apparently, he had a quad bike accident.
How long you been out here? Since last night. No water? Oh, dude.
Even weirder, he's the football coach of one of his rescuers.
You all right, bud? Yeah.
Still, he manages to bounce back and make a full recovery. Carolina Beach on the U.S. eastern seaboard. With nostalgic North Carolina charm, miles of pristine sand, and warm ocean, it's always been a favorite spot for holidaymaker. Back in August 2011, Jeremy Kessler and family were enjoying a typical holiday.
Carolina Beach is a great summer place that we like to visit. It's typical of an Atlantic beach with good water, lots of sand, good atmosphere, and a lot of fun to be had by all. We visit probably 3 or 4 times a year.
As a regular, Jeremy knows the area inside out. But on August the 18th, a freak of nature would leave him flabbergasted.
It was a typical beach day, hot in the morning, very sunny, with loads of humidity. After lunch, though, we could tell that a storm front was moving in.
As thundery cumulus clouds mixed with the warm ocean below, to Jeremy's astonishment, a rare waterspout sprang to life.
Whoa, I've never seen anything like that in my life. It was just so out of this world. But what we were seeing was a very thin funnel cloud slowly coming down from the sky to touch the water, which was just something that was almost alien to me, seeing that happen.
Here we are at Carolina Beach. It is really a swirling tube of air. That is amazing.
I'd say the bottom of the water spout was probably 100 to 150 feet wide. You can see right through it, but yet the suction is still there and the debris is spinning around.
You can see at the top the rotation of the clouds around it.
It gave you a sense of safety because of how slow it was moving. And so that meant that a lot of people were still standing on the beach watching it.
One of the beach spectators was Noah Strafford.
That's pretty sweet.
He, his dad and sisters, had fallen under the spell of this whirling column of water.
Dad, can you feel it whipping water around?
We weren't nervous, but we were just kind of excited, just trying to figure out what was going on.
Oh my God.
It was getting bigger as it got closer to the shore. I was pretty mesmerized by it. In the moment, you're just like, wow, this is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be able to witness this. This is really cool.
Dang!
While witnessing a waterspout is exceptional, even rarer is one that makes landfall. Up in his apartment, Jeremy couldn't tear himself away as it loomed ever closer.
Oh, you gotta see this. That is amazing.
Jeremy, you need to get in.
This way, man. Lisa, hush.
My wife was definitely expressing her concern loudly, and I was still dismissive. Oh, it's fine. It's right there.
It's going that way.
Get inside!
When you're in that moment, you just don't care.
Get inside now!
It came in fast and furious. That's when panic set in and people ran.
Put the surfboards.
Yeah, I hope you're good.
First thing that it was picking up was the sand, and it was hurling it around really fast. It was like bee stings. Sent some boogie boards flying into the air.
me the boogie board. Oh my God. Oh, that's sweet.
And you could tell that it easily had the strength to pick up a person.
Oh my God.
That's when somebody screamed at me to get off the lifeguard stand.
Hey, buddy, I want to flag up until I get down.
And so I just jumped down and started running with my dad and my sisters.
Run, run! Go, go, go. Run, Sarah! This way. Back, Sarah, come here! Come here!
Adrenaline was wondering if you're gonna actually be picked up by this monstrous water spout. That's when you realize just how powerful it was.
The Carolina waterspout was both mesmerizing and potentially deadly, generating winds up to 70 miles per hour.
All right, here's a walkway that was destroyed. Wow, there's bits of it spread all over the place.
Fortunately, it blew itself out a quarter of a mile inland without causing any serious injuries.
After being a part of that, you definitely have a real respect for what weather can do. It's insane how a beautiful day can just quickly turn into a really dangerous situation. I think I got really lucky to capture it on video.
Oh, that's sick. Let's check on them.
Just really cool that I got to experience that in real life.
Holidays, a time to relax, have fun, and let your hair down. But our weather gods can turn a slice of heaven into hell. On the Greek island of Rhodes, on a cloudless day, these holidaymakers are ambushed by a tiny tornado snaking across the pool. As it hits the loungers, parasols are whisked airborne, creating mayhem. You could say it sparked a mini Greek tragedy. In Japan, the snowboarder is having a blast, filming himself surfing underneath the chairlift. But his obsession with getting the perfect shot proves a dangerous distraction. And a bit like the Panto, it's behind you. Luckily, his helmet saves him from a cracked nut. This summer cruise ship has either lost its way or it's caught up in a violent storm. As thunder crashes above decks, a single bolt zaps down, scoring a direct hit. And probably frying the boat's electrics. Ah well, it'll be cold soup on the menu tonight. Life's not much better on the beach in Ukraine. The sun worshippers have had somewhat of a rude awakening as hailstones bombard down. As the storm intensifies, it threatens to blast everything into oblivion. Putting any prospects of sunbathing on ice. While in the Caucasus, extreme temperatures have sent this chairlift in Georgia haywire. It's gone into overdrive, backwards. As the skiers are flung about like rag dolls, this is the very definition of a holiday from hell. Mercifully, no one suffered anything worse than broken bones. Still to come.
Coming across the freeway in front of us.
Right in front of us.
A Californian mudslide slams into a busy freeway.
Oh my
burying hundreds of vehicles.
Just terrifying. I thought, oh my gosh, that thing's going to hit us.
And massive Australian floods snare some incredibly vulnerable victims.
And seeing a mum with a baby really tore at the heart.
Earlier, we saw how in 2017, Portugal's baking hot summer sparked an explosion of massive wildfires.
Acabei por me sentir encurralado, como um rato num labirinto, sem saber para onde ir.
Isto é um inferno.
On August the 12th, on the reservoir Castelo do Bode, Telmo Rodrigues was taking his family on a vacation boat trip when he became aware of a looming disaster.
Nós estávamos calmamente nos dias de férias, verão em Portugal.
Olha ali, olha.
Tudo estava bem até começarmos a ver uma pequena coluna de fumo.
Nós vamos começar a sentir o calor, não tarda muito.
Apercebi-me que o fogo estava a caminhar da zona de serra para a zona de água.
A gente vai estar segura, porque assim, estamos no meio da água, nunca nos pode, o fogo nunca chega aqui dentro.
Esse fator era o mais assustador porque levou-nos tempo. Algo que nós víamos a 3, 4, 5 quilómetros não levava mais do que 2 ou 3 minutos para chegar até nós. Fomos então perto, estávamos com um meio de fuga fácil. Nós vimos a uma altura que entre os automóveis que saíam de casa e que voltavam, que gritavam, que chamavam umas pelas outras.
Olha, estou a ouvir pessoas lá em cima.
Algumas vozes que se aproximavam.
Olha, vamos buscá-las.
Nessa altura que nos aproximamos mais, vemos que vem a gritar. Fomos surpreendidos pela velocidade com que os acontecimentos tomaram a dimensão.
Telmo was witnessing the horror of just one of 8,000 blazes that raged across Portugal in 2017. As emergency services across the country battled to contain the catastrophe. On August the 16th, near Alhandra, sibling firefighters Catarina Caetano and Pedro Pires were responding to yet another crisis.
A nossa missão era ir ajudar os colegas que estavam numa aldeia. No caminho que nós tomávamos, fomos surpreendidos.
Eu, entretanto, olho para a direita e vejo tipo um tornado de fogo. E foi aí que eu percebi que aquilo ia acontecer.
Bom, então vocês chegaste a brincar comigo ou quê?
A wall of flames had erupted in front of Catarina and Pedro. Their only option was to reverse fast. But blocking their escape were these 7 fire engines behind them.
20 segundos, desde que analisei a situação até chegar à gente. Eu, quando fiquei mais agitado, fiquei assim exatamente para fazer as pessoas movimentarem-se mais rápido. Eu começo a gritar para ele se despachar e realmente fez com que as pessoas se despertassem e começassem a andar para trás. O veículo também não pode estar assim exposto ao calor tanto tempo. Tem bastante calor dentro do cairo, que a gente estamos a levar ali que as chamas.
Para trás, continua.
O ar vem mesmo muito quente, é quase como se estivéssemos a tocar nas chamas. Acho que todo o momento com algum certo nível de pânico parece que passa horas naquele momento, mas a gente depois reflete e passaram apenas uns segundos.
Esta situação foi uma das situações perigosas que eu já passei no João.
Olha, ela continua aqui.
Se a gente fosse 30 segundos mais à frente, aquilo tinha corrido mal. Tinha sido mesmo apanhado pela frente principal.
Todos, tínhamos sido todos.
É o segundo em 3 dias.
The Alhandra fire crew had only just dodged a bullet. 60 miles north, on the Castelo do Bode reservoir, as a group of holidaymakers were fleeing for their lives, Telma Rodriguez's pleasure boat had suddenly become a vital lifeboat.
Pessoas que vieram em caminho de fuga. Vemos então que descem descalços, em fato de banho, e é aí que nós conseguimos chegar à margem para que eles pudessem sair. De um momento para o outro, algo que eu nunca tinha visto. Não conseguia perceber que condições eram. Eu vejo essa coluna de fumo que desaba. Penso que é chamado um down brush, em que essa coluna cai e vemos que as nuvens de fumo correm atrás de nós e com meio tornado, que se vem por cima de água com agitação, e aí nós tivemos que fugir. Temos que fugir com tanta velocidade, porque no fundo nós estávamos na água e que o melhor sítio para estar quando há um incêndio do que estar na água. O fumo sufocava.
O gás, podíamos ficar ali.
Acontece uma coisa com os motores, pá. Não tem oxigênio. No dia seguinte, voltámos ao local para relativizar tudo relativamente ao fenómeno, ao local. Nada que não fosse preto. Eram casas, eram automóveis. Todos os elementos que faziam parte daquela paisagem tinham sido dizimados.
The ferocious wildfires from June to October 2017 will leave an indelible stain on Portugal's history. A record 106 people died and thousands of properties were destroyed, prompting the government to call 3 days of mourning.
Nestes anos todos eu nunca vi incêndios a andarem, por exemplo, quilómetros num curto espaço de tempo. Foi o ano que houve muito civil morto e que a gente não conseguiu cumprir com os nossos objetivos. Foi salvar as pessoas. Penso que o ano 2017 vai ser um ano negro sempre marcado nos bombeiros.
Queensland, Australia, January 2013. The remnant of Cyclone Oswald was pounding the state with strong winds and torrential rain. As floodwaters began to rise, helicopter rescue crew member Rick Harvey knew he was in for a tough time.
Our aircraft basically a flying ambulance, so we crew the aircraft with a pilot, aircrew officer, a doctor and a intensive care flight paramedic. We basically cover the whole southeast of Queensland. Oswald was an interesting cyclone. Once it died down a bit and became ex-tropical cyclone, we had an amazing amount of rain. We did have an idea that we might have some major flooding.
Worst hit was the area around the city of Bundaberg. The Burnett River rose 30 feet, bursting its banks, flooding 2,000 houses. 40-mile-per-hour currents threatening to rip them from their foundation.
The initial calls that we got was just south of Bundaberg in an area called Pacific Paradise. There were actually people then that were stranded in their cars, they were stranded in their houses, and the water came up so fast that they couldn't even drive out of their small town to get out of there. On the way, sometimes you might think about it. What am I going to? I'm going to be winched down into floodwaters. How fast are they going to be? Am I going to be winching people out clinging to trees? So there is certainly an anxiousness and a nervousness. We got into Pacific Paradise. It was just this small town, but it was just completely flooded. People on little lots of land waving at us for help. And we'd been tasked to a certain house that there'd been this elderly gentleman that was stuck in bed. I got winched down into the water and I had to wade through about 50 metres of flood water. I met rescue crewman Gary Craig and I followed Gary into the house. And there was a bed there with the gentleman in his 70s with his oxygen tube in his nose. And the water was literally lipping just an inch or two below the top of the bed.
You lift his leg and you hold him in that position?
At that stage, the water was still rising. We were very keen to get him out of there as fast as we could. We were in a situation that wasn't just his frailness and movement, it was also the frailness in his health.
So what we'll do is, using his walker, we'll carry him to the front and we'll do a strop lift.
There was a lot of concern about how we were going to get this gentleman out of there.
His knees don't really bend. Gary is going to assist getting the hypothermic under his legs. Righto, mate, we'll set up for a strop.
With a real risk the lift could be fatal, Rick planned a strop winch, a homemade cradle that should minimise the trauma.
My plan was to put the rescue strop over his shoulders, and then we also have a strap we can pull underneath, and it picks the person's knees up and they come up in a seated position, and then winch him up from there. I was really trying to watch and see how his breathing was, and he was quite calm and relaxed, but I did notice the closer we got to the aircraft, I think his breathing was becoming a bit more difficult. It was actually very difficult getting him inside the aircraft because he was so frail. Once we got him inside the helicopter, straight away I was saying, let's get the oxygen on, let's get the oxygen on, to make sure that he could get that oxygen back flowing.
Thankfully, the old man survived his ordeal. The 2013 floods triggered the biggest evacuation in Queensland's history. More than 23,000 people were isolated, and sadly 4 died. For air rescuer Rick, it proved one of the most stressful times in his professional life.
Our aircraft winched over the 3 days about 30 people. We were called to a family stuck on top of the roof. That was really difficult, being winched down and seeing a mum with a baby. I had a 3-year-old daughter myself at the time, really tore at the heart. The 2013 floods will always stay with me. We were having to make what we felt were life and death decisions all the time. You had that good feeling when you'd rescue people and you'd help them, but then that feeling of when you were sent to tasks and you were told there might be people there or someone trapped in a car or clinging to a tree in the water, and when you couldn't find them, it was heartbreaking to then fly off and think that they might have drowned. And those highs and lows, that was a really emotional time.
When Mother Nature gets upset and cries floods of tears, some of us share the misery. In Brazil, floodwaters are ripping through Belo Horizonte, leaving this man clinging on for dear life. Incredibly, he's not the owner of this black car. Instead, he was the driver of the white van following. But having failed to jump to safety, he somehow ended up taking refuge on this roof. Amazingly, he eventually escaped with no injuries. Staying in Brazil, when heavy rains fall in Rio de Janeiro, it pays to approach the public toilets with extreme caution. You don't want to be caught short in one, as you may take an impromptu trip down the high street, much to the mirth of the locals.
Quem quiser ir no banheiro, a hora é agora, hein?
Whereas in Bangkok, Thailand, floods can flush out some unexpected hazards. This 10-foot boa constrictor needs to be handled with care because it can deliver a nasty nip. Maybe his mates will have more luck. In Boulder, USA, when floods hit, it's best to stay out of harm's way, not drive headlong into it, like this guy. With dirt bikes, the clue is in the name. They're built for dirt, not deep water. And sure enough, it doesn't take long for his folly to be ruthlessly exposed. As he hurtles on a scary water ride, he's forced to abandon his motorbike. This reckless rider may have saved himself, but his precious wheels have gone to bike heaven. We end up with a heartwarming story set in the horrors of flooded Germany. When the Rhine burst its banks, it left a warren of rabbits in a desperate plight. But thankfully, this Good Samaritan tirelessly scoops them all up. Although if he hadn't gone to their rescue, I suspect they would have been hopping mad.
Ich hab's! Ich hab es!
Mojave Desert, a hot, arid landscape not associated with rain. But on October the 15th, 2015, as Rhonda Trott, Kimberly Milovich, and a friend were returning home to Tehachapi, the elements were hatching a deadly surprise.
We were headed home from work. It was my week to drive carpool. There was 3 of us in a carpool. It was Ray, Kim, and myself. But as we were getting closer and closer to Tehachapi, we came up on the traffic and it was at a dead stop.
It was the most pounding rain I've ever heard. It was like hail balls. I thought it was denting her car.
Oh, hell no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Here we go. Oh, my God.
I was sitting in the back seat of the car, and as I was looking out the right-hand window, I could see things starting to come down the hill. I just watched it until it finally dawned on me, oh my gosh, this is land coming at us. What is this? When it was coming down.
That's when I looked into my rear view mirror.
Is that when you looked? Oh my gosh.
No.
And I looked through the rear view mirror. I could see the road behind us filling up with water because there was nowhere for the water and the mud and the branches to go except where we were.
Oh, my God. If we stay here, we're never getting out.
It was very surreal.
Whoa.
It was like land rippling, like a wave, like an ocean wave, but of land.
We're in trouble now. Oh, my God. We're going to start floating in a goddamn minute.
It was just terrifying, though, once I realized what it was. I thought, oh, my gosh.
With very little vegetation to bind the desert soil, a sharp 1.5-inch downpour had triggered a catastrophic mudslide.
It's coming across the freeway.
Coming across the freeway in front of us.
Right in front of us.
A portion of the mountainside was now threatening to submerge their car.
It was just a lot of water. I thought maybe it would just kind of drain down the freeway, but it didn't. It got stuck, and as it got stuck and channeled there, it just started rising and rising, and we could see out our car that it was up to the bumper of the car next to us.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God, this car's gonna hit us. Oh my God!
Oh, we're floating. We're floating. God damn it.
And then next thing you know, you could see that we were floating.
We're floating. Oh, my God. God damn it.
Oh my God!
It didn't take long at all, maybe 30 seconds, if that, before it hit the freeway and we started floating. It was pretty fast.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I had just bought that car a week and a half prior.
Oh no, this is not good.
At first, I was just worried about my car because I didn't think it was going to get that serious.
We're gonna hit. We're gonna hit.
It didn't really hit me until we started floating around and playing bumper cars.
Oh my God!
The mud and everything was literally window height.
Oh, this is awful. This is scary.
You can see me with my hands on the wheel still, like I had some sort of control and could somehow get us out of this. It's ridiculous.
Oh my God!
I'm scared.
Well, as we were floating and spinning and hitting, all I remember really is just all of us being scared and cussing a lot.
I think if we got out of the car, we'd get killed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we're not getting out of this car.
There's not a thing we can do but sit here.
The water was going over the hood of the car. It was like being in boats on a rapids. You're just going to bang into each other with absolutely no control over the situation.
I remember thinking, oh man, are we going to make it out of here?
Oh, look at that camper over there.
Oh my God.
He's going to go over the edge.
We thought as we were getting close to the barrier that we were going to go over and the car was going to flip over and we were going to die there.
Guys, you need to call someone.
I will never forget that. It was really intense.
The massive Mojave mudslide dumped 7,500 cubic yards of sludge, the equivalent of 23 Olympic-sized swimming pools. In places it lay 6 feet deep, ensnaring around 200 vehicles. As for Rhonda's brand new motor, it ended up encased in a muddy tomb.
It was about a week later when I finally got to see my car because it took them so long to dig everything out. The outside was just totaled. I mean, there were branches and mud sticking out. And of course, the engine wasn't going to work ever again, clogged with mud and debris. But yeah, the car was a total loss.
Some people think they can take on deadly weather, but end up biting off more than they can chew. And when things go badly wrong, in Utah, USA, this guy reckons he can clear the famous Pyramid Gap while doing a backflip. Words don't do justice how painful that must be. But more miraculous, he walked away unharmed. In Moscow, Russia, when there's a carpet of snow, the locals get their kicks from snow tubing behind a car. It all may seem like a jolly good laugh, but there's a very solid reason why this isn't advisable. And that is this very solid tree. Moving to warmer climes doesn't make sliding any safer. Sand surfing can be a novel and fun activity. But not if you park your vehicle in the line of fire. His son was incredibly lucky not to be the meat in the sandwich. Hawaii, USA. And this guy is at a spot immortalized by the film Forgetting Sarah Marshall. And just like that farcical comedy, it's an excruciating watch. A flip turning into a full-on belly flop that knocks him out stone cold. If ever there was a cautionary tale not to show off to your mates, this is it. Back in Utah, seemingly home to the spectacular snowy wipeouts. For some inexplicable reason, this guy points his skis straight off a cliff and into a tree. For him, there is no lucky break as he snaps his pole, both skis, bindings, and his leg, putting an end to his silly stunts for a good while. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature flex her mighty muscles. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.